Merck out of Germany. So the oldest pharmaceutical company in the world is my competitor, and we're slowly taking market share away. So.
Same here. I wouldn't have done anything different. There's a lot of things I would do differently, but as far as taking the venture, no. And as Suresh, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correct, as he implied, the learning and the experience gained. I've been in business my whole life. I ran my family's company for many years. I helped build up a few other companies, Big Skynet, when we sold the ISP. I ran their software division. So I thought I knew it all, and then I went with this venture, and every single day I'm learning something new. And I figure some people invest several $100,000 in an Ivy League MBA, and I'd run circles around any of them just with the experience that I've gained in building the business, marketing on a national level, fundraising, what have you. So I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Science can be proven, but it's what we say around our office a lot. We do prove the science every day, but the startup component is totally an act of faith. I mean, because you're just putting it out there every day, and you're all in pretty quick, because there's a lot of people counting on you, and it's what it is. But it's both thrilling and it's scary as hell, and it's incredibly rewarding when you do make those strides, and when the next guy does express that confidence in your team and in your technology and your market. So it's an unbelievable opportunity to grow in so many different ways, and the learning that Mike referenced is just unparalleled. So we're not out of the woods yet, without a doubt. I mean, it seems like Mike's probably furthest out of the woods, so Suresh is pretty. This sounds like he's there too. I don't know. You're never ever out of the woods. So. I can't imagine regretting it. No.
There was a question there.
I'm just curious what your degrees are.
Biology.
Business management, information systems.
Mine's a little more focused on East Asian studies.
What advice do you have for young entrepreneurs who might be thinking about going out on their own? Maybe not on quite the level that you guys are. But.
I'll start, I guess. I mean, the people you do it with are critical. It's, the seasoned investors who are, one measurement out there, they tend to invest in team, among other things, but that's always a deal breaker for them. And the same thing, if you're doing something, a lot of people can do something where they start alone. I mean, particularly the high-tech startup side, the impression, at least, it's probably not really true that it's one or two people often can really get that started. Whereas something like us was a little bit bigger, you had to start with a more critical mass. But you just gotta trust your teammates, if you will, but then I think even before that, there's this whole you gotta assess the opportunity. I mean, there's a lot of good ideas out there that there's not a good model for. There's not really the need for. There's not really the market. So those four things you often hear people talk about that you really got to assess, at least in the technology business: technology, team, market, and model. Or those four get there. But you're never going to know that up front either. So there's that. That's where the act of faith comes in. So at some point, it really comes down to judgment call and being willing to work your tail off.
Definitely agree. I actually like those four: TTM.
Yeah. Market model, team technology.
No, that's pretty cool. If I'd only known that many years ago. I would say, number one, if I did it again, I definitely would take on other partners from the beginning. And unfortunately, I already had an existing company, which home-based business did very well. But then when I tried to change it into another company, it was really hard to bring in partners because I already had such a stake. Whereas if you just built it from scratch with some other people, and if you could share some of the responsibility, I'd say that's number one. Number two, find something that somebody will buy and acknowledge that you're actually solving a problem. And so when I first started in '05 tinkering with mobile technology, I knew that there was something that didn't exist. And this wasn't what we're doing today. I started doing the R&D about 1.5 years before we actually did this. And then the realtor came to me and said, well, could you use it for that? So I'd spent about 1.5 years, and I actually had a team in India, in Pune, doing engineering with me over the holidays and working 20-hour days. And I'm working all day and then night handing off to them, sleep for a few hours, and then kept going. But we invented something that other people told me it wasn't possible. And the problem was I had a solution, and then I started looking for a problem and trying to pitch that. And that's the wrong way to go about it. So I would stay really small first. Don't quit your day job. And literally get a prototype to market as quickly as possible, and then go get customers that are willing to buy it, and essentially affirm that you've solved their problem. Because if you're not solving a problem, it doesn't matter what you build. If you're not solving the problem and there aren't people willing to buy it, you don't have a business. And so I would stay small as quickly as possible. One of the mistakes I made is, I see these tech startups. I worked in Silicon Valley. I'm going to go raise venture capital. I'm going to hire all these people who are going to dominate the industry. And what I should have done is actually stayed really focused on a single market, like maybe not Missoula, Montana, because there might be 700 potential customers here, but maybe Austin, Texas, and dominate Austin, Texas. And when I dominate Austin, Texas, the revenue stream from that would let me spiral out. And because the technology adoption life cycle takes many years, I wouldn't run the risk of losing the national market. But instead, I tried to go after all of America at once. And so you can learn a lot of lessons along the way, burn some capital along the way, and then pull back and get targeted. So I would stay small as long as possible, and make sure you're solving a problem that somebody's willing to acknowledge and pay for. And don't quit your day job until you're ready.
No, I would agree with both of their comments. I think one of the things that we've been fortunate, or I've been fortunate, is to continue to surround myself with smarter people than me. I'm kind of a science guy, but we've got investors. 99% of all of our investors are right here in Missoula. And some of them are previous business owners and can understand some of the processes. And for us, that's been our biggest blessing, is having an educated investors and understanding our business and waiting it out. But their comments are correct as well.
I know Suresh has been approached by the Best Place project, but have you guys been spoken to from the crew from the Best Place project at all?
It doesn't ring a bell.
Yes.
Oops, oh, I didn't know you had all your stuff in there.
For the MEP, the Montana Economic Partnership.
I'm well aware of it, and it's possible.
Because I mean,
Mike
the
said some
reason I
conversations
ask
too,
is
but-
that their number one goal is to get organic growth from with businesses that are already operating. So that's I'll tell Scott Burke, my president, that he should call you guys.
I am under the impression, though, they're truly in the formation stage
Sure.
still.
Yeah, no.
So I'm not feeling like they're missing out by not talking to us, but it's just an imagination. But I think in due time, yeah.
And we just got the trademark back from that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the positive guy.
It's one thing to be in Montana and deal with the rest of the country as a market. It sounds like you guys are global, if not heading that way. Is there any significant challenges being located in Montana for being a global company, or is I guess it's not there?
For me, we have targeted companies that we try to market to. And we do have a salesman that's based in Florida, simply for the ease of travel. I do travel when there's technical meetings where data is being reviewed and I'm explaining things, but that's rare. But I think travel is one of the issues that you have out of Missoula currently. Hopefully that would change.
I got a buddy that's starting a company, and he's moving for that very reason, because he's going to travel a lot. It's a couple flights. I mean, just part of the reality. But it's too early for me to say because of where we're at. We're not global yet. We're not, and we get to see people at conferences and trade shows and what have you. But we think that and I think Michael probably touched on this because he did in his presentation. But if you get people, I'm lucky enough to have a wife that makes documentary films and videos, and she edited a recruitment video for us because we know that if we can get people here, they're hooked. Just getting the spouse, really, in particular. Getting the spouse, to, who's not coming for the business, because getting he or she to buy into, okay, I'll go visit, then, we can show them the time they need to see, and they're going to fall in love with this place. So, but that's one thing we've been sensitive to, and that's reflective of our stage, is recruiting the best from around the country, possibly from around the world, and getting to move to this little town, and what seems like Nowheresville, but of course we all know it's pretty special.
If this winter would end, it would help.
I have a dovetail question on that. What about like transportation logistics? So probably more for Jason and Suresh, not so much for you. You're not yet needing your stock or whatever, maybe in mass quantities. So how, besides you going traveling other places, how are you getting your stuff here, and how well is Missoula positioned to get it here?
For me, it's, most of our shipments come by sea cargo, frozen container into Seattle, and then it's trucked over. So, and then when we export stuff, it's put into a refrigerated container and air flighted over to Europe. So, we're not having or seeing that many logistical issues yet.
At the scale we'll be at in Missoula, because our major manufacturing will be elsewhere, but it won't be a big deal for us.
We just ship trade show booths from hotel to hotel. And I found a way to downsize it by getting rid of the back wall and just getting a cloth backdrop and a couple of pop-ups. So we're actually solving our logistical problems.
Nice work.
Jason, so I want to understand what you guys do again. So you replace the phosphorus in a cleaner with a plant sugar.
Well, we take the plant sugar, and I didn't do a technology slide for you guys. I probably could have, should have, but we basically go through it. We transform that sugar into a chemical. So we basically add oxygen, hydrogen molecules to it, or we add oxygen molecules and take away some hydrogen molecules to it.
And where phosphorus is a nutrient, that new chemical that you guys have, that's innocuous or.
It's naturally occurring. It's found in apples and broccoli and some pretty common foods. Not in small amounts and not in large amounts, but it can be. But it's also generally recognized as safe. That's a status from the Food and Drug Administration. So it's widely. We got to go through a full battery of tox studies and what have you. But we had the people that did the initial one for us say, do we really need to spend the money on this? Because we know it's going to come out fine. So it's a very benign chemical that ultimately will break back down when it's released into nature into hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. And all those carbons, well, those carbons did not come from deep within the ground. They came from plants, so we're not adding to the carbon cycle, if you will, in terms of greenhouse gas.
I grew up on a farm, and it seems like all the byproducts of farming, whether it's sugar, beet, the tops of them, or the byproduct of the chaff of it almost seems to me that every one of those products should have had something that they could spin off into. Are other companies doing the exact same thing with all those byproducts of farming?
Well, if you look at our first source of our glucose is going to be corn. The corn refining industry is the most advanced that I know of in the United. I'm overstating that. I don't really know. I know that they're advanced. Let's say that. I mean, they use everything, and they're trying to use the stover, the corn stover, and the stalk, and what have you, to applying some of that cellulosic technology, and so it's pretty advanced there, and that's the corn industry's under fire as it should be because they've been living off subsidies for years in a big way, but and this ethanol boom has done some reordering of what corn gets used for, but at the same time it's being used less in places like sugars, in soft drinks. People like natural sugar now. So they're putting cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup in there, and and it's paper. We're actually using less paper in this country, believe it or not, than we used to. And cornstarch goes a lot into helping bulk paper up. So they're looking for value-added markets, and that's why ADM, Cargill, some smaller ones like Penford are all looking for ways to take same thing that Montana companies want to do: take their raw materials and add value right here rather than just shipping the raw materials off somebody else to add value. And that's your question.
Yeah, our business is directly based from the agricultural. It's a value-added agricultural component. We take blood that's derived from slaughterhouses, so slaughtering cows. I'm not a Hindu. And, we separate that serum and process cholesterol, albumin, which is the major protein in egg whites that's being used as bioglue on cardiovascular surgery. Thrombin manufacture, and that's so you can check how thin and thick your blood is. So these are components that are basically a waste stream product in a slaughterhouse, and we're transforming that into a value-added component.
So you had said something about where you get the blood from because of mad. Did you say mad cow disease or something? They don't. When are they going to figure out how they're going to test for that? Because I lived in Germany for many years, and so coming back here, you can't give blood anymore because they don't have a test for it. I said, well, maybe that's what's wrong with me, but
She's got
when are they going to figure out a test for mad cow?
They actually do have a rapid test that's now
Do they really?
available. And Japan actually tests an animal that's slaughtered. And so the U.S. is one of the only countries that doesn't. So there's a global risk assessment, and the United States is still considered at risk, even though we haven't had a case since 2001. And that we were able to derive from Canada. But the Japanese and the Europeans prefer a safer source of raw material. And so for companies like Eli Lilly and MedImmune, the third largest pharmaceutical market is in Southeast Asia and Japan. So by bringing in Australian and New Zealand safer material, it's opening up markets for them as well.
Suresh, why does Merck not want to crush you?
They've been trying.
They're trying.
Well, one of the greatest things about our product, my father actually invented this process for the company that Merck now acquired. My father developed this at Bayer, and it became Serological's Millipore, and now it's Merck. We've improved that process, and today our product is actually outperforming what's available on the market. So when it means higher yield for a pharmaceutical company, they get excited. And when it's a safer component, the FDA, the EU gets excited. So, that's competition.
So one of the buyouts options that you have, is that Merck?
No, it's Australian biotech.
No, they haven't tried.
Can we buy stock in your company?
Like you said, there's always Eating over.
Yes, you are. Yes,
Seriously?
we actually do have an offering that is available. Yeah, we're continually raising funds.
That's actually a good question for all three of you. Is there an offering that you guys are actively pursuing where there's opportunity for I'm not throwing that out here, but where there's opportunity out there for potential investors?
My hope was we wouldn't need another round. We actually secured our Series A round, although a third of it was just converting existing angel investors into the round, so we didn't get to see that new money come in. And we're pretty well capitalized now, and we've got a pretty low burn. But we've got some big competition, and a few mergers have already happened with some of our competitors getting gobbled up by bigger firms that are trying to augment their service offering. So we have to make a decision whether or not we want to try to get in bed with one of them and look for an exit, or become their competitor. And so I'm kind of at that phase now where I might want to gobble up a couple others to augment our offering to not be so siloed, just mobile technology. I might want to find a few complementary services and then go against the big boys, because they, if you're small, you use your speed. If you're big, you use your strength. I think we can be more nimble and do it better than they can. And so I've got to do some soul searching to see whether or not I want to go against the big boys, because that might rule out my opportunity to get acquired by one of them. And if that's the case, we will need more capital. So we're kind of at a deciding phase right now. Although I think we might need to secure a little more round, and if we do, we'll probably be working on that this year, because it does take so long.
And we certainly are, aggressively, and it's been, while we will ultimately, sooner rather than later, based on some things that are playing out, get to this institutional capital, which will be larger, similar, probably larger amount than Mike had to take in. We're having a bridge round right now where people would be included in that round, but get a discount for taking that earlier risk. And it's been, the response has been amazing in Missoula, which is really fortunate. So we always appreciate opportunities to tell our story for that very good reason.
You already have his
My
answer.
bankers are here.
One last question. All right, I'll take it. So, our company, I know what I want to look like in 5 years. So I'm curious what you guys want to look like in 5 years. Whether it be in sales or whether it be in number of staff, whatever you want to paint that picture, I'm just curious. Suresh.
We employ a lot of technology in our process, so there's not a lot of huge manpower needed with it. If you come in, and any of you are invited to come and tour our facility. It is the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in terms of blood fractionation. So, we're anticipating maybe 20 to 30 employees tops in our life cycle for this. We are expanding in terms of getting into serum, getting into media development. We have huge assets here out of the university. We've got kids that they're coming out of school and are leaving the state. My goal would be to try and keep them here. And building on one success of our company right now, I think will spur on development and growth and expansion. And I think Missoula is a great place to call home.
My goal is to build a successful tech startup here, and unfortunately not enough people have tried or succeeded, so it's made it more difficult for anybody to try to do it. And people are probably familiar with, I know of like 2 tech startups that have attempted probably in the past 10 years and they've crashed and burned, or they're just limping along. And so I want to try to change people's perception of tech startups to create more opportunities for other people. My goal, whether we do it with this company or not, is to build at least $100 million a year business here in Missoula and give people the kind of paychecks that they can get elsewhere. So until we succeed at that, either this project or the next, that's what we're working for. But we want to be the #1 mobile technology solution provider in the real estate industry, and then spiral that out to other industries. Because real estate is small, it's a niche, and the other industries are so big, it takes years for technology to get adopted. So even though the clock's ticking, I don't think there's enough organization in the retail industry, the leasing industry, other markets that don't imply that if we could dominate the real estate industry and really get a stranglehold, get a strong base, we could go into those other markets and beat the other guys. And kind of like Microsoft, they dominate one, and then they are strong in that area. They're able to go into other markets and dominate. So I think we can build a pretty big technology company. I've just got to see whether or not I can stomach taking it to the next level and possibly rolling up a few other companies and going after the big boys as opposed to staying under their radar.
If I may paraphrase a little bit, a similar strategy as Mike, and then we've got, if anybody's read that book, Inside the Tornado, or I forget what the predecessor book to that was.
Crossing the chasm.
Crossing the Chasm. There you go. Yeah, exactly. It's a good book. Worth the reading. But our lead pen is this detergent market for the reasons I stated earlier. But then, so I think within 5 years, it'll look like that we will be we'll be the standard that phosphate said, if you will, and as keeping your sounds kind of trivial, but it's a huge market, and people really get excited about it, about keeping your glasses spot and film free, and our lakes clean. So I think I truly believe we can dominate that market within that time frame across the globe. We'll have at least one manufacturing facility, probably of over 100 million pounds by that point, annual capacity in the United States, and we will be starting one probably in Europe, possibly in Asia, or Latin America, but most likely Europe second. And in Missoula, we'll have at least 40 folks, engineers, mostly engineers, chemists, and marketers, if you will, business development. It's a smaller sales world, so we'll do more of a business development approach, if you will. And we will be looking at, we'll start to have exit options for investors at that point, probably. Maybe earlier, maybe later. And I never remember the numbers, so I won't make those up on the spot for you. They got a lot of zeros on them.
There's a 12 in there, right?
I'm sure there is.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
A lot of stuff today. Hopefully you thought it went well. Committee, I think, did a great job. We got one more.
Yeah.
Right. Come on up.
Whichever one.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that.
Okay, this is a generous gift from MCDC for $216 to Old Works Golf Course. Yeah. So. Okay.
And the inspiration behind that was I won a $250 gift certificate last year in leadership in this same day. So.
Then, 31. Eric.
Who?
Eric.
Eric. Well, we put everybody's names in.
I know.
Yeah.
Now you won again. Nice job. You golf, right?
Yeah.
Eric, you golf, right?
I do, not very seriously.
Once again, thanks to the committee. They did a great job today. I think
They are run by, in my estimation, phenomenal entrepreneurs and business people that are getting it done. And getting it done in ways that we really haven't seen before in Missoula. There are plenty of great companies, Washington Corporation, Vans, lots of established Sun Mountain Sports, lots of them. These three are unique in that they bring something new to the Valley and have big potential in the future. So we're going to hear from each, 20 minutes apiece, and then they're going to sit on a panel so you can ask them questions at the end. The first company and individual is Mike Spar, who is the CEO and founder of Goomsy Incorporated. Mike went to school here. Mike went away, became an expert, traveled the world, and then decided he was going to bring his talents back to Missoula. One of the great things about the University of Montana is that it snares people and keeps them here, smart, talented people. So without... Actually, one thing I wanted to mention. This morning, we were talking about access to capital, and one of the speakers, I can't remember who, talked about, it was James Grunk, talked about Highway 12 Ventures. Well, we get to hear from the guy who managed to snare Highway 12 Ventures and their equity capital for Missoula, so, and his company. Mike Spar.
What's the format typically? I sit on the floor and then you guys just try to hit me? And then the clicker? Yeah. Table. Oh.
All right. I'll give you a 5 minute when you're 5 minutes left.
And perfect. All right. So without any more introduction, my name is Mike Spar. Many people ask me what's Goomsy, so I like to get that out of the way from the start. It actually doesn't mean anything in any language. It was a childhood friend of mine's nickname. So if you guys are familiar, there's a local lawyer here in town, Rick Reep. Used to be Reep, Spoon, and Gordon. Rick's nephew was a good friend of mine. His name's Brandon, and it was his childhood nickname, his Uncle Goomsy. And so I founded the company about 8 years ago. It seems like an eternity, but I needed a name that didn't mean anything derogatory in any language. And if you guys are familiar with Chevy Nova, Nova means no go in Spanish. So you're trying to market something internationally, you got to think of a name that doesn't mean anything bad in any language. So I stole my friend's nickname, and the rest is history. So that's what Goomsy is, in case you're wondering. Just to give you a little bit of indication about what we do. And actually, I see even some of our clients here in the room, so might just pick on you and to tell everybody, right?
I'll let you, John.
Yeah, okay. So Goomsy is a mobile technology company. We first started out providing e-commerce websites for businesses. So you guys are familiar with Big Sky Brewing, Rockin' Rudy's, even Hunter Bay Coffee, before they were bought, was a client. We provided their online storefront, so they didn't have to pay for custom programming. They just paid a monthly fee, and we provided their store so they could sell goods online. But about 5 years ago, decided to reinvent the company and focus towards mobile technology. So what we do is essentially based on a problem that was presented to me by my realtor. And it was a local realtor here in Missoula. I'd been buying and selling, fixing up homes, and we formed a good relationship, and he knew I'd been dealing in mobile technology over a decade ago. And so he asked me if there was a way where buyers could come up on a property, send a text message from their cell phone, and get property information instantly to their phone, so that way they could read it and see it on the screen. And then at the same time, kind of like a caller ID, would it send him an alert and let him know who's looking at his home. And so at the time, I'd actually been working with companies like AT&T Wireless and some companies back in DC as consultant clients of mine that had the infrastructure to provide this type of service. So there were only a couple companies in America at the time, and so we started working on a new product and reinventing the company. It took about a year before we brought it to market. And so the premise behind the service now is we've evolved along with mobile technology, and you guys have seen little flip phones convert into smartphones and PDAs into iPhones and Androids. And so as that evolution has happened, so is our company and our product line. But right now, we've got 121,000 agents across the country now that have active accounts in our system. And now our goal is to get them to use the technology, get the signs out in front of their properties and promote it. And obviously get more market share. But right now we already have a little over 10% of America's realtors, and we're based here in Missoula, Montana. But what they do is they would put a sign out in front of a property that says, for information on this house, send a text message with this code. And then you guys have probably seen those little square barcodes up at the top. They call that a QR code, which stands for quick response. And there's a competing technology with Microsoft's tag technology. But the QR code is becoming the standard. You'll see them on billboards in airports and tags in Best Buy and other advertisements. So what we did is we said, well, we can apply that QR code technology to provide lead capture, not just direct people to a website. And so every time we look at an innovation, especially in the mobile space, we look at how people are doing it now and say, how can we do it better? And that's come up with our new theme, our new tagline is mobile done better. So an agent might promote QR code or a text code or even a website link on their signs at the property and their flyers or on their website. And a buyer can get information 24/7. And we're delivering sales opportunities for realtors. And so now we have essentially 3 different services we offer. One of them is the text message, which I can use this handy little laser pointer you can't see. The other is the QR code scan, which will show a branded mobile property page. The agent gets their branding and their contact information at the forefront, but the consumer gets all the information about the property. And then the third, we're just rolling out in several markets, is the ability to just search all the properties available for sale around you. So say you text or scan a QR code on one of the signs, you get that information so you have that instant gratification. But then if that's not a property that interests you, why not allow you to go search other homes in the area or see other properties for sale on a map around you? And at the same time, brand it to the agent so they're still the point of contact. And so that's kind of the evolution of our service and what we're providing. And most of our customers are not here in Montana, so we're actually bringing revenue from out of state and bringing it here in the U.S., or here in Montana. So that's a little bit about what we do. Why Montana? And that's probably the question that a lot of people are asking is why start your business or why build your business here? Well, for one, this is my hometown, and so that kind of ties me to the area. Even though I wasn't living here when I founded the company, my friends, my family, my professional network, and eventually my wife kept drawing me back to Missoula. So hometown, professional network, and the Montana brand. And it's kind of interesting because I'm competing on a national level, how valuable the Montana brand is. We've been able to leverage the Montana brand, and now when we go to trade shows and we see these executives, these realtor associations and MLSs around the country, they know us as the guys from Montana. And they have this allure about Montana, or their visions of fly fishing and what have you. And so the Montana brand has actually helped us as a differentiator to position ourselves against more well-capitalized competitors in bigger cities. And so it's just a matter of playing up on that and leveraging the Montana brand. So we haven't gone without challenges, and as any entrepreneurs know, one of the challenges that I face is, as an entrepreneur, I pretty much work when I don't sleep, and I don't sleep very often. And to try to find employees and what have you that kind of have that same mentality or that startup mentality is more rare here. So the culture here in Montana versus in Silicon Valley, where it's work as hard and as long as you need to and try to get rich, here it's work as little as you need to and try to enjoy Montana. And so that is definitely a struggle and a challenge when I'm trying to compete with people in other cities where they have a different culture and where people are working 12, 14, 16 hours a day. And here it might be a challenge to ask somebody to work more than 8 hours per day. And so you, as a founder, if I'd done it again, I'd probably take on other co-founders so then at least they have that same stake and more people are putting in the kind of hours that I would typically expect. So that's definitely a challenge, although you can overcome that by raising additional capital, recruiting people from those areas that have a little bit more of that mentality and bring them here. But there's a reason people live here, and so you got to respect that. And as Dave mentioned, there's financial challenges. So one of the financial challenges is I have to hire people. They don't have the skill sets required to do a tech startup. There aren't enough of them around here. So I've got to take the risk on these people and train them up on my payroll, slowing me down from competing with competitors in other markets. How do I afford to take that risk? And at some point after a few years in the business, I personally couldn't afford to take the risk and keep everything floating, but I knew I needed to expand the business and add to my team. So I had to look outside for other sources of capital. And so one of the financial challenges that I face here in Montana, and you mentioned Highway 12 Ventures, is there are very limited number of sources of capital, especially risk capital here. And the people that, or the organizations that do provide risk capital are all friends. So nobody wants to compete with each other, so you can't leverage one against the other to try to get a competitive deal. And therefore, it's a little bit less attractive than it is in Silicon Valley. So I threw up Gordon Gekko's greed is good. Well, if you're the one with the gold, you rule, right? The golden rule. And that's kind of what I've witnessed here in Montana is there's few people with the gold, and they know it. And unfortunately for entrepreneurs, you do pay an excise tax for doing business in Montana with regards to the deals that you can negotiate. And so I was forced to just be really stubborn because that's the way I am, and put my house and everything up and keep going until I could essentially convince somebody out of state to put some money in here and negotiate a deal that I thought was fair. But it's not easy, and I don't think a lot of people would have the same connections or resources or credit or willingness to scare their wives as I do. But we have been successful in doing that, so we have overcome some of those challenges. So some of the hurdles one of the best tools I found here in Missoula for recruiting is the local job service. And it's amazing. It's free. You build a profile online on their website and you post the jobs. And within days, I've got dozens of candidates. And I'd say most of my staff, other than referrals and a few people that found me on Facebook, we hired right through the local job service. And so even people that are employed at other companies have profiles there, and they watch for the alerts. And so we've been very successful at that. And it's saved us a lot of time and money. So it's a great resource for recruiting. One of the things we have had to do to overcome those challenges is training, and lots of it. And so we probably 3 to 4 weeks up front just in training and trying to skill people up on the tools like CRM systems, contact management tools, online blogging, social networks, a lot of things that they're not exposed to. One of our employees has been with us about 2.5 years. Before he joined us, he never even knew what a social network was. And so we've got to skill up the local workforce and educate them on some of these grassroots marketing tools and what have you. But training, employee referrals, once you find good people, they're referring other good people, and it's kind of reducing some of those challenges at finding talent. And of course, more training. And on the financial side, Dave, I don't know how much you wanted me to go into depth on Highway 12, but initially I funded the company for several years. I sold some consulting contracts overseas that helped fund the first couple employees, and then got a line of credit with First Security Bank. MAEDC matched that line, so it gave me some breathing room for essentially my second year. And then once we landed some long-term contracts that allowed us to cash flow at a bootstrap rate, I brought in some angel investment, even a few local business owners. Most of them are out of state, part of an angel network in DC, a couple investors in London and California and all over, wherever we can find them. But then we secured venture financing, and then we also got a loan with MCDC. And along the way, I learned how easy it is to apply and be awarded grants. It only takes about 2 years. So we did apply for a couple grants, and thankfully MADC, Jessica Allred, helped out with the paperwork and putting the binder together and submitting everything and steering through the constant back and forth. But I pretty much had to put my entire life on disk and hand it over, and then on a regular basis keep it up to date. And we've yet to draw any capital from the grants, even though we've been awarded about a year ago. So it's still a very rigorous process. So if you're building a company, I would not rely on grant capital to build a company, but it's a nice subsidy to help you overcome some of that risk you take in training people up. So venture capital, 18 months took to secure venture capital. It might be in this market or what have you, but it's a long process. If you're in Silicon Valley, it could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months, sometimes 9. It's more than twice as long here because there are less firms willing to compete, so they don't have to get off the fence. They can sit there and watch you as long as they can until you create a situation where it's, okay, my price is going to keep going up. I keep hitting my milestones, doing what I told you. And so venture capital is still really tough here. And I had to pull out all the stops, even putting a little pressure on the venture capital firm because I knew the state of Montana invested in them. So having meetings with the state of Montana saying, why aren't these guys investing back in our state? And so pretty much had to leverage the network and keep hitting milestones and keep being stubborn to finally secure the deal. So we have overcome the hurdles, and it's been pretty exciting. I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with this guy, but one of his themes is keep on keeping on. And I'd say anybody that has a startup, it's funny, I talked to Suresh at the beginning of this, and that's pretty much what it's all about, is the person that gives up last wins, right? So hopefully you've got a little background on us, and I don't know if there's any other things you wanted me to
What do you want to look like in 5 years?
I want more hair. No, what I would like to see is a self-sustaining, profitable business that can venture off, leverage some of our creative and engineering talent to venture off and explore new verticals. But number one, I want to dominate the U.S. real estate industry and be the number one provider of mobile technology. So, and we're well on our way, but we've got some big challenges and new competitors entering the market every single day. So.
Mike's not ambitious at all. Let's save questions for Mike until we've heard from everybody. Thank you, Mike. Next up is Jason Kiley, Director of Marketing. VP of Marketing? VP of Marketing at Rivertop Renewables. Jason is unique in this panel in that he did not go to the University of Montana, but his father taught at the University of Montana. So U of M managed to pull talent from across the country and concentrated here in Missoula once again. Rivertop Renewables, Boomsy is high-tech, internet-based company. Rivertop Renewables is a chemical company. It's a chemical company right here in Missoula. And again, here's a company that is working in a space that we really haven't seen before in Montana or Missoula, and managed to overcome hurdles of capital access through sheer force of will and determination, get equity and debt leverage to get, and grants, to get the company rocking and rolling. So, Jason Kiley.
With an introduction like that, you just want to stop and say, that's as good as it's going to get. Thank you, Dave. So, Rivertop Renewables, as Dave mentioned, spun out of the University of Montana 3.5 years ago. I think we officially incorporated January 2008. And it was built on technology, is being built on technology developed at the university. So we've been real fortunate, a lot of energy at the university right now for technology transfer, which is just, in that world, the idea of taking university-developed technology and commercializing it. Because, of course, universities, professors tend to focus on basic research, but to take that into the commercialization stage takes a lot more, as we've been finding out. So in essence, we call ourselves, we're in the clean technology sector. Most clean tech is dominated by what you think of as clean energy, or clean power, be it a fuel or something to heat our homes. And our little spin on that is it's progressive chemistry, because we're doing things a little different even within our renewable chemical industry. So there's a few terms I'll just kind of introduce now, but we'll peel away at them as we go. But like any good company, you got to be addressing a real problem. And we've got a couple that we're addressing. The first is phosphate pollution. You all being Westerners, you probably know this. None other than Missoula's own Senator Ron Erickson sponsored a bill in the last legislature, not this one, to begin to reduce some of the phosphate pollution that we experience throughout the state. And the way it gets there is there's lots of sources, but it's basically nutrient pollution. Phosphate's an amazing chemical. It's mined out of the ground, has lots of different uses, but when it ends up in the water, it creates algae blooms and it kills fish. So these are a couple representations of the Gulf and Puget Sound, just showing the explosion of algae blooms that are caused by the phosphorus or nitrates coming out of fertilizers. But in our case, back to Ron Erickson, he saw, as did leaders like him across 17 states, that there's phosphates being used in home detergents, particularly automatic dishwashing detergents. And they're what kept your glasses nice and shiny and clear. You probably noticed your glasses aren't so nice and shiny and clear coming out of the dishwasher anymore. Because Ron, in a good way, saw the need to get those, protect our lakes, protect our fish, and take them out of phosphates, or take phosphates out of detergents. But the result is we've got a consumer problem now. Consumers aren't too happy. And we'll peel away at this a little bit. That's the first problem we're addressing. The second problem is the fact that a lot of petrochemicals, we are in the chemical industry, and most chemicals are made of petroleum, oil, or natural gas. They are volatile in particularly in their supply, and we're seeing that in the Middle East now. And of course, the price goes up and down, and they tend to be harmful. picture of my daughter with a funny face that I see probably once a day. That kind of expression out of her, with a lot of smiles in between. But she, like others, was born with about 200 plus industrial chemicals in her bloodstream. Now, are these at levels that are going to kill her? No. Some of them we just don't know. You know, this whole, we're just learning as we go, and there's not a week goes by where we don't hear about BPA or some endocrine disruptor getting in the news and new studies showing that these are having long-term harmful effects. So these are kind of macro trends. And as a result, you're seeing tighter chemical regulations. And when it comes down to pocketbook issues, you know, oil's just getting more expensive and it's only gonna. And that really hits chemical producers pretty hard. So these are two of the big trends we're trying to address. And so in essence, we create these family of non-toxic, biodegradable chemicals from a different source, not petroleum, but from plant sugars that are very common. We've got a patented process, and it's a platform we talk about, because you can pour in one sugar. You guys, I never thought there was more than table sugar out there, right? That's sucrose, but there's also glucose and arabinose and xylose and mannose and lactose. All these sugars out there that you just, unless you're a botanist, you don't necessarily think about. And you can create these differentiated chemicals from them. So the potential of this business was recognized a couple years ago by the Clean Tech Open, which is the world's largest business competition for clean technology companies. And we were one of 12 people from around the country to get this moniker of being a finalist. And apparently we finished 5th, though that's not supposed to be public. So before I go a little bit more into the business, and I'm just today's face of it, there's a lot of people involved. There's 13 staff members, a board of 6, and a raft of Missoula and Montana investors, several consultants. But then we start with my father, who founded the company. He's been toiling away at this for 40 years. Not this particular, well, actually at all really this particular problem, but he was close to retirement at the University of Montana and had talked about the potential of this chemistry for probably a decade to my brother and I. And he just, like a lot of us in our lives, need that forcing function. I'm sure we picked it up in Mike's comments, and I bet we'll hear it out of Suresh and other entrepreneurs you hear. There's something that kind of requires you to go do this. And also a little naivety that you don't know what you're getting into. Because if you see that all out in front, you might think otherwise. But he was going to retire. The chemistry is basically going to fall off the face of the earth because nobody else is doing this kind of work specifically. And the university's great, but it doesn't particularly, it's not set up to go license this technology to other companies. So he jumped off the ledge, and I promised to hold his hand, and it's turned into a little bit more than that since then. But we've recruited some great folks. All 4 of these folks here are from Montana, and actually Steve's from, or living in, have deep roots in Montana, I should say. Jerry is our president and CFO, came out of Glasgow, worked at Deloitte for years, and audit manager for Microsoft, and figured, well, if these, back in the day they were kids, Bill Gates and his colleagues could make all that money, he could go do it. So he went and got his rear end handed to him a couple times trying to do stars, but had some good successes as well. Steve Donan's incredibly talented engineer that we hired. If anybody goes to the good food store and ever gets a smoothie, you'll find those. If you ever turn it over, it's called PLA. It stands for a long chemical name, polylactic acid, and it's corn. It's plastic made from corn, and he engineered their process. This is a big Dow Cargill joint venture. Originally, Dow Cargill owns it exclusively. So a huge talent for us. Tyler Smith came out of the University of Montana where he studied with my dad. He got his PhD. And so there's some of the representation, some of the companies that folks have been involved with. There's lots of people I'm not mentioning here, but these are just some of the players. So if you look at just to get a visual of what we do, this is it. Various forms of renewable resources can be broken down into their constituent parts, down to sugars in our case. We take one in particular, something called glucose, and we apply our magic process to it, which is truly a green chemistry process. There's 12 defined principles of green chemistry and everything. We abide by those, if you will. And then we get these organic acids that we can then take into these different markets that we'll talk about a little bit more in depth. So the first product we're making is something that's been, 12 seems to be a theme here, been recognized as one of the top 12 renewable chemicals, meaning chemicals you can make from sugars, for this emerging industry. That's something, a study the Department of Energy did down in 2004. And nobody else is trying to do this right now. Actually, one other company's trying to do this, and they're not doing very well at it. But we're in the lead, if you will. People are trying to make the other 11 building block chemicals, but when it comes to glucuric acid, we're in the lead on this one in a big way. Here's just a sample of some of the markets we can enter. You can see the nature of the chemical industry is huge. When people talk in millions in the chemical industry, they're often talking in millions of pounds. Sometimes we're talking millions of tons. I mean, it's just that big. So there's very large applications, and we really believe that this could be, as a result, a global chemical company. The one we'll start with is first, and it goes back to that first problem I identified of phosphate pollution and the resulting poor performance that Cascade and other detergents are getting. Our first product is going to be that detergent market because it's so big, there's such a pressing need for it, and nobody's got the solution we think we have. So just a little, to geek out on you a little bit of science to demonstrate that product. Phosphate in red is what's being taken out of the industry, but it's still the gold standard, and we essentially achieve its performance. In fact, I can't put it on a slide for IP reasons, but we just figured out something that can do even better, that puts us in an even better position. Citrate, another renewable chemical. Everybody knows what citrus is, and citric acid is found in oranges, but it can also be manufactured with glucose. It's the common replacement for phosphates, and clearly this suggests it's doing a terrible job of keeping in terms of relative performance, keeping the glasses from getting spotty. And I should mention that not only do we have something that performs twice as good as the existing incumbent, because phosphates is out of the picture, that's why it's in red, but we're actually at a competitive cost, if not even lower cost. So we're a real good start. And I should say, we've been really, all these, might start to correlate some of the things that it takes to run a business. And I didn't focus my presentation on that, but certainly a little luck doesn't hurt. And to have a big market opportunity where we hear from the former R&D, former chief of R&D out at Procter & Gamble, the biggest detergent company in the world. We actually have Dow Chemical visiting today, and all of the 7th generation, big to small, they all say the number one issue facing this monstrous industry is the fact that phosphates coming out is leaving them with this big performance gap that we think we can fill. So that's our luck story, and we intend to leverage that to the hill. What does this mean to Missoula? I'd like to talk about that a little bit. We had really big news last Friday. And that is that we received our team, it's a little complicated, but we get to benefit from a $1.75 million grant from the U.S. Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration. And that's matched through Montech, the Montana Technology Enterprise Center. That's a technology and business incubator out on East Broadway, beyond the Thunderbird Hotel, beyond the Holiday Express. And so that big building was built in partnership between the University of Montana and the Missoula Area Economic Development Corporation to incubate technology companies. And so we saw a need to expand as we look ahead how we want to grow. We need fully outfitted lab space, better office space. We need a pilot plant or a semi-works, a place where we can take our process from the lab and do it 10 times, 20 times, 50 times bigger. And so we worked with Montech and Red, Bitterroot
Economic Development District.
Thank you. Bitterroot Economic Development District and R.C. Allen over there, and certainly Montech and the university put in this grant, and it's being matched through Montech by the university, and then we're going to raise additional capital to some of which we've raised already to fill the labs and this place where we'll pilot it up. So this is kind of a big step for us. It anchors us in Missoula, which is what we want. We want to build a global company. A lot of people in Montana don't have, Montana don't always get the chance to build those global companies. I mean, we've got a few that Dave mentioned, notably Washington Court. But we think we could be one of those. How about that for audacious? It's true. And it takes that kind of facility, and it's really hard money to come by. So we're real pleased about this. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some other great sources of funding that have been important to our development. With I think the first one of those was a market scan, kind of an early market research project that MCDC funded for us. It's a couple $1,000, but it was all the world to us at the time. And then a equipment loan from them to outfit our existing labs initially. We've gotten some federal grants, some state grants for commercialization. Recently got a Big Sky Trust Fund grant, which is a way to, if you hire X number of employees, you can use this grant money to buy the equipment that they need to work with. So we got that to the tune of $200,000 not so recently. And without a doubt, our investor base in Montana has been incredible. I mean, we've raised $2.3 million to date from friends, family, and individuals, which we call angels appropriately, who have been incredibly supportive. So it ain't easy at all, as Mike will attest to, but we've been scraping away at it, and we're headed towards a big, what they call an institutional round. That could be venture capital. We're deep in discussions with a triumvirate, as we like to refer to them, of Bay Area. Well, they're actually from all over the country, but the key partners are in the Bay Area. But we're also talking to partners on the chemical producers who might want to invest in us and do a distribution deal for us, as well as the feedstock side. It's so important. You're not just waiting 5 minutes. Okay, great. It's so important to be able to have reliable, low-cost sources of your feedstock. And I won't digress too far, but the interesting thing about this renewable chemical industry that we're getting into is it's one of those industries that could really be built and stay in the United States. We've got an advisor who's been a really close part of our team, a guy named Jim Stopper, who's worked in the industry for a long time. And he often says to the media and when he speaks, you will not see another major petrochemical facility built in the United States, not another big plant. They're all being built in Saudi Arabia or the Middle East, and occasionally in China because the market potential there is just so enormous and it's worth trucking the oil over. But basically, you got to go to the feedstock, and that's what America is rich in. Our first generation feedstock will be corn, glucose from corn, but there's glucose in everything, every plant out there. So, will the cellulosics that you're seeing being formulated into fuels, if they get that figured out, how to make that cost effectively in fuels, they've solved our problem of how we get a low-cost source of glucose out of woody biomass. So there's a lot of potential, but we're really bearish, if you will, or bullish. You bear down, you bull up. Bullish on the renewable chemical industry being a domestic industry. What else here? Just another kind of mock-up of what our labs will look like. Montec's a great facility. It's got all these interior labs. Ours are well outfitted. They got no light. We'll have nice skylights running through it. It's going to be a really nice place. And it can accommodate 40 employees, and we're on track to. Our plans are to hire about that many over the next couple of years. We're 13 right now. So in essence, I guess this is appropriate for this group, because it all comes down to a business proposition, your value proposition, and we've got what we consider, and the industry considers very capital efficient platform technology. Capital's not what it used to be. It's harder to come by. So if most people are needing $50 million to put up a plant, and we're probably going to need about $20 million to put up a plant, and we can actually reduce that risk by going through contract manufacturers beforehand, thank God. But that's capital efficient. We've got these immediate multi-billion-dollar chemicals for our first, or markets for our first chemical, and that's the detergents that I talked about. And then this regulatory driver is just huge. It's just rocking the industry that really gives us an opportunity. So we'll do contract manufacturing. We'll pay a premium. We won't get as cheap as we want to, but we'll at least reduce that market risk, prove that market, get the more confidence among the debt and investor community and generate revenues, and therefore be able to then take our costs way down by developing our own facility, either alone or in partnership with a chemical company or a feedstock provider, most likely. And then we got strong and fundamental intellectual property, in no small part, all owing to the chemists that worked in my dad's lab at the university and now work at the company. So a team of 4 of those folks are now at the company, which is really huge. So they're not only the foundation, but going forward, what will really build this thing. So that's in essence it. I feel like I've had to talk a mile a minute to talk about all this, but we can start to peel away the onion during conversations. Thank you.
Something that is amazing to me about all 3 of these companies, the similarities, we have incredibly smart and ambitious people who have put together business models that bring capital, sell product to the world, and bring the money back to Montana rather than selling product to Montanans and keeping money here. And all 3 of them do it in, potentially anyway, massive quantities. So next up is Suresh Daniel. Suresh went to the University of Montana, stayed, used to run a company that was consumed by St. Patrick's Hospital, and then went off to start his own company, like Jason, with his father, based on technology that his father came up with. So, there you go.
First of all, thank you for having me. I am a soft-spoken Indian man, so if you can't hear, please just raise your hand and I'll try to talk a little bit louder. More importantly, I definitely want to lower your expectations of me having to go last, because I think you just heard from Mike and how he's been able to create a new technology. It's really transforming the way we communicate with each other. And Jason's company is able to scale up, pulling new technology to the old process to make it more efficient to bring cleaner chemicals onto the market. I'm going to talk to you about what I like to do with cowboy and how it impacts it. So thank you again for having me. My name is Suresh Daniel, and I work at Rocky Mountain Biologicals. I think being Indian would be very So, to give you a little bit of history and background in our company, we were formed in 2005. We built a facility out on Expressway, right across from Big Sky Brewery, and behind FedEx. We were able to raise around $3 million in our first round of financing that came from private equity angel investors here in Missoula, as well as some money that we were able to couple through loans through First Security Bank and MABDC. In 2006, we actually commissioned a facility, began making product, and sampling the customers. Again, we manufacture proteins which are used in diagnostics as well as in pharmaceuticals. And I'll get into more of the details. When we started sampling customers, we actually went into the worst economic crisis we've ever had. I had to recapitalize the company and change our capital structure. We were successful in doing that. And today we're at a point where we're projecting to break even by the end of this year. So to tell you what cell culture is, this is an example of what it's not, but I bet you this is my daughter, and we took a little Photoshop of her. But cell culture in its truest sense, the definition of it is it's the ability to grow cells outside of their natural environment, harvest them, train them, and actually have them produce something. So many of the things that we do today are manufactured with cell culture, whether they're vaccines or new medicines. So mammalian cells, which are cells that come from animals, are grown in petri dishes. You've all seen those petri dishes with agar or stuff in it. That's what RN Bio does. We manufacture proteins that are derived from blood, so they're supplements that actually go into those cells to allow them to produce. So in terms of biotechnology, what happens today, our cells are grown, harvested, and then they're treated with supplements. They're injected with an antigen. Those antigens then express antibodies, and those antibodies are purified through biotechnology and injected into humans. And so this is an example of one of the monoclonal antibodies that are on the market. And this is Remicade. So monoclonal antibodies are a new form of medicine as opposed to systemic chemotherapy. Today you're injecting people with medicines that go to their specific cell types. So in the areas of breast cancer or lung cancer, we're able to treat patients this way. we do have a global market reach. Today we're actually generating revenue. The light at the end of the tunnel is no longer a train coming at us. So we are making stuff for Biorad and Ortho. So when you or I go to the hospital and get our cholesterol checked, they're actually checking it against the standard. And then for Community Hospital in St. Pat's, they're actually using Biorad controls, so we are a part of that process. So it's exciting for us. MedImmune, Lilly, AstraZeneca, MBI are big major pharmaceutical companies throughout the world who are making these types of drugs. And actually, in 2 weeks from now, MedImmune is coming to audit our facility, and that is the first major pharmaceutical audit of our product. So it's an exciting step for the company. So the market that we fit in, this is where we're at. We're in cell culture supplements. And it's part of the larger cell culture market, and then the actual drug market that's growing is around $27 billion today. Over the next 5 years, it's supposed to expand to 40. This has always been a moving target ever since we started the company, but we're close, and we're at a point where we're weaning ourselves off investment. As a startup company, we're continually trying to raise capital, and we've been successful in keeping that together. As Jason and Mike both share, it's really a struggle to have enough stamina to keep the company going, and we've been able to do that successfully. Some of the things that we are currently expressing is our capability to expand our current products outside of the supplements into serum and media. I'm actually going to Brazil next week to meet with JBS Swift. They're the largest meat packaging company in the world. We've got about 54,000 people here in the U.S. and around 40,000 in Brazil. But it's to be able to manage their serum, because that's a part of our business that we'd like to incorporate and bring that to Missoula in terms of a fill and finish facility. So this is something that we prepared for the board in terms of our growth potential that will impact Missoula. Another area that I've been involved in somewhat as a Missoula-based company is there's a huge shift, and maybe many of you have heard some of the issues surrounding flu vaccine preparation is the slow ability to scale it up. Because traditionally they've all been manufactured in cells, and today there's a huge push to transform that and bring that into cell culture because it's more rapid and it's more specific. So our company provides the media and the nutrients to allow the cell culture transition to happen. And so one of the things that we promoted to Missoula's leadership, you guys are leadership in Missoula, so to you as well, is Missoula, I think, houses some great assets that I think are undervalued and underappreciated in this area. We have Rocky Mountain Labs, which is an NIH facility down in Hamilton. We have the University of Montana, GSK, a major biotech firm, St. Patrick Hospital. There are only 7 places in the world that have this asset base. We've got it in Maryland, Houston, Texas, and Missoula, and Hamilton, in the United States. So it's something that we're trying to promote to bring biotechnology here, and working our legislation team and other people to promote Missoula as a best place for biotechnology. So in terms of my presentation, that's really it. But I'd be happy to go on forward.
So we're going to have a panel now, so we can ask questions of the 3 gentlemen and their companies. One of the things we talked about this morning, we heard from a number of people, what does Missoula want to be when it grows up? And when you look at, as far as the community is concerned, how do we actually capitalize on our strengths? And I think these 3 companies are an example of companies that are capitalizing on strengths that are already here. Intellectual capital, people coming from the university who are incredibly smart. Feedstock, so things that go into the making of these products. We have, RM Bio can't currently use bovine blood from Montana because of disease issues, but certainly it's a possibility in the future. And then, between Goomsey and Goomsy is the best example of straight up just brains coming out of the university, whether it be Bozeman or Missoula. Or the Montana brand. So anyway, you guys will come up. I'll get you started with a question. We've got a play story up here. The lights will be shining in your face. Ultimately, when the Best Place Project is going to be looking at growing businesses here as well as recruitment. And one of the things you look at as far as growing businesses that are already here and or capitalizing on strengths in the community, getting a business like these three in Missoula going is great. And my first question to get you all started with your questions is, each of you, what is the decision point? Is there a decision point where you would have to take your company and move it outside the state because of limited resources and or capabilities in Montana? If it's not an issue, great. Tell us why you can stay. But I'm also interested to hear why you might have to leave at some point. Why don't you start, Jay? Okay.
Well, certainly, in initial discussions that have passed, we're much further than that with a raft of venture capital firms. We go down and visit them, and after talking on the phone, when we actually show up in their Palo Alto offices or what have you, they say, okay, so when are you going to move the company out of Missoula, down here? I'm not going to do that, Similar to what Suresh said, and Mike too. I mean, we love this place. It's special. It actually informs our chemistry in a lot of ways, let alone the base of where it comes from. And so the grant that I highlighted towards the end here, it really helps, put the brakes on that conversation, because the value curve, if you will, of the company is on the, it's probably highest on the design, if you will, and then kind of dips when you get to manufacturing, and then it's higher again on marketing and sales. I mean, that's where the better jobs tend to be on either side of that U, if you will. And we can do both those from Missoula. The manufacturing, at first at least, and maybe forever, will be out the large scale. Though we have some designs for kind of follow-on stuff that's higher value that won't be as huge, but be pretty profitable for us to do eventually in Missoula. But we will do some manufacturing out of the state. So I'm not sure what would take us out. I mean, I guess sale of the company is things, when that happens, you never know what happens, and that's always an option for a company in a growth industry like ours, that you could get sold. We have bigger designs to go public one day, but like I said, we've got no illusions of trying to keep this thing small. So hard to say. I just think that with this kind of public support that's been demonstrated recently, we're going to be in a pretty good place to stay here, and we think we can attract people here.
It's kind of funny because I've already faced two situations in the past 4 years, 3.5 years, that would have required us to relocate the business. One of them was a financing deal, like you mentioned, in Austin, Texas, and we had term sheets and everything, but it would require us to relocate to Austin. And 2 months, I held off on doing the deal, and 2 months later, we closed a 3-year site license contract, and were able to raise angel capital and keep things going. Before that, I was in Silicon Valley. I think I lined up like 16 venture capital meetings in 2 days, tromping around Sand Hill Road and what have you. And before that, I was in DC, and every single one of the venture capital investors, number one, I was asking for too little money. Number two, any one of the deals would have required us to relocate either to the East Coast or to Silicon Valley. And so the financing was one of the things that would have made us move. But thankfully I was able to work around it. And I think now we've gotten to a position where we could go back to some of those people and hold our ground. Whereas early on, early stage or seed stage, you don't have that luxury. So that's probably the biggest one. Acquisition, another. But as far as anything from a business standpoint that would require us to go anywhere other than Missoula, I don't think we'd have to. One thing I've learned is when you're selling to a national market, sometimes leaving the salespeople in larger cities is probably the best thing, but you can have your operations, your support, your engineering, your finance located here, but the salespeople that are going to be road warriors and hopping on planes might be better off in a hub city. And so I would say what we would probably do is just satellites, and we already have one engineer in Switzerland and one salesperson in Los Angeles. And so we would probably have satellites, but we can pretty much keep the company here as we grow.
From my perspective, we're a manufacturing company, and if you understand I import serum from Australia and New Zealand because there's no mad cow disease there. And then our products then go overseas. So geographically, it would be smarter for us to be located close to our source of raw material. However, our manufacturing platform also allows a high margin for our products. So we're not really geographically inhibited by what we're doing. And to live in Missoula, I think, is a huge blessing. I mean, outside of this business, my goal was to be the first Montana real Indian fishing guy. So, our ability to turn this into a global manufacturing facility based here in Missoula is really our goal. We've gone through 2 buyout offers, yet our company was undervalued. Now we're generating revenue. And I would say even if our company did get bought out, the manufacturing facility would stay here in Missoula.
One of the things, before we open it up for questions, that I know from the other side of the fence about these 3 companies is that their persistence and determination in raising capital in western Montana pushed an angel network to form right here in Missoula. The Big Sky Angel Network is a direct result of these 3 companies stubbornly pursuing capital, and that network arose from that. So, outside of just the work you do in your own companies, you guys have had an incredible effect on the western Montana.
Just tell them to send the checks. Gladly cash them.
Question, we've talked a little bit today about the difficulty of working with City of Missoula, maybe even Missoula County, on the encouragement of growth of startups, growth of businesses that have been here a little while that want to get bigger. What's been your experience with working with the governmental side of Missoula in your companies?
Well, mine's, other than grants, having the mayor and the city of Missoula speak on our behalf for one of the grants, I think that's the Big Sky Trust Fund, isn't it? They have to apply on your behalf towards the Department of Commerce. Other than that, really the government hasn't had much influence on our business. I think at a certain size, you're probably less affected. You just go get your office space and you hire employees. One of the things that we did have a challenge early on, because I wore a ton of hats, will still do, just to keep the company afloat, and the paperwork and the bookkeeping and the work comp and what have you, I chose to outsource all that because early on I was just inundated with paperwork and I wanted to run my business. And so I sourced to a professional employment organization that serves tech startups and financial sector companies, and they're global. So as soon
any advertising, because they don't want any question of conflict of interest between where they get their money and what kind of endorsement or they do or don't for a company or its products. So this was faced by Comcast this year. And Comcast is one of the 32 companies that was put up on this national poll for worst companies in America. And they sent out this email to their employees. I'll just read a little bit. Comcasters, we need your help to show that Comcast is a great company. The Consumerist website is currently hosting its poll of the, quote, worst companies in America. Comcast is part of the first round of this poll, which started today. Unfortunately, the same poll named us as their worst last year. If you feel that Comcast does not deserve this label, we hope you will participate and vote for the company that is paired against Comcast. To vote, just click on this link and place your vote. Remember, your participation is voluntary. Naturally, we don't want to vote for any company to receive this label. Unfortunately, that's how the Consumerist poll is structured. you can only vote one time from a single IP address, so we hope you will consider voting at home today, tonight, at home from your cell phone, iPad, personal computer, or other web-enabled devices with a unique IP address. You can use company devices as well as your personal devices. If you are having trouble voting, please send an email to us here and someone will contact you to assist you. Well, what do you think happened? Well, then they sent out a second email because, it's kind of confusing. You don't vote for your company, you got to vote for the other. So then they had to make, do not, capital letters, vote for Comcast. When you cast your ballot, remember, you're voting for the worst company in America. Well, the consumerist, of course, got copies of these. How did it get copies? Well, what they say is, because they had, the second email that Comcast sent out to employees was, consumerist even sent us a letter encouraging us to rally, to quote, rally your troops. And the consumerist said, when we said rally your troops, we didn't mean tell your employees, don't bully your employees into voting multiple times. We believe this is tantamount to cheating. But they pointed out they first heard about it or knew something was up when all of a sudden they saw an influx of traffic from teamcomcast.com. And after they taunted Comcast on Twitter about trying to game the system because they saw all these votes coming in, they got these tips coming in and some employees sent copies of the emails that they got. So anyway,
Did they win or lose?
you know what? I don't know the answer. I did look to see who they were up against in the first round, and this was in March. They put them up against Best Buy. I don't know how they decided. United Airlines was in there. I mean, it's a lot of companies. I'd never even heard about this before. But interesting way that company decided to resolve it by not even thinking about customers, but going to its employees, and it pretty much backfired on them.
Yeah.
So how about group number 3 with our intern, I think that is. Somebody speaking? Okay.
I'll be even faster. Okay, we had 2 hats, first as a parent and then also as the supervisor. We agreed that we would talk to our daughter and give her the advice that it did seem kind of unethical to post as an anonymous person, and also that she should only post about things that she's using and really does feel good about, so kind of truth in her reporting. And then ultimately we would recommend that she goes to her supervisor with an alternative strategy, kind of a better strategy for marketing. One of those was...
It was, pick the top 10 bloggers in the space that you're in, and then send them a pair of the boots, or and then get them to blog about the product, not from their own personal perspective, which is a really good strategy.
And then maybe, couple that with blogging, but saying who she is and where she works, so they know what she's up to. Then as the supervisor, we talked about kind of immediately putting a stop to that. It's disingenuous. It looks bad if it gets out that is what you're doing, and it looks like you have no confidence in your product. And then Bob and I decided, without the rest of our group, that there also should be some kind of disciplinary action, not necessarily, at least a markup at that point, and then maybe more action if there's been a history of this type of behavior or a pattern, and at the very least to note it, so if you do see that, then you can take some action with that employee in the future. And then finally, the pattern that we used, and you guys can disagree because we didn't actually talk about this, would be truth versus loyalty. All right.
So the punishment came from the cop? Go figure. That came out of nowhere.
They got the ticket.
Capital punishment. Yeah. I'll put their head.
There's a fellow who's an expert in marketing who basically said there are 10 magic words for employees that venture into this whole idea of the social web, and those magic words are, I work for X, and this is my personal opinion. So even if it's your personal opinion, you're disclosing who you work for, and then you always make it very clear, even if you're in your own private space, that, yeah, indeed, I'm affiliated with this company, because it can raise the question of who are you speaking on behalf, even if you're speaking on behalf of yourself. I mean, clearly for the intern, it was a right versus a wrong, but it would have been hard. Think of an intern in college, first day on the job, really loves the job, and a boss asks you to do this. This is not a real situation. It is based on, I found a PR, there's a PRSSA, the Public Relations Student Society of America, and they had a group of, a bunch of ethical dilemmas that they were talking about, and this was one they were sending out to interns and PRSSA members saying, if you're ever an intern and asked to do something like this, don't. But, so I presume this has happened to someone somewhere. It also gets to that value that we hear a lot about these days, transparency. I mean, you hear everyone from the President of the United States to our congressman in Montana. We're all talking about transparency. It's easy to say. It can be very hard to do, but it's about making sure people are clear who's sponsored this, who's paying for it, whose words are these. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself? And the value always falls on the side of transparency. Chrysler, the Chrysler Group. Can we unring the bell? Or do we want to?
What's that?
Can
Yeah,
we
can you
unring the
bleep me
bell,
out?
or do we even want to?
So given that Chrysler recently introduced M&M to promote the brand, is the offending tweet really that offensive? We understood that some people could be offended by it, and we'd take limited action. We'd issue a one-word apology. One word.
It was short.
Yeah. 2 words? 2 words, I'm sorry. Yeah. And then we think it fell under 2 basic issues, truth versus loyalty. And I guess we talked about any publicity is good publicity, and then short-term versus long-term. And I, per usual, did not agree with my group at all, because I would have geared a whole advertising campaign around it. I would have had some guy driving a Chrysler, Charger, kind of a badass, get out of his car, slam the door, say, I fucking drive a Dodge, or whatever. And a little lady that goes up to church, shuts the door, goes, I drive a fucking Dodge. I would just capitalize on it. And nobody agreed with me.
They fired the guy. I looked it up. They fired him.
What happened was, of course, remember, it's not your employee. It's New Media Strategies employee who did this. He was working for New Media Strategies on behalf of your company, and they fired him immediately. Poor guy lost his job. They issued Chrysler issued a response on its blog. Saying, this morning an inappropriate comment was issued from the Chrysler brand Twitter handle at Chrysler Autos via our social media agency of record, New Media Strategies. Does it sound like corporate speak a little bit to you? NMS. After further investigation, it was discovered that the statement was issued by an NMS employee who has since been terminated. In other words, first thing is like, it wasn't us, us. But Chrysler Group and its brands do not tolerate inappropriate language or behavior and apologize to anyone who may have been offended by this communication. Furthermore, the company has set in place appropriate steps to ensure that this does not happen again. And what they didn't put in their blog, but very shortly, they also did not renew their contract with New Media Strategies. And so I looked at the comments. We were talking about comments. I looked at the comments to the post to just see what the initial comments were online, and the first comment basically said, well, I'm pretty sure that employee didn't intend this. It looks like it was really Chrysler made the only decision it could possibly do, and so did NMS. And the very next person said, disagree. And they said, reprimand the guy or girl for sure, but firing is a bit extreme. You may apologize, but your reaction was so predictably corporate. And then the next person says, yeah, I totally agree with you. This makes Chrysler look like a cruel company that just doesn't get it. Another thing you guys don't seem to get is blog comments. And then the next person says, and here they're really getting down to ethical dilemma and values. I agree that mercy and forgiveness are appealing traits, all the much so because they're not always visible on the corporate level. But if NMS is in the business of tweeting for corporate clients and the staffer causes tremendous negative publicity and damages the relationship with said client, shouldn't NMS give that staffer the boot? Should there be a correlation on the scale of the error and its consequences? I thought that was a very, an interesting comment where they're taking it down to. So,
I will say we had a whole conversation about who is Chrysler's customer and would they really be tweeting and how bad, those kind of things. And so, how much did it really impact, and whether that was then more of an offense or less of an offense, et cetera.
And it is interesting, there was some blog that said, hey, you're using M&M.
Right.
I mean, it's one line and it was a mistake. But there were others who really felt they did the only thing they could and that it was entirely inappropriate. It points out how easy it is to have this happen. And someone has to take responsibility. There was at least one columnist, and I don't know how much credibility, tried to look at a lot of reaction, pointing out that maybe the reason New Media Strategies actually didn't get its contract renewed is they didn't really think the whole campaign was working out overall, and this happened, and maybe M&M, maybe they had second thoughts about M&M and everything too, and this gave them a reason to really just cut it off. But I don't know. It's just an interesting situation that they faced.
About putting the employee, using that employee for accountability instead of Chrysler just doing all that on themselves.
Yeah. So, what can we conclude from all of this? I'll mention a couple things, and I know we have about 10 minutes. So, first of all, these are good discussions to have within your organizations. And one of the things that Kidder and other ethicists would point out is, we need to be talking about these things openly with lots of people in our community, in our organizations, because it's really all about ethical fitness. You can't just figure out, I've got a problem, what do I do now? You've got to have a whole culture of, we face these kind of problems all the time, we talk about them, how are we going to decide them? Oh yeah, did you see what happened to company so-and-so? Look what happened to Chrysler. What would we do if that happened here? What can we be doing about it? But having those discussions, and not just among kind of a couple of people, but bringing folks to the table, because not everyone will agree, but if you can get down to what are our values as people, what are our values as, as members of this organization, and what are the organization's values, and then who are our stakeholders, and how are we going to respond if something like this happens. If you can do some of these theoretical kinds of things, when the real thing happens, it often becomes much clearer how you might want to act. So ethical fitness, I believe it's never too early and it's never too late to be talking about these kinds of things. There is likely a gap in how leaders of organizations think these things should be handled internally with their employees and how the employees feel they should be handled. And is it Deloitte Touche? Am I pronouncing that properly? I always, when you write it, my computer always wants to do touche, and I know it's not touche, but what's going on here? But anyway, they did in social media years, it's probably a long time ago, but in 2009, they did an ethics and workplace survey in businesses, and they found out that, 3/4 of their respondents agreed it's very easy to damage a brand's reputation on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. A big majority of the executives, the business executives surveyed who responded, said they have a right to know how their employees are portraying themselves and their organizations online. Now, you can imagine that the employees did not agree with that. Half of them said the social networking sites are none of my employer's business. So we have gaps there, which opens up the opportunity for conversation, because this is all happening so quickly. And then I just learned from Karen about NLRB recently.
Yeah, the National Labor Relations Board, they have a new board, and for a long time they didn't have enough people on the board. They deal with the unions and around labor and wage types of issues. And they've recently issued statements saying that you as an employer do not have a right to limit what your employees say. And that includes saying your supervisor is a horrible person and the company's bad and those kinds of things. Unless you are affecting safety or you're going to damage money, you as a company will not be able to go after them. And it doesn't just apply to union, it applies to everyone. And so there's a lot of case law that we'll see that'll come out of this, and they are a new board. And so I would expect a lot of interesting things to come out of policies around this kind of thing as you as an individual or as a company start to write these policies. You're going to have to be very careful that you don't violate your employees' right to say what they want to say.
So there's a new development that has interesting implications.
Isn't there the other side of that, though, too? That the employee can't just say anything they want to say because they're bound by the employment contract as well. And there was an employee for Google who did that and was fired, and that went through the courts, and it was okay for Google to fire him.
Here's what I'll tell you: is that the new board, the original board, was set up. They did not actually have the right number to be able to make the decisions, and the new board is looking at going back and overturning some of these decisions that have been made. And I think that will be one of them that they'll look at, and whether it may have stuck because it was done before these rulings were made. But it is pretty interesting. Unless you can prove financial damage to your business for what they said, you're going to have a tough time winning those cases now.
Do you think that's,
It's really brutal.
do you think that's based on the fact that, like in the Facebook world, I mean, it would be no different than if I went to you and said, God, my boss sucks. I'm saying it to my friends. So if I said that to you just in conversation, they couldn't fire me for that.
Susan.
Thanks, John. I wasn't talking about her, I was talking about Sean. But I mean, I think that's kind of I think people that use Facebook have that mentality that these are my group of friends. I'm sharing with them that I had a crappy day at work because I got yelled at. It'd be no different than if I said it to you in person. But
Well,
that's what I want. That's what I wonder.
It's the reach of that statement.
I mean,
The reach in person is not near what it is in Facebook.
no, but that's why it's a social network.
But what if you're having that conversation in person at the restaurant and somebody goes to your boss and he gets back to your boss, they can fire you?
No. Peggy, we've gone viral on this.
I know that. I don't need to do anything more.
I can't say I fired Elaine because she's total just wasting my time, and they can't say that. The company can just say that much. Because if you found out that the company said that, you could turn around and sue the company for defamation of your character. All they could say is, I terminated you because, policy incorrect or whatever. But they can't elaborate.
Well, they might not say that's why.
Yeah,
Because they might set fire.
yeah, but you could turn around and find out, okay, why was it fired?
Yeah.
Right out of the blue all of a sudden.
Yeah.
With no bad performance reports or anything
Yeah.
before that.
And that's where that's
What I would point out is social media offer us all kinds of new opportunities for interesting new twists on ethical dilemmas, and they're entirely, being resolved and not resolved, and new boards, new rulings, new decisions are coming up, and who knows in the next year what new technology there will be. So it's one of those where being nimble and trying to ground yourself in what are our values and how do we decide these kinds of things, and remember what is legal and what is ethical. I mean, sometimes that we have to have those conversations. I mean, just defaulting to, well, this is the law, isn't necessarily going to be an answer for you. I'm not, pushing civil disobedience, but just really thinking about why do we really believe this. We don't do it just because it's the law, for instance. The handout should have made its way. I hope it made its way all around. It's just a few resources. I found this. I found this one form that came from. I think I have it on there. I don't have a copy. From a company that does social media participation, public relations, shift communications. It's just one example, but it shows one way companies can put guidelines together. I'm kind of pro and con on guidelines. The more pages you have, the more difficult I think it is for people to make sure they know all the points. But on the other side, too, are these resources. I mentioned a couple of books. I am really finding a lot of interesting commentary these days and what's happening in advertising age. I get their daily, several times a day, emails with their articles. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on, even if you're not thinking that applies to you. That's about social media and how it's being used to promote brands and dilemmas that come up. Shift Communications is where I found these 10 points. There's some blogs I didn't know about beforehand that various people I consulted referred me to, so it's worth tapping into those to see if those are of interest to you. I wanted to thank, I have people at the bottom who I thank there saying they helped me find some of these. I even found a woman who works for the United Nations because they're trying to put together their social media policy for the UN on UN employees and social media, which was interesting. Like if you're in Second Life and you have an avatar that wears the blue UN helmet. Okay, things we haven't thought about before. I wanted to mention these two opportunities. I'm not pushing them, but one of the people I got a lot of interesting ideas about ethical dilemmas was this Jim Nichols, who I've not met. We've only e-met, but he's going to be in Missoula as part of a New West festival in early May, Rise of the Rockies, on entrepreneurship and social media. So I'm looking forward to meeting him in person. And then Denny Elliott comes every summer and does a week-long ethics seminar. It's targeted for grad students, but also includes for teachers, and also if your company has an ethics officer or would like to designate someone as an ethical guru in the company, they do have a 5-day class. And I found that Coca-Cola, speaking of media policy, they, I learned about a new, after I printed out the handout, I found a new website that I'm going to be checking. And you know that phrase, damn, I wish I'd thought of that? Well, this is the damniwish.com, DAMNIWISH.com, and it's Andy Zernowitz, who's, have you ever heard of him? He's, according to his bio, a professor at Northwestern, and he's also a word-of-mouth marketing expert and has a blog called Gas Pedal. And so on Damn I Wish, one of the things he had was an example from Coca-Cola's social media policy. It's a year old, it looked like. And I liked this phrase, which was, be conscious when mixing your business and personal lives. The company respects the free speech rights of all of its associates, but you must remember that customers, colleagues, and supervisors often have access to the online content you post. Keep this in mind when publishing information online that can be seen by more than friends and family. And know that information originally intended just for friends and family can be forwarded on. Very interesting, very clear statement. Doesn't necessarily solve everything, but it's kind of a nice base from which to operate, I thought. And the other thing I would mention is that, let's see, almost every social media scandal involving brands boils down to a lack of disclosure. People expect to know your motivations. That's from the DamnIWish.com guy, Andy Zernowitz. Transparency in everything you do. I like the idea of sending the boots to the top 10 outdoors bloggers and letting them see how great they are and blog, because that will go much farther. So I'm stopping to let you go viral. Any comments, questions, things you want to share with your group? We have 1 minute. How's that? Anything? We're done. Thank you very much. Are there any more copies of that handout somewhere?
Oh, perfect. So everybody, it's time for a break. There's food in the back. Everybody wants to thank Peggy again. And we'll have some giveaways as soon. Are we doing them now?
3:15.
Doing giveaways again at 3:15.
Postings on the internet all the time, and not just, the mean-spirited ones. So my question for you first is, as a parent, what kind of advice could you give her? Then I want to take it a step further and say, once you figure that out, let's say you're the supervisor who has authority over this boss who hired the intern, who made the assignment. And let's say as a supervisor, one of your jobs is to kind of monitor the conversation that's going on online about your company, and you notice this little blip of positive comments. All of a sudden there are these new positive comments about XYZ products. So you happen to mention it to the boss, who reports to you. So you're his boss, I guess. So you report to the supervisor, hey, I'm noticing this little influx of comments, and he says, isn't it great? Sally's a new intern, and I'm having her post on these blogs. So then my question is, what do you, as the supervisor of this boss who gave the intern her first assignment, do, if anything? That's number 3. And finally, number 4, the dice. You got the dice. Group number 4, you have what I'm calling the case of the offending tweet. Or I also call it, can you unring the bell? Remember that? You unring the bell on the cat. So here we are, group number 4 members. You are a trusted friend and advisor to the CEO of Chrysler Group, Chrysler Motors, and to the marketing director for Chrysler. And today, right today, the company is facing an unexpected firestorm that just erupted. And as a little bit of background, you know, Chrysler has been repositioning itself in recent months. It's been repositioning itself using a marketing company called New Media Strategies. And they're building this presence around Detroit, Motor City, American values, honoring the working man and woman. And what happens is, this morning an employee for New Media Strategies, not one of your employees, but one of your marketing agency employees, whose job it is to tweet about the company, was driving to work, and he got caught in a traffic jam in Detroit. And he thought he was logged onto his personal Twitter account when he sent out this little tweet that says, I find it ironic that Detroit is known as the Motor City, and yet no one here knows how to effing drive. Only he dropped the F-bomb in his tweet. And there it is out on @Chrysler Autos. Immediately the message is deleted. Immediately it's deleted. But it's already been retweeted, of course, because there's a following. And it's already now making the rounds to various blogs as well. So it's gone viral very quickly. One thing to remember about the repositioning of Chrysler's brand is that you just, about a month and a half earlier, had a great Super Bowl ad. I don't know if any of you remember this ad, and we would have had it queued up. But there's a great Super Bowl ad that, again, is about this positioning on Detroit. And I'll read the script to you for a little of it. First, you see this car. You can't see the person driving it, but you see what's outside the windows, and you're driving through the city of Detroit. You see smokestacks and brick buildings and old crumbling streets, and you hear this guy's voice, and I can't do my imitation, but it's like, I got a question for you. What does this city know about luxury, huh? How does a town that's been to hell and back know about the finer things in life? Well, I'll tell you, more than most. You see, it's the hottest fires that make the hardest steel. And then you realize who's behind the wheel saying this. It's Eminem, the rapper, who's from Motor City. And the whole point is, it's quite a well-done ad. He's driving along, they're talking about this isn't Sin City, and it's not this, it's certainly not Emerald City or Detroit. He pulls up at the end in this car to the Fox Theater, which is a beautiful old theater in downtown Detroit that's been renovated for a number of years. And he walks in and he walks down, and there's a gospel choir at the front, and he turns and he faces the camera from the stage, and he says, this is the Motor City. This is what we do. And then, pans back, and you get the Chrysler 200 has arrived, imported from Detroit. So you have this commercial that got a lot of attention. Features Eminem, who's promoting your brand, and I'm pretty sure that Eminem has used the F-bomb quite a bit. As a matter of fact, for those of you in that group, I quoted from just one of his songs. I couldn't even bring myself to put all the words in. But so, given that Chrysler has already embraced Eminem, is this little line really that offensive? And regardless, it's kind of making a lot of buzz. So I'd like you to know, what are you going to recommend to your friends at Chrysler that they do? So we got 10 minutes. So get into your groups, have a discussion. I will ask you to ask someone to be the spokesperson who can report out. Try to figure.
In her 11th year as the executive director of the Missoula Downtown Association, one of Missoula's most effective nonprofits. And before that, she was the sports information director at the University of Montana from 89 to 99. She has a BS in Communication Studies and a master's in Public Administration from UM. She was also acknowledged as a mover and shaker in Western Montana in 2005 and is a 2008 recipient of the U of M Alumni Award. Linda also serves on the executive committee of the Missoula Convention Visitors Bureau. So with that, here's Linda.
I don't have a whole lot of time to tell you all kinds of things I want to share with you. If you're not familiar with the Missoula Downtown Association, we are a private, nonprofit, membership-based organization. We grew out of the Chamber of Commerce in 1975 and started our own organization. And our focus is to promote, support, and enhance the vitality of downtown Missoula, which is a very important part of our community and a lot of the reason why people choose to live here and visit here. We have 4 mission areas: membership, marketing and events, advocacy, and master plan. We had a lot of conflicts in downtown Missoula back in, say, 5, 10 years ago. Things like, how high should buildings be? Where should they be located? Should we be doing road diets? What are we doing about homelessness? And all kinds of other things. And it became apparent that we needed to have a downtown master plan, a plan for our downtown that gets everybody on the same page, looking down the road, looking forward, and really trying to accomplish the same goals so that we're not in conflict over what we want to be when we grow up. So in 2007, we started pre-planning for how do we go about looking at a long-term vision for our downtown, a community vision that outlines the direction that we should be going. And we spent most of 2008 on the planning process. How many of you have heard about the Downtown Master Plan? Okay, how many of you either participated or have heard somebody present on the Downtown Master Plan? Okay, not so bad. I'd love to come in and tell you all about the master plan, but unfortunately that takes about 40 minutes. So today I'm here to tell you sort of what have we accomplished. We had about 2,000 people who participated in the public visioning process. We have a land use and circulation plan that's about a 25-year look down the road, and we also have sub-strategies for housing, for parking, for employment, for tourism, and for infrastructure. So we have a lot of sub-strategies that will really help us develop the kind of downtown that we all want to have in our communities. And downtown belongs to all of us, no matter where we live, no matter where we work. Downtown belongs to you, and it's your playground, it's yours to use, it's yours for commerce, entertainment, etc. So you are a vested stakeholder in our downtown, irregardless of whether you own property or a business or work downtown. So today's presentation is sort of about the accomplishments that we have, accomplished to date. The master plan was unanimously approved by the Missoula City Council in August of 2009, after it was unanimously approved by the Consolidated Planning Board. And if you've been in Missoula long enough, you probably know that it's not very often you get a unanimous vote from the Missoula City Council. It was indeed the Board of Directors of the Missoula Downtown Association and the Downtown Business Improvement District, the Missoula Parking Commission, and the Missoula Redevelopment Agency that came together to make this plan happen. Today we have 2 MDA board members in the room, John Horner and Raquel Williams. Both serve on our board, and it is indeed our board that provides exceptional leadership and direction, and it is a working board. They're all working their butts off. So feel free to stop and ask questions if you have questions, but I'm just going to kind of click through this. So we did get renewal of the Downtown Business Improvement District done last year. Creation and renewal of a BID happens by signed petition of property owners. When we created the BID in 2005, and it generates about $300,000 annually for common area maintenance and marketing, we had about 64% approval and about 15% protest. After 5 years of being in play, we were able to renew it for a 10-year period at the same rates. We had 75% approval and 0 protest. In Missoula, that's not very common. Property owners love the Downtown Clean Team, the ambassadors, and the Downtown Dedicated Patrol. So we have a mobile information kiosk that provides information to our visitors. We created a Downtown Foundation last year, a 501c3 foundation that allows us to go after grant funding for projects and allows us to provide tax what do you call them, incentives, reductions for contributions to projects, and will help us raise funds and create partnerships for implementation of the master plan over time. The first project we're doing is the Caras Park Improvement Project, and we have, through the foundation, raised $160,000 in the last year for that phase 1. So we're under construction there right now, if you don't already know about it, and there is some information up here on the table about our capital campaign and what we're doing there. We got a downtown historic district designation for all of downtown. We have now 9 historic districts in Missoula. We had a number of them around downtown, but we hadn't done the research and the work to make the entire central business district a historic district. So that offers opportunities for people to use historic tax credits. It gives us an opportunity to have historic district signage on I-90, which just went in December. History is really an important part of who we are in downtown, and every downtown is the history center of their community. We submitted federal appropriations requests for 3 different projects. One of them is the conversion of one-way streets to two-way streets. We want to take Front Street and Main Street and convert them to two-way streets and provide better access from Madison Street and Orange Street into downtown and into those businesses on those streets. We're looking at doing a comprehensive downtown street lighting district. We have a lot of different lighting districts, and a lot of properties are paying into the districts. And we want to do a streetcar feasibility study. A streetcar is the in-street rail. We used to have one here in Missoula, and the first phase of that, if we were to implement it, would be to connect St. Pat's Hospital to the University of Montana. Those projects were not funded. We did look at potentially submitting appropriations requests for 2011, and per advisement, we will not be doing that. If we were to get the funding to convert Front and Main, we would tee Front Street off into Main Street and create a true 4-way intersection here at Orange and Main Street. And again, these streets would be traffic going each way. So that gives you an overview of what would happen there. We did acquire $1.5 million of economic stimulus funding for the North Higgins Street Improvement Project. And this was a plan that came out of a 2005 streets plan that was incorporated into the downtown master plan. We completed it last fall. I assume most of you have seen it, used it, been on it. How many of you ridden your bikes on it? Okay, we got a couple, good. So we have a vehicle lane reconfiguration. We have the protected bike lanes, which is very uncommon in the United States, but commonly used in Europe. And that's a dedicated bike lane that in this case is between the parked car and the sidewalk. We have corner plazas and code-compliant ADA ramps and pedestrian scale lighting. So this has been a wonderful project, and if you look down the street, all but 2 or 3 of the retail spaces in this 3-block area are now filled. So we have new street lighting, more pedestrian scale, more lighting, dedicated pedestrian space. We're getting the bikes off the sidewalks into their bike lanes. It is a pilot project for us to test that bike lane concept as a community and to look at how Higgins could really work as a 3-lane. We never did get to a final decision on whether Higgins should be a 3-lane or 4-lane roadway, and we have some issues as you travel further south, vehicle volumes, etc. If we can open up Front and Main Streets a little bit more, that's going to make access a little bit easier, and then we can really evaluate how a true 3-lane roadway might work if we wanted to move in that direction. We also got landscaping, a sewer line repair, a water line replacement, and those infrastructure elements in our downtown are extremely old and worn out, so the opportunity to get new lines underneath the streets is really important. And then controlled access to surface parking lots. And we also have the signal box project. I don't know if you've noticed that, but more public art in our downtown. And this is an example of the parking lot where you now exit to the alley, and so that makes for a safer pedestrian zone, and you don't have to walk across the entrance to the parking lots. This is the grand opening of our North Higgins project. We did, as a city, go through a strenuous process on zoning, and we did rewrite our zoning code for downtown, and we did develop an urban fringe development plan. If we want to protect open space in our community and we want that recreational space, we need to think about how we build and where we build. And we can build this way or we can build this way. So the urban fringe development plan calls for more development in the core and less development on the fringe, so we can protect that recreation and open space that we value so much in our community. The next step for zoning is to do design guidelines for downtown. That's a chapter that we set aside and didn't accomplish because we were in the midst of a planning process for downtown. So the city is saving some money for us to do a public process for design guidelines, and we're trying to figure out when should we start that public process and how much funding we will need. And we are thinking about something called form-based codes, which doesn't look at the use of the internal aspect of the building, but looks at the external design of the building and how it fits in terms of form in the landscape of the surrounding area. Because of the downtown master plan, transportation impact fees were reduced by 33% for building that happens downtown. So you have a First Interstate Bank that is looking at building a couple different locations. It's probably a lot more expensive for them to build downtown. But when you think about the impact on transportation, it's probably less of an impact in the downtown arena than if they were to build out on the periphery. The Missoula Redevelopment Agency and the Mill Site Redevelopment Project submitted an application for Tiger II funding, and the purpose was to use it for use the funds for street, trail, and park completion in the Sawmill District. The application was not approved. And there will be an opportunity for us to submit down the road. So this is the Sawmill District. Are most of you familiar with the Sawmill District Development Project in the center of the community? Yes, no, kind of. Okay, so this is that area next to the baseball stadium that used to be an old Champion sawmill, and we have a mixed-use redevelopment plan. Right now we're doing a lot of cleanup and restoration work. We just finished up some projects last fall that I'll show you here in a minute. Higgins Avenue Bridge is an important piece of our downtown. At some point down the road, it's going to need resurfacing and improvements, but unfortunately that's in the long-term work plan for the Montana Department of Transportation. And it's going to be up to us as downtown constituents to advocate for cantilevers, ramps, lighting, and other desired amenities. What we again want to do is provide a better pedestrian experience. If you've ever walked across the bridge, it's very narrow, the railings are very distant, you can't hardly pass each other. If you have a stroller or a bike, you're kind of, in a little bit of a pinch. So we want to make that experience a lot more comfortable. And this graphic shows a two-lane Higgins, but that doesn't mean that we're looking to be a two-lane Higgins. But it does show you from an overview what we would like to see as far as amenities on the bridge. I think one of the biggest issues we were dealing with before the master plan, and one of the things I am most proud of, is that we have convinced our governments to stay downtown. They were planning to move administration for the county and both city police and county sheriffs out to Mullen Road. And we have been able to convince them to stay downtown. And both municipalities have made significant investments in downtown. At some point, the city will need to seek a public bond to fund a new police headquarters, and we do have a place for them to be in downtown. So the courthouse has done a lot of investment and expansion inside the courthouse, and at some point in the near future, that will be all courts. And then they have worked with Garlington Lawn and Robinson. They are buying the building, the old building that they just vacated. I know you guys were on a tour of the new building. Isn't it wonderful? And then the city and the county also bought the Creamery building on West Railroad. And they're going to be relocating Partnership Health Center into that building. This is a very nice building. We are in the midst of a CARES Capital campaign to raise $500,000 for CARES Park improvements. How many of you have heard about our capital campaign? Okay, that's good. I brought flyers and envelopes, and I hope you'll consider making a donation if you can. We have raised enough funds for Phase 1 improvements, which are currently underway, and we still need to raise about $340,000 for Phases 2 and 3. Phase 1 improvements will include a new stage that's about 4 times the size that we currently have there, a semi-permanent fabric awning, a new electrical system, new irrigation system, new lawn, an ADA ramp onto the back side of the structure. And unfortunately, I just came out of a construction meeting, and I don't think it's going to be ready for Brewfest, so we'll be looking at maybe Local Fest as the time to launch it. I talked about Phase 1 improvements. Other things happening in CARES Park, we added a 4th public market last year, the Carousel Sunday Market and Festival. And we still have our 3 Saturday markets, and if you've been to the Clark Fork River Market last year versus the first year, you'll see what an economic boon it has been for our downtown. Both the markets and Brennan's Wave are generating significant economic activity for our downtown. The parking lot's full. They're looking at how to expand the river market. Silver Park is that space on the waterfront next to the baseball stadium. We did some parking lot improvements last summer, adding 165 spaces. The boat ramp is constructed now, and the trail connections and bike ped bridge are to be completed very soon. So you can see where we have parking now for trucks and boat trailers, and lots of parking for baseball activity as well. And according to Matt Ellis, you're going to be able to float to the game and go to a baseball game this summer. So we'll have a new takeout here soon. And this is where the new Max Wave is going in, about 100 yards or so upriver from this takeout. And then this is where the trail connections will be. That'll connect the baseball stadium and McCormick Park area to the California Street Bridge. And then that Russell Street corridor area, I forget what the name of it is, Milwaukee Trail area will be connected to it as well. So you'll have improved riverfront connectivity. We have some parking improvements coming up. I see we made front page in the Montana section today in the Missoulian. We have acquired the land for the East Front Street parking structure. The planning and design is nearly complete, and the construction will probably commence in the next week or two. And this is the public's, this is where the parking lot will be. And this is the first time the public, I think, has seen the structure. So it looks a little bit weird and different. And if you ever have a chance to talk to Don MacArthur, he's got some really amazing thoughts about why it looks the way that it does. And they are looking at doing a solar-powered project. So that'll probably be completed, I think, in about 12 to 18 months, and it'll bring another 325 to 350 parking spaces, structured parking spaces, to the downtown landscape. We also have replacement of old meters on North Higgins with new technology. You can use your credit card. At some point in the future, you will be able to pay for your parking on your cell phone. So if you're sitting in a meeting and you know you got the 2-hour limit and you're going to run a little late, you just plug your meter from your phone in your meeting. I don't know how that happens, but it happens. We also launched 1 hour free parking in Central Park Garage. That's every time you park there, your first hour is free. So here's our old meters and new meters, and then here's where the first hour of free parking is. One of the things that's interesting about how our downtown has developed over time is our parking structures are all on one-way streets. It's another reason why we'd like to convert the one-ways to two-ways. We saw some lease lot rates increase this year, and residential parking permit rates will be increasing this year. We are purchasing new technology for the new Park and Bank Street lots. And then, of course, we're in the midst of a conversation about proposed changes in fine rates, and the public hearing on that will be the first week in June. We have 2 new 6-story buildings in our downtown. You've obviously seen both of them today, and we're so glad to have you downtown. This is a beautiful building, and not only does it bring business and jobs, it also brings tax base and tax increment and BID assessments. So everybody benefits when you have a project like this. All but one floor has been purchased and occupied. You've probably been to Hunter Bay Cafe, and the drive-thru will be finished here in another probably 30 days or so. So we're really thrilled that First Interstate Bank chose to make that investment in the heart of our community and not move it out, somewhere on the periphery. We also have the Garlington Lawn and Robinson building, and again, I know you just came from there, so that is the first new market tax credits project in the state of Montana, thanks to MCDC and First Security Bank. And if you didn't already know about it, MCDC just got another allocation of new market tax credits, so we think that's wonderful. And then Garlington is leasing and selling the old building to Missoula County, which will be moving its administrative services into that building. I need to get a new picture from the top of the market. We do have a comprehensive inventory, a building-by-building inventory currently underway. It's being paid for by the Downtown Association, the BID, and the MRA. Hopefully it'll be done this fall, and at some point we'll have online mapping and information for real estate agents and other people looking at what we have downtown. So It'll serve as a baseline evaluator for us to look at the conditions of properties and be able to go after funding to help improve properties or remediate properties. It'll help us better understand what we offer in terms of goods and services and what we don't offer and what we need to go after in terms of business recruitment or retail recruitment. It'll help us understand business clusters. It'll help us understand sale and lease rate ranges. Proprietary information will remain proprietary. We aren't going to go out and tell people what your building leases for, what your building sells for, but we are going to give ranges, and we're going to show ranges and regions of the downtown so people can make some good quality decisions about that. And we'll also have more information on employment and marketing to help us improve the environment for downtown. So a building by building inventory that's about halfway done as we speak. We continue to seek the university's investment in our downtown. The Montana Museum of Art and Culture is in the midst of a capital campaign. It is currently proposed to be across the street from the Adams Center. The university recognizes the need to have additional classroom space, maybe additional meeting space, student housing space. At some point in the next 10 years, I think you'll see the university be a property owner in the downtown area. And the museum would be a perfect fit because, of course, you know, a museum on campus versus a museum with other museums in the downtown, the synergy is there to have more traffic, more visitorship, more revenues in the downtown environment. The business landscape downtown a year ago, we were all thinking, oh my God, Macy's is closed and everybody's leaving town. And it was a little bit scary. But frankly, it's better than you might think. We've had 47 new businesses open in the last 3 years. We've had 31 businesses close in that same time period. 6 businesses have changed ownership. And of course, the historic Missoula Mercantile sold in less than 1 year. That is unbelievable. When you look at how many buildings have stood vacant in our community, you look at the Art Craft building, for example, it's been on the market off and on for 5 years. So it indeed was the downtown master plan that intrigued Octagon Partners, brought them here to look at what we have to offer, and they were able to, through the master plan, see what the vision this community has for downtown and buy into that vision. And we have had a lot more out-of-area interest and developer inquiries than ever before. This building stood vacant for 2.5 years. We've had 2 downtown businesses open a second location in the last 12 months. And if you haven't tried the new Sapori restaurant and Flathead Lake Brewing Company, we have some really amazing, dynamic new businesses moving into downtown. And the landscape is changing too as far as business ownership. It's younger, it's more innovative, it's more diverse. So these spaces have all filled up now, and Octagon will have this building working under construction in the near future. As soon as they bought the building, we'd been working with Macy's for a year to try and do the storefront window project. And as soon as Octagon bought it, they said, come on down, let's fill the windows. So if you haven't seen them, and I suspect you probably have today when you walked around downtown, we have beautiful new windows there. The library is in the midst of a strategic planning process, and they are committed to staying downtown because of the downtown master plan. They know that we're looking at building an arts and cultural district in that part of our downtown. They can be an anchor for that district, and they recognize the value of having a downtown location and shared parking. Parking structures in the area. So eventually you'll see them build over the top of their parking lot. And this is looking north. You can see the library up here at the top. You have the Children's Theater looking at building a high school performance program. Eventually they'll need housing for those students. And at some point, First Interstate Bank will vacate the First Interstate drive-through down the road, and that land will be open and available for development. We still are working hard to understand homelessness in our community, and that is something that we all have responsibility to. We just finished a comprehensive needs assessment, and it was presented recently to the public. The Salcedo Center was relocated to the Poverello Center basement, and United Way has played a significant role in bringing social service providers together to work again for a common goal. We are seeing some business owners engage in that process a little bit more, and at some point down the road, the Poverello Center will most likely have a new location. This is really not a very good building for them. It's very old and dilapidated. It's not up to code, and we need to provide better services for our homeless. Tourism remains a huge economic stimulator for our community. The Tourism Business Improvement District was passed by the City Council last fall. That means hotels who choose to be in the district are paying, charging an additional $1 per room night and taking that money and pooling it and doing collectively what they can't do individually. So I think you'll see in the next 6 to 12 months Missoula doing more bidding for large events and conferences. Hotel occupancy and airport services both up 3%, and we've actually added some flights to the market for Missoula because we want to see more events like this, big events that bring lots of people and lots of fun to our community. And we also have a lot of opportunity to bring group travel and conventions to town, so that's a positive thing. Events are good for Missoula. Brennan's Wave hosted the Montana Freestyle Kayak Championships last year. How many of you came out and watched some of that? Pretty cool, huh? And this year, Marshall Mountain will be hosting the U.S. Mountain Bike Championships. They're cutting trail right now as we speak. And of course, the marathon's been a huge economic driver, and they just won the Montana Tourism Event of the Year for 2011. So we're really happy to have these kinds of amenities in downtown. We're seeing a lot more active use on the waterfront, a lot more people floating, a lot more river-type activity, and that's a really good thing. That's part of the reason why we live here. So we do have a master plan implementation team. They meet monthly. They've set some pretty aggressive goals. We're looking for different funding mechanisms and opportunities, how to get some projects done this year. What you have, I think, before you is the list of goals that committee has put out, and it's not something that would all happen in 2011, but it really outlines kind of where we're going and where our short-term priorities are as opposed to long-term priorities. And we see the conversion up front in Maine, a study on the downtown street lighting district, and education on form-based codes as our priorities for the year. So that summarizes kind of what we've done in terms of a downtown master plan. Also before you is our downtown Missoula guide and the gallery guide. Those are just some of the things that we do to help market downtown. I have up here information on all of our events. We do about 75 events a year. Half of those are community events like River City Roots Festival, and half of them are membership events. And it really is the business community here that makes these things happen. All of our events are admission free because we have businesses who sponsor those events. Half of you in this room have sponsored our events at one point or another. So I thank you for that. I thank you for your commitment to becoming a better, more educated, more informed community leader in Missoula. And with that, I would take any questions you might have. Dave?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say that we work in all the communities in the state, and Missoula's Downtown Association kicks the pants off everybody else.
It's a sign of good leadership. Yes, Beth.
I think you just did a great job, very comprehensive presentation. You mentioned the streetcars, and I think that sounds really exciting. Is that going to be revisited at any time?
The streetcar is more of a long-term plan. It's more of that probably 12 or 15-year plan. We have rail lines still under street in some areas. We think that connecting St. Pat's to the university and eventually to Midtown, where Southgate Mall is, and eventually to South Campus would be really ideal. You're going to see a lot more employees and a lot more development, in the downtown area. It's about $1 million a mile. We need to do a feasibility study. I think we need to do some things with bus service and getting people adjusting their way of thinking about how they transport themselves. But yes, it's definitely, and actually Mountain Line has put in their strategic plan analysis for this year a feasibility study for the streetcar. Other questions? Yes.
I've enjoyed the streetscape on North Higgins and bike commuter, and I'm just curious, what are the chances of that happening for the farther south portions of Higgins?
Good question. I'd like to say good, but time will tell. We have to, as a community, we got to understand it and how it works. We do still have some people that aren't willing to get out of their cars, don't understand the need, for that dedicated bike lane. We do have room on Higgins, to do that all the way down to the bridge. Where we get into a little bit of trouble is the 5th and 6th area and where it runs into Brook Street. But I do think that that will be something that will be carried forward and continued. And Missoula has a very strong bicycle and trail network, and this is just a way of extending that into downtown and creating a safer environment for people to come downtown on their bikes and bring their kids on bikes. One more question?
So I guess I was confused. The museum that you were talking about, is that going to be, they're thinking about putting that on campus, maybe downtown?
Their original site is in the parking lot across the street from the Adams Center. We think it would be better downtown. They were talking a lot about the Macy's building. There was a lot of conversations with Octagon Partners. That project will move forward without the museum. The museum needs particular kind of space and load-in and temperature control for the art. That particular museum has art in storage in almost every building on campus. They have the most amazing collection, and we want that to be downtown. And I think the university would like to see that downtown. They're just not sure how to make that happen. And it's not a great time to be out fundraising, and they just got the bonding bill passed, and now they're really kind of moving on that College of Technology bill on the golf course. So again, I thank you. Sorry for running a few minutes over time, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about what's happening downtown, because obviously it's something I'm really passionate about. Can you volunteer for that? Yes, Raquel, thank you for bringing that up. We have the Garden City Brew Fest on Saturday, May 7. I need about 150 volunteers to help. I have left my business card up here. If you are interested in volunteering, pick up a card, send me an email. I still have a lot of beer pouring positions available.
Those are the best.
The unfortunate thing is you don't get to drink while you're working, but you do get to drink before and after that. And it is a lot of fun. So please volunteer if you can. Thank you very much.
So while we are getting set up, I will go ahead and I'd like to introduce Peggy Short. Peggy had the opportunity in 2007 to come back to her home state, Montana, in her alma mater, where she is now the dean at the School of Journalism. Prior to that, she was a professor at the University of Kansas, where she did a lot of work in the community with journalism, in fact, bringing KU students together with middle school students and working on an after-school project. She's also had an illustrious career in newspaper worlds, 27 years, working at the Great Falls Tribune, the Hartford Courant, and the Spokesman Review, where she was the managing editor of content there. While there, she was also, the Spokesman Review was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize, was a finalist then. Today, she's going to be here to talk a little bit to us about ethics. She's done a lot of work in ethics and media ethics, so she's going to lead us in our leadership exercise today.
Okay, good. Okay, so first things first. You've had lunch a little while ago, right? Right. So I'm going to ask you, we're talking about fitness and ethical fitness. Let's all stand up and stretch, do whatever, just move around, get your blood going, guys and gals, because you know you've been sitting, there are no windows here. I'm not, I need help if not, you're not falling asleep. So, okay, are we ready? I'll tell you, once I did on C-SPAN, I was running a national conference, and I was the one after lunch, and the lunch speaker, who happened to be the Attorney General of the United States, went on way too long, and I couldn't really pull the hook and get him off because of who he was. And everybody's like this, and I did jumping jacks on C-SPAN to get him going. I won't make you do that, but feel better?
Yes.
You don't have to wait. You may sit down now. But, okay. Oh, that's not my song yet, but I've got it. And it's ready. And it's ready. That is perfect. So, first of all, thank you very much for the introducer, for the great introduction, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. All my years in Spokane, Leadership Spokane, like Leadership Missoula, very active groups, very wonderful organizations, and a lot going on. So this is my first time meeting with this kind of group here in my new hometown, so it's really a great pleasure. And my topic is ethics, more precisely business ethics, but more precisely, we all agreed I was going to talk about social media and ethics. So when you heard about how we were going to be able to use our cell phone for plugging the parking meter, we're using our cell phones already for lots of stuff. And when I say social media, just to be clear, as clear as I can be, I'm talking about the use of web-based and mobile-based technologies that allow us all to connect and share information. So that's everything from blogs, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Yelp, Second Life, Foursquare, what am I missing?
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn. LinkedIn, yes. Okay, so all of that, that's what we're talking about. And here's what we're going to do. And Sean, you're one of the reasons I'm here, so you can either thank me or...
You're not giving me a role.
Yeah, we'll let Sean. What we'll do is, for the first about 10 minutes to maybe 15 minutes, I'm going to do a very short course on basics in ethics. And that's just so we can all kind of start from the same page. And then I'm going to present 4 scenarios. You will be divided, or may already have been divided and you don't know yet, into 4 groups for this. And I'll present all 4 scenarios to all of you, but you'll know which one is yours and which group you're in. You'll get a handout, so there'll be most of the notes of what I talk about is already there for you. You don't have to take a lot of notes. We'll split into the 4 groups, and you can discuss among your groups, and then we'll report back out and have some time for a bit more conversation, and the time will be up. So that's the lay of the land. A quick primer on ethics then. And one thing I wanted to point out from the start is that there's a difference between what is ethical and what is legal. They're not necessarily always the same. They can be, but there are times when people will just automatically go to, well, that's the law. And we do have instances where something is entirely legal, but you may decide that action wouldn't be the ethical thing you would want to do. And there also are instances where something is the ethical thing to do, but it is an illegal act. And that is rarer, but it can come up, often comes up when we're talking about civil disobedience, when groups of people historically in the United States and around the world have decided they are breaking a law intentionally for a greater purpose. But we just don't want to say just because it's legal, that means it's ethical. I am a big fan of Rushworth Kidder, and there will be a handout near the end that has some additional resources, so this book is on there. This one, he's written a number of books and columns. He's an ethicist and author, founded the Institute for Global Ethics in 1990, which is up in Maine. For a number of years, he was a columnist for the Christian Science Monitor newspaper. And this is a nice little book because it's about ethical fitness, and not just in business but in your personal life. And in teaching media ethics, I found that they couldn't stand the ethics textbooks, but they actually asked when we were going to read more of this book. So I can't think of a better endorsement. Rushworth Kidder, in this book, talked about definitions of ethics, and one that he used that I like particularly, actually he attributes to the early 20th century, an Englishman who was a jurist, Lord Moulton, and he said that ethics is obedience to the unenforceable. And again, that makes that distinction. It's not because it's a law and it's codified, it's obedience to the unenforceable. So we choose to act in certain ways that we deem ethical. And we've all grown up with all kinds of moral codes. And we can start with the 10 Commandments, which is a basis for several great world religions. We have, any Boy Scouts in here? The Boy Scout law? Anybody still repeat that? I wasn't a Boy Scout, obviously, but a moral code of action. There's the West Point Cadet honor code, which they point out has important 13 words. That's all it is. A cadet does not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. Few words, but a lot of implications, a lot of things you can and can't and should and shouldn't do. When Kidder is talking about ethical decision making, he is talking about a decision where you're not deciding between something that's a right action and a wrong action. In his mind, a right versus a wrong is not a moral dilemma or an ethical dilemma for us. An ethical dilemma is choosing between a right action and another right action. And so I'm going to use an example from my industry. It affects others as well, and that would be the whole question of plagiarism. Now, we would say in the classroom, in our companies and organizations, and definitely in the news media business, that plagiarism is wrong. You do not plagiarize. So it's not an ethical dilemma. We're not for or against plagiarism. However, if you are the manager of someone who has been caught plagiarizing, you likely face an ethical dilemma in how you're going to handle that. If you're a news organization or an educational operation, you already have a code of ethics or a student conduct code or some kind of code that says plagiarism is considered lying and cheating and taking someone else's words and actions and views and pictures and claiming them for your own. And there are various punishments that these codes often lay out. So you may, if you have someone who has been caught plagiarizing, you may follow that code and say, you know what, I'm sorry, in our newsroom, you just can't do that. It's very clear. It's a wrong. You're gone. Or you may decide that you can look through all the things this person has written, say, and you can check them now these days. The internet makes it easy to cut and paste and plagiarize. It also makes it very easy to check on this. And you can say, you know, all of these things that you've done for us, there's only one thing where you've had this problem. And there were a lot of, you've had a lot of problems at home and a lot of stress, overloaded, working overtime. We may look at all of those circumstances and say, we know this is wrong, you're very remorseful, and we're going to figure out another punishment, which may be required leave for a certain amount of time without pay, for instance. In either case, I could justify ethically my decision making. And Kidder would say that indeed this falls into one of 4 basic patterns that most dilemmas will fall into, and I put them up here and I'll read them. I didn't want to do a PowerPoint with 2 slides. I have this thing about PowerPoint these days. So 4 patterns, and my plagiarism problem would probably lie in the justice versus mercy pattern. Justice would say, okay, we got the code, it's very clear, I'm sorry, you're out. And mercy would say, no, we have the code, and it clearly states this, and I'm looking at some extenuating circumstances, and we have mercy. Other patterns that ethical dilemmas fall into often, because we base them in our personal lives, in our professional lives, and there are all kinds of shapes and forms in the social media, all kinds of new permutations. He would say it fits into some categories. So justice versus mercy. Another one would be truth versus loyalty. And I'll just throw out one example. Could be, let's say you're a top manager in an organization and you're having to consider downsizing. So there may be some layoffs in the future. And one of the potential layoffs is your next door neighbor. And your spouses are very good friends and your kids are friends. So you're friends with this family, and your family's thinking about buying the house that they've been living in for a long time, but they don't want to make that investment if there's a chance it could get laid off. And they know kind of, maybe times are tough, maybe you're talking about this. And you as a supervisor, if your neighbor comes and says, yeah, just tell me what's going on, I've got to make this investment decision, you could face a truth versus loyalty. You would want to tell the truth. And at the same time, you have a loyalty to your organization and the position you hold that you're not talking about this at this time. This is not for public dissemination, indeed has not even been decided. You've got an ethical dilemma, personally and professionally. Another pattern would be an individual versus the community. There could be something that benefits the individual at the expense of the community, or vice versa. And you can decide legitimately which way you go, but it is a pattern that these dilemmas can fall into. And then finally, short-term versus long-term, which I think is something we're often familiar with. Often in business planning, we may look at a short-term benefit. What does it mean down the road? In a lot of different circumstances, we can face that kind of dilemma. And then Kidder and other ethicists will tell you it's not just enough to be able to identify the values at stake and maybe what kind of pattern does this fit into, but how do you analyze these? It's a right versus a right. It could be right to do this, it could be right to do that, and it could be even a third or a fourth way you can handle it. So how do you sort this out? How does an organization sort it out? And I'm just going to mention 3, and they're way over there. I think I was running out of ink, so I didn't write it as large, so I'll read through those. But he points out in this little book, in a very nice, succinct way, 3 decision-making principles. There are more. In teaching media ethics, I often use 5 different ways, but 3 is a great array, and it shows you some different ways that you may consciously or intuitively be making decisions. And the first way would be ends-based thinking. So ends-based, which is also called, some of you remember this, utilitarianism, which is also, think of it as the greatest good. A lot of legislation is decided based on ends-based thinking. What is the greatest good for the greatest number of people? And we will base our decision using that kind of principle. Now, some people really don't like it's called ends-based, outcome-based utilitarianism. Some people don't like that because you have to speculate. Whether it's informed or not, you have to kind of guess what the likely outcomes are going to be. There's no guarantee. It could turn out differently. Some folks, that's hard for them. It's like, how can you say that's what's going to happen? We don't like that way of thinking. So maybe we'll go to rule-based thinking. Because, there are just certain rules that we all ought to live by. So rule-based thinking, those of you who had this, Immanuel Kant, we'll go back to the 1700s, it's called Kant's categorical imperative. Figure out that rule or that law in not a legal sense, but that law that we should all follow. And let's use that to make our decision. Everybody ought to follow this, we should too. So that'd be rule-based thinking. And then finally, there's a way of looking at a situation called care-based thinking. We may know it as the golden rule, which is reversibility. Look at the person who may be the focus of that action or that decision you're about to make and say, well, what if I were in that person's situation? How would I want to be treated? So if we look at the plagiarism example and say we're going to go by rule-based thinking, what would we decide? Somebody tell me. Yeah, because we have the rule. And, that's how everybody has to follow that rule. If we did something different for you as opposed to you, what would the world come to? Don't lie. There are some big rules. Do not steal. Don't steal a grape from the grocery store. It's the same as stealing a jar of peanut butter. Don't do it. So what if we said, let's do care-based? I think care-based, I'm really, that's how I'm going to look at this. What would we do? Potentially. If you're that person.
Let them keep their job. Or
put
them on
I didn't mean to
probation
do
or
this.
something.
I've done good work. I've screwed up badly. I know it's terrible, terrible. We might show mercy. How about ends-based, the greater good? These are hard because we kind of, if we were thinking, what's the greater good for our case in our operation of plagiarism?
Fire.
Because?
It depends on what's the greater good.
Well, it does, and that's one of the, one of the challenges.
Do you have a staffing shortage? If you lose a person, are you hurting more employees? Or do you need to cover your butt because of legal purposes and are afraid to get sued?
And you could be setting a precedent for other ways to follow.
And
lack of trust in the readership that could be reading it in the
Yeah,
future.
with your audience, especially if you're a news organization. So you can see that these won't necessarily lead you because it can depend on how you want to measure that greater good. But you can come out with different outcomes or different ways to make the decision based on how you want to go about it. So I just wanted to point those out quickly. Social media gives us all kinds of new takes on classic ethical dilemmas. They do make it hard to know when someone's off the clock. If you can constantly be tapped in, when are you off the clock? Even people who are not managers. What about my personal blog and when I'm working at home at night and I want to say something about my organization? That okay? I don't know. Is it? Isn't it? We believe in freedom of speech, don't we? And creativity and freedom of expression, and at the same time, people have responsibilities to the organizations for which they work and for who may pay them. And we have challenges facing us more and more. One of the big differences is the warp speed at which social media and technology, the warp speed at which things are changing and happening to us these days means for decision makers there are two equally important dangers. And one is everything's coming at you and everything has got to be decided now. You may make a decision with the dilemma too quickly. I mean, it's just we make it too quickly. At the same time, because things are happening so fast, another danger is making a decision and acting too slowly. So, just to point out complexities with what we're dealing with. So, with that, we're done. You know everything I know about ethics, and we're going to go to our scenarios. Now, is Lynn in the room?
Yep.
Oh, well, how are they divided up?
All right, we're going to have 4 groups.
You don't need to move yet. You just need to know what group you're in.
Look at the back of your tag. We'll have one that is a penny. Anybody that has a penny will be group number 1. Anybody that has a silver coin, could be a nickel, dime, anything, will be group number 2. People's face would be group number 3. And dice will be group number 4. Guys, keep that in
Already
mind.
know that?
What was number 3?
Penny.
I just know in the penny.
Face?
Most of you who can't figure out what yours is, you get to go. Okay. All right, now, group number 1.
Group number 1 is the penny.
Group number 1.
Penny.
Yes. Group number 1, and I'm gonna go through all of these very quickly, and then we'll get a handout. You'll just have to raise your hand if you're group number 1, and we'll get the handout to you. But first of all, we're going to listen to a song because it has to do with group number 1's dilemma. Now, all of these are based in real life situations. Some are disguised a little bit, some aren't. So. Thanks to Amanda, we didn't think we'd have internet connections, otherwise I would have just pulled it off of YouTube, but we have made an investment in this song of 99 cents.
Don't think me just yet.
Oh,
Stop playing yet.
Is it up at the top left? Right.
Aha.
Okay.
Oh, this is funny.
And I have the lyrics, but I'm not going to sing it. I'm just going to play a little bit of it.
I flew United Airlines on my way to Nebraska. The plane departed Halifax, connecting in Chicago's O'Hare. While on the ground, the passenger said from the seat behind me, "My God, they're throwing guitars out there." The band and I exchanged a look, best described as terror, at the action on the tarmac, and knowing whose projectiles these would be. So before I left Chicago, I alerted 3 employees who showed complete indifference towards me.
Because United breaks guitars. Okay, so group number 1, those with the penny. If you raise your hand, Amanda, or someone, Lynn, or someone will hand out just the overview, and I'll run through it real quickly. Group number 1, you're a trusted friend and advisor to the CEO of United Airlines and to the board. And they need your immediate advice because this song has been put up on YouTube by the musician, Dave Carroll, and I'll tell you, it's gone viral immediately. And by viral, I mean that by the end of the first day, 150,000 hits. The quick background, almost a year ago, 9 months ago, Dave Carroll indeed was flying from Nova Scotia to Omaha, switch planes in Chicago, and looks out the window and sees his guitar being tossed around. And indeed, when he arrives in Omaha, it is broken. he says. And it is broken. It is broken. $3,500 guitar, he's filed a claim. He's been going around and around with customer service and United for 8 months. And he finally received the final answer as it went up the ladder there, claim denied. And he tells the woman who makes this final decision, I am going to write a song about this. And there it is. It's about a 4-minute song. It's got a lot of verses. You know what? Is there anything you can do? You are united. And this is not just some little song by, it's out there now because of social media. And it's popular. It's catchy. And everybody has a complaint about some airplane at some point, something they were on. So it's getting a lot of attention. You should know, and this is all written out here, United does have a customer commitment policy. 2 relevant points are it should provide a fair baggage liability limit, and you should respond quickly, appropriately, and courteously to complaints. But the liability policy also includes this wording, I won't read all of it, but for travel, United will not be liable for loss of money, jewelry, cameras. It has a list of items, silverware, currency, precious metals, and other similar valuable and commercial effects. It also points out that damage should be reported within 24 hours, which Dave Carroll did not do. He had a concert to get to, he had things going on, so he filed a complaint, but he didn't file it within 24 hours. And while it doesn't say they don't cover guitars that are checked, we do have that, valuable and commercial items. So the video's out there now, and it's getting, like I say, it's got lots of views, and my question for you all in Group 1 is, what are you going to recommend that United do? What would, should they do anything, change anything? And what would you say to the customer service people, if you were in United, who've gone along the way through the process and made this decision, which took about 8 months? Okay, that's number 1. Who's group number 2? And we'll all stick together until, okay, group number 2. You have the case of the worst company in the Missoula Valley contest. So we all know Missoula is this great community, has a great downtown, got a lot of quirky people, interesting, creative people. And there's a local, let's just say there's a local online consumer operation. And they've decided to do our local version of the Consumerist National Contest. The Consumerist does one on the worst company in America. So let's do one on the worst company operating in the Missoula Valley, and we'll vote online. And the way we do it is we decide through the complaints, and we're working with the Montana Better Business Alliance. And we will put up the 32 companies, not just Missoula owned and operated, but Missoula, anyone who's operating in Missoula, big company like United flying in, somebody else. And we're going to have, it's March Madness, we're going to have brackets. We'll have 32 companies, and we're going to pair them up against one another. And we're going to let people vote online. And then we'll get down to the 16, probably not Sweet 16, we'll find the name, and then down to the 8. And, by the time you hear about this, 32 companies are up there, and yours is one of them. Yours is on there. And actually, voting has already started this morning, and there are comments and votes being put up there because you can see all of the companies and how the tallies are coming along. And voting goes on for a couple more days, and you just found out about this. What are the various actions you might consider taking? What might you do? So that is the scenario for group number 2. Moving right along to 3. Who's group number 3? I don't remember what 3 is. The face?
The 3, people's face.
People's face. Group number 3. This is the case of the intern's first assignment. So you have a college-aged daughter. For starters, we're going to say you're a parent. We're going to have you wear 2 different hats. You're a parent with a college-aged daughter who just got her dream internship down in Denver. It's going to be a communications marketing internship for XYZ Outdoor Equipment Company. And she's really excited. She's in a big metro area. You've got relatives she can stay with. And she texts you on her first day, kind of at the end of her first day on the job, because she doesn't call anymore. It's pretty much via text, And after you communicate a bit, here's what you hear. Her boss, who she really likes, has asked her to monitor a series of outdoor blogs and post to them. So we gave her a list of reasons of why XYZ's outdoor equipment is just the best ever. And indeed, this is a really great company that has quality products. And her assignment is to write and post anonymous comments saying great things on outdoor blogs that are relevant to this area. And you know, he basically says, look, it's going to be great. No one knows yet that you work here. But you did, you do use our products. You said in that letter of application for the internship that you have hiking boots, you use our climbing equipment, so you know how good these products really are. Well, the daughter, she took an ethics course in college, but they only covered the ancient philosophers, and they didn't talk about blogs. And she's not quite sure about this anonymous posting. And at the same time, she knows that, they're anonymous. This one?
I can drop these off if you want.
Oh, okay.
I'll put them out. Excuse me, where'd you put the box?
Oh, it's in that container right now.
Oh, right here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry.
Ended up being well, she actually looked into it, and there was maybe this much. So I mean, really, I think it was a good amount.
Yeah.
We're all paranoid.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna run out of coffee.
It's just coffee for God's sake. Coffee would cost someone. We can't run out. It's not even, who you want it.
Yeah, I know, right? Tourism has been in the tourism industry for over 12. She's from Ovando, very involved in the Blackfoot Challenge program, and racing's going to talk to us about tourism in Montana.
Thank you, Julie. And I was really pleased to get a phone call from Julie asking me to come and talk to leadership, because I think this is actually critical. You guys are all leaders in the community, and being able to really understand some of the various components, especially tourism, because I think that it is one of those industries in the state of Montana. While it is incredibly important, most people don't even think about it as being one of the primary industries and contributors to our economy. Glacier Country Regional Tourism is one of the 6 officially recognized tourism regions, marketing regions in the state of Montana. We have Glacier, Flathead, Lincoln, Sanders, Mineral, Lake, Missoula, and Ravalli counties in our area. So a lot of people think of Glacier Country and they think of just Glacier National Park. Well, it's not. It actually runs all the way from the border over to Cut Bank and all the way down to Darby. So we do have a very large geographic area that we represent. I guess with that, I'm just going to kind of launch into what is the economic impact? How does this industry affect all of us? Because I can tell you, I was looking at your guys' roster of everyone who's involved, and there isn't a single person in here, whether on a personal level or on a professional level, that travel and tourism really doesn't impact. First off, most people don't realize is that travel and tourism is one of the top 2 industries in the state of Montana. It's actually second only to agriculture, which is inclusive of oil and gas. And of course, that's really, really substantial on the east side of the mountains. There are 10.5 million non-resident visitors. When I'm talking about a lot of the economic impact, we aren't referring to in-state resident visitors. We're actually talking to non-resident visitors, people who are coming to us bringing new revenue into our state. So 10.5 million visitors are visiting Montana every single year. And that means 11 new customers per business on our main streets in all of our communities, whether it's Missoula, whether it's Condon, whether it's Darby or Libby. They are spending $2.3 billion in direct expenditures in our economy. That is new revenue. Those are new dollars coming in to our state. 75 cents of every dollar is actually being spent in our local communities. So when you start looking at the travel plans like the airlines and things like that, yeah, that probably contributes to the 25 cents. The rest of it is being spent locally. So those are new dollars. Visitor spending generated $153 million in state and local tax revenue for the state of Montana in 2010. Now without tourism, this is where it really impacts me. I mean, I'm a household, I'm sure all of you are taxpayers as well. Without the travel and tourism industry in the state of Montana, every single household in the state of Montana would be spending $391 extra in state and local taxes. So not only are we bringing new money in, but we are actually helping to keep all of your state and local taxes lower on an individual basis. We are directly contributing to the Montana General Fund. Most people don't realize that. We don't take away from the general fund at all. We actually contribute back. There is a 7% tax that is charged to the visitor when they stay in any type of accommodation facility, whether it's a campground or whether it's a hotel or a resort or a vacation home. 3% of that 7% goes directly to the general fund. The remaining then is then distributed accordingly. 6.5% goes to state parks for operations and maintenance. 2.5% goes to our University of Montana. They have a department there called the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research. They're our tourism marketing and research arm for the state. 1% goes to the Historical Society for historical sites and signage. And then the remaining amount, 22.5%, comes back to the regions, of which Glacier Country is one of 6, and the Convention and Visitor Bureaus. Missoula Convention and Visitor Bureau is one of 12 in the state of Montana. And then the rest, 67.5%, goes to the Department of Commerce and is then spent by the Montana Office of Tourism and the Film Office for travel promotion. For every dollar that is spent in promoting, we are yielding $104 in new revenue back into our economy. That is a tremendous return on investment. And I would rival many sectors to be able to come up with something that even compares to that. And we are supporting 25,500 jobs in Montana right now. Visitor spending provided $661 million in worker salaries. And for every dollar spent, by non-resident travelers, 30 cents is being contributed to wages and salaries in all of our communities. That's actually 13% higher than the national average. So that's really, really good considering the size of our state and the population that we have. Now, travel and tourism too, Kim, you remember I got into the industry right out of college down in Bozeman. We had a bit of a tougher issue back then. It wasn't nearly as widely supported as it is now. Well, it's gaining momentum. We are now 3 out of 4 people, Montanans, believe that the benefits of tourism far outweigh any negative impacts. We've made a lot of headway here. 3 out of 4 also believe that Montana is a place that everyone should visit sometime in their lifetime. I actually truly believe that there's no better job than to be able to share with other people who don't live here what I get to enjoy on a day-to-day basis. It is so special. Tourism provides support for community infrastructure, and that's one key thing that people need to realize is that, yeah, we have the visitors coming in, but they're directly contributing back to the resources and the infrastructure that they're utilizing. And also, it's creating and supporting special events that attract both resident and non-resident visitors. I like to throw this out. How many of us really think that a Roots Festival or a Missoula Marathon or a Brew Fest would actually happen if all we were trying to do is put on an event for Montana or for Missoula? It wouldn't. That's not the purpose of the event. We're actually doing that to generate interest from not only a statewide but on a regional basis or a national or international basis. So the quality of life that we all enjoy actually comes back directly to the recreation and the types of activities that we get to participate in through the events that are put on just to generate travel and tourism. Here's kind of a basic breakdown of how it works, and all of you are familiar with this. This is something that we see on a regular basis, but the promotion arm, Montana Office of Tourism, the Regents and CVBs, we're out there, we're planting the idea in people's heads to be able to come. We want them to realize that Montana is a great place to stay. So we planted the idea. They have decided they're going to come here, so they're making their travel plans, air, rail, road. They're coming for either business or pleasure. They're paying entrance fees. They're staying in hotels. They're buying food. They're buying great clothes or fun little tchotchkes along the way. Every single one of those businesses that are providing those experiences are being supported by you. Those businesses couldn't be able to provide those services without the services and products that you all are providing to them. So when you look at the trickle-down effect of all that new money and all those new people coming in, it's directly supporting the businesses that all of you are benefiting from and providing services to. This is one of the key things I like to throw out. And I really do want people to think about this. Who actually benefits the most? Where do you think the traveler is spending the highest percentage of their dollar when they're coming to Montana? What are they spending the most on?
Beer.
Accommodations.
Accommodations? That's the most common answer.
Gas.
It's not true. Actually, it is. It's gas. 32% of the travel dollar is spent on gas. So when I was talking about they contribute back to the infrastructure, that's primarily where they're doing it when you start looking at supporting the roads, because look at the gas tax that we spend. And the primary purpose of that, or way that we benefit as a state, is through our gas tax. So they're directly contributing to the maintenance of our roads across the state. Then you look at restaurant and bar, that's number 2. Then you look at retail, that's number 3.
Yeah.
Accommodations, we're way down the list. Hotels and motels are way down the list. Everybody thinks that the only people that really benefit are hotels, motels, and resorts. Mm-mm. Nope. They are consistently 4th or 5th on any benefactor list across the state. And then you look at groceries, snacks, auto rental, outfitters and guides, campgrounds and RVs, licenses, entrance parks. Yeah.
Of that 32%, what spent on gasoline and oil immediately leaves the state?
Well, that's one thing, is that you are looking at pass-through traffic as well as destination traffic.
No, I mean of that revenue,
Uh-huh.
because it's going up to, the gas stations don't make their money on gas.
Mhm.
So how
It's
much?
the gas tax that is charged by the state of Montana that we're actually benefiting from the most. But yeah, it is going back
Lots
to
of that revenue is just immediately
yeah,
leaving, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But when you start looking at the taxes
Right.
that we're benefiting from, that's where we see the biggest benefit.
Yeah.
Yep.
How come there's a hotel bed tax then, and that's what it's called? If hotel is only 11% of the dollar, there seems like there would be a better place to tax the foreigners.
Well, the interesting thing is that back in the early 80s, the industry as a whole, there wasn't a whole lot of money being spent on travel promotion at the time. And the Montana Innkeepers Association, all the hotels and motels, they said, you know what, we believe in this so much, and we know that this can be a huge industry for us. They went and approached the legislature at that time and said, would you help us implement a bed tax? And at that time, they worked with the legislature and imposed a 4% bed tax. So how many people do that? How many people go to the legislature and say, we want you to tax us? And so that's what they did. And so that's where, of the 7%, it was originally a 4%, and they said, we want to do this because we want that money to go directly to travel promotion. And then over the course of years, another 3% was added on to help out with the deficit that we were incurring during the Marks administration. Yes?
How has that mix changed over time?
It's pretty consistent. It's very consistent. I've been, Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research out of the U of M has been monitoring this on a regular basis, and this breakdown does not vary very much. It really doesn't vary very much. Glacier Country. Okay, we got a huge state. Glacier Country is, I wouldn't say we're one of the largest sectors. The regions on the east side are the big ones geographically, but to tell you the truth, we collect most of the money. We're the ones that benefit by far the most throughout the state of Montana. Of that $2.3 billion, we have $827 million in new revenue that's being spent directly within our region. And you'll notice that the distribution, hotels and motels is actually number 5 on this particular list. Everything else is fairly consistent, but you have to realize is that 2 of the counties of the 8 are Flathead and Missoula, but we actually have those other 6 little counties that are more rural. And so when visitors are going there, they're spending their money slightly different in those rural communities. And this definitely gives you a general idea. It's not huge, but it's there. Now, here's the thing about Missoula, is that Missoula, second largest city in the state of Montana, travel and tourism is bringing in $317 million new dollars into the city, or into the county every year. And when you really look at the county per se, most of that really is Missoula. Because the biggest, there's other areas, there's like the Greeno area with Plaza, Gas Ranch and stuff, but that's one property. And then you've got the Seeley Lake area, but there really aren't a whole lot of lodging properties or a lot of local or tax collecting entities. So really, most of the money is being spent within the Missoula city proper. Yeah.
So how do you know? I mean, when I go and I buy groceries, how does someone know if I'm a tourist or not? When I pump $20 into a Keno machine, is that Keno machine? No. Where did that
Actually, how this was actually generated is they actually, Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research puts, places people at entry points and visitor or rest areas across the state, and they look at their license plates and they talk to people, and if they're a non-resident visitor, they hand them a survey.
Okay.
And they are surveying strictly non-resident visitors. So we're not able to really generate this data from the businesses. What we're doing is talking directly to the visitors while they're on their vacation, so we can get direct dollars. Okay, well, yeah, we spent about $500 on hotels, and so we're getting that information directly from them. So, but that is a huge, substantial amount of money. A lot of people wonder why. What are they doing? What's their primary purpose? Well, across the state of Montana, the primary purpose that people are visiting, this is crazy to me, but again, I'm a resident, I'm not a visitor, is that they're driving for pleasure. They're enjoying the scenic wonders and the natural wonders that we have. And when you start looking at where these people are coming from, what we have to offer, and the genuine hospitality that they receive when they come here is so special. And 82% of the people who are surveyed say they fell in love with Montana, whether they're a first-time or a return visitor. They fell in love with Montana so much, they intend to return in the next 2 years. So that's the kind of experience that they are receiving when they come here. And that's what sets us apart from our other western states, that when you think about it, you think of the advertising, what sets us apart from them? Well, we try to do that as much as possible. But scenically, Utah, boy, those ads look an awful lot like Montana. But it's really the experience that they receive when they're here. Any questions? Yes?
Do those dollars include business travel from out of state as well?
Yes, they do. Yes. By far, in terms of Missoula, the largest percentage of people are here for travel or for leisure. And then the next portion is visiting friends and family. And then the next portion is actually business. So that's kind of the breakdown in terms of why they're coming to Missoula.
Local option taxes.
There is a
Speak to
TBID
that.
now that was just implemented recently. And that is a voluntary fee that hotels, or actually, is it, Raquel, is it $1?
Yep, $1.
$1. And actually, Raquel's on that board for the TBID. And they are moving forward with some really exciting new promotion opportunities. The TBID and the Destination Missoula, which is the Convention and Visitor Bureau, is working on a marketing plan for Missoula to really kind of think out of the box of what they've traditionally been able to do with the amount of money. And if I remember correctly, Raquel, you guys are going to be specifically targeting sporting events, conventions, group tour.
Yes.
And
in fact, we had a great board meeting yesterday, and unanimously we voted to support the efforts of the University of Montana to attract AA co-gender basketball tournament as well as Class B, which is really exciting and kind of goes with that resident travel to Missoula. But the more exciting thing is that we're going after a Jehovah's Witness conference that will bring in, it's a 5-year plan, and will bring in literally thousands of people to our market every year. over Memorial Day. So we're looking at non-traditional dates that we can impact our local economy and fill those new dates with events that are going to contribute to the overall economy. So it's really exciting and fun.
Because I think it was 4 years ago that the GBID was actually enacted by the Montana legislature. Billings was the first one on board, and I have to tell you, they came out of the starting block. And John Brewer, who's the head of the chamber down there, laid the gauntlet down to all the other communities in Montana, and he said, you know what? We're going after your business. We're going to go after the people that are generally coming to Missoula. And so, well, it was one way to get everybody geared up and ready to go. But it almost, there's, what, 12 entities? No, 10.
So, and I think that it's really important that as a community we understand, like the MEP, we have to work together as a community to drive these functions. Out of all the hotels and motels that are in Missoula County, there are only 10 that have, it's taken us years to have this TBID passed. And 10 elected to draw a boundary around our hotels to contribute dollars to supporting tourism. There are other hotels and motels that haven't jumped on the bandwagon, and so we really want to be able to support and show what kind of economic impact we're having. You know, tourism and economic development, they go hand in hand, and I think that as a community we really need to understand that and get behind it and really rally for these different organizations, because without them, we're not going to have that opportunity to grow. When people come here for a convention, they look at the services or the businesses that you have here. And like Racine said, you know, our primary visitors are leisure or visiting friends and family. We want to be able to have that economic engine that drives people to move here, so that what Larry said earlier, that you're constantly working on your workforce and you're being able to retain and attract new businesses. And we can't do that one without the other. So it's really important that your businesses kind of get on board and support tourism and economic partnership.
You really said something right there, because that's one of the, I mean, yeah, are people moving here because they're making $1 million every year? No. They're coming here because of the lifestyle. They're coming here because of what we are enjoying, what the things that they can do in their free and leisure time, and the quality of life that we have. And that all directly impacts the events and kind of what I was talking about with the other components, is being able to walk out your door and go for a bike ride in National Forest, or whether it's going down to the farmer's market or going to the Roots Festival. That all plays into why people are moving here and bringing their businesses. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Racine. I appreciate it. We all do. I spent a lot of years in the tourism industry, so I was really excited to have Racine come and talk a little bit about it. Some of the things that are going on in tourism and exciting opportunities. So our next speaker, I'm sure you all know who she is. Some of you may have got the opportunity to get to know her a little better at your opening retreat. If you haven't had that opportunity yet, you will at graduation, so please do that. Our next speaker, of course, is Kim Luttrell. And Kim has been at the Chamber for 38 years. 28. It says 38 in your flyer.
Is it 38?
Yes.
Oh, it is 38.
See, time flies. That's how great it is. Kim started at the Chamber as a receptionist, and she is now the president and CEO and has had that role for the last 14 years. She's here today to talk a little bit about the Chamber and its role and function in our community, as well as some of the projects that the Chamber is working on. So everybody, Kim.
I'm sorry, that just sounded really old. But it has been 38 years, and it's been a great 38 years. So, gosh, after the presentations this morning, I almost rewrote my whole talk to you guys because I have so much to tell you. But I've been asked to come here in a couple areas to present. First on the Chamber, and then also on the passion I shared with you at the opening retreat for building an event center here in Missoula. But what I wanted to do is, before we start into my presentation, is so I don't forget, I wanted to thank Amanda. If you guys, you're into your just about your 9th month. Has it been a great year for you guys?
Yeah.
She is the Ari for her leadership, and graduation, gosh, is next month already. And I'll give you one hint: if you ever want to be a cowboy, if you don't have boots and have wanted to buy them, buy them. This is a special time for you guys, and I want to tell you, it'll be a Western theme. And so those of you that want to kind of have fun with that, know that now, so you can start packing your bags. So that's the only hint I'm going to give you. There'll be more announcements as the time comes down. So at the chamber, I thought it would be kind of fun to share with you. I'm going to share with you 5 of my favorite questions that I've been asked over the 38 years before I get into the meat of my presentation. So when you work at a chamber of commerce, this is the type of questions you get. Are you ready? First one. What time of year do the deer turn to elk? And I'm not lying. That's pretty hard when you're standing at the counter and I'm like, they don't. And they go, yes, they do. And you're like, no, they don't. What time of year do the deer turn to elk? The second one, does the elevation change when it rains? I hear there's an air show in Missoula. Can you tell me where it's at? I always just want to say, well, it's at the Greyhound Bus Depot. It's really what they want to know is how to get to the airport. I want to go to that Native American bird refuge, Minnie-Pippi. And we have to tell them it's 9 pipes. So there's some great conversations that we have on that. But my favorite is when you have mom and dad and they've got all the kids and they're trying to teach them something. They go, you know, we found the M on the hill and we found the L, but we can't find the rest of the letters that spell Missoula. And it doesn't. So those are kind of some fun things that we deal with at the Missoula Chamber of Commerce. So I'm going to start off with talking a little bit about the chamber and why a chamber and where do we fit into what you guys heard today. Gosh, and there's so much I want to tell you, and then I have to make sure that you guys yell at me if I get going too long. The Chamber of Commerce started over 124 years ago as a board of trade. We have been around since there's been business in this community. Over the years, the Chamber of Commerce has changed and morphed into different things. It's had to. As the economy changes in businesses, so does the chamber. Why a chamber and what's the strength of a chamber? I'll tell you what it is. We have a board of directors of about 21 that represent all industries. As this community makes decisions moving forward, we have a voice from real estate, from university, from banking, at the table as we try to make decisions on what's best for Missoula and our next steps. So when you heard the Missoula Economic Partnership presentation this morning, and you've heard over these past few years or months the changes and the criticism to how Missoula is moving and why haven't we done this sooner and what's going on. A little bit of history as to how we got here might help you guys understand that the change is needed. It's a good change. I'm so glad that there's a group taking the lead on this because Missoula is a great place to live and to do business. But Missoula is also the most diverse community in the state, right next to Bozeman. But if I could be the Chamber Exec in Butte, it'd be a happy day every day because they know where they're going. In Missoula, you don't know when you walk in what it's going to be and what the feeling is going to be because we're that type of a town. So why are all these groups separate? If you haven't started wondering why in Missoula are we all separate and everywhere else they're all together, I'll tell you what. In good times, when the economy's good, and you have all these different groups started within the chamber. So when you have a great, strong retail committee and a healthy retail market, and you get your retail committee of the chamber going, we're the only thing that matters. Retail is it. We're the top dog. And the chamber goes, no, there's all these other industries. You're not the only, dog. So then they say, we're starting our own group. Boom. Missoula Downtown Association. They're gone. Focusing on retail. Great. Chamber keeps going, representing everybody. Next thing, tourism. Tourism is the only thing. It's great. It is. It brings a lot of money to this economy, and it's important. Is it the only thing? No. Does it fit? Yes. We want to do it on our own. Boom. Gone. Economic development. We think we should be doing economic development. Every dollar from the chamber should go just to economic development, or we're not doing our job. We can't do that. We've got all of you that are here. We've got to represent. Boom. MEDC. So when you have that type of separation and focus that happens over the years, it's not that we don't talk or work together, but they're absolutely right. That synergy that when you're all in the same area is lost because you don't, when you walk down the hall and say, I've got this business here, Can you help them? It's a lot easier than trying to remember to pick up the phone and pass that off. So, as Dave talked about, a place where everybody works together. In my desk, ironically, I love this, I have a model all drawn out 10 years ago of a one-stop shop. It's got the name up the top, it's got all the departments in it. I saw this vision 10 years ago. But that's right after that is when we lost the CVB and some of that stuff started changing. So it wasn't the time. But the time is now, and the time is for us to work together as a community, and what that's going to look like is going to be pretty exciting. But to be a chamber and to be relevant, we got to be ready to change. So with that, I'm going to just share some, where's mine? Okay, so which one do I push?
Just the forward button.
Which is the,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm going to share with you kind of the 35,000 foot view, and I'm not going to read all this stuff to you, but I am going to tell you that the Chamber's board has for the past 2 years, with all of this stuff that's going on with economic development and MEP and what's the future of our business community, there was a need to retool and relook at us again as an organization to say, are we effective? Where do we need to sharpen the saw a little bit? What do we need to do? And so they've spent over a year and a half to 2 years, and they're about ready to launch. Matter of fact, you'll be one of the first groups to see this, a brand new core mission and vision for the organization, and that's there in front of you. But the one thing that I'll point out to you in that is the quality of life and the diverse business environment is something that our Missoula Chamber deals with kind of differently than some of my counterparts across the state. But we are going to be a leading catalyst in creating a cooperative and prosperous community which inspires and motivates the majority of area business to invest their resources with the Chamber and help building Missoula's future. You heard MEP, they're going to get $3.some million for their efforts. We too are a membership-driven organization. Here's the strength that we have over MEP. We have no government funding. There is no money that we get from the government. So when those issues and hurdles come up for this business community, when we have a city council that's not business friendly, or they're going to make a decision, the Chamber is the one that gets called to go up there to be the voice of business. We don't have any handcuffs on like the other organizations do because we get no funding from the government. It frees us up to be your voice. That is the single most important thing that we need to do as a chamber, is to have your voice. And that takes your voice calling us to tell you when business or government is impacting you guys being able to do business. That needs to be our role. That's our niche. They're hand in hand with government at MEP, and they need to be. The government has some money to help with economic development. We're not, but we play a critical role. And you heard that when Jeff was speaking. They're going to count on us to be that strong leg in the business voice for what's going on. So that's kind of how we touch there. The board also came up with some core values that we're focusing on, and we'll have our retreat. Actually, right after you guys have your ending retreat, we'll be having our retreat to set all this in motion for next year. Some pretty, I think, good things that we need to be doing. So one of the things I spoke a little bit about is advocacy, and that first line I really like, without business there is no community. It is the single most important thing that we're doing at the Chamber. We're refocusing our governmental affairs committee of the Chamber, and I would tell any of you that are here that are interested in getting involved, we need every age, every interest at that table to make the best decision and to find out what's stopping some of this economic growth in the community. So our advocacy role is going to be critical. An example of one thing that the Chamber's doing that's changed is, oh boy, 38 years ago, I didn't even have to go to a board meeting to know what the position of the Chamber would be. I could just pretty much walk in and deliver it. Today, that's not the case. We're as diverse as this community, so you have to, whenever you think you know the direction that you need to go on an issue, you promptly find out that you don't. So our board and our staff is going to make sure that when we bring issues forward, that we're well researched and we've looked at both sides of an issue and not just do a knee-jerk kind of endorsement or not support position. We can't anymore. We need to know how it's going to impact other things. And one of the things that we've worked on for about 2 years is our sign ordinance regulation. And the only reason I bring that up is it's a constant battle for us to keep you, especially with digital signs, to have signs. There's a lot of them in government right now and a whole group that do not like signs. It's a big part of what business does. So we've worked real hard to keep the regulations. I don't want this to be a Las Vegas either. I don't want tall signs, but there's reason, and there's a point where you need some directional signs for business. So we worked with them and we got a regulation, and then we found out they were going to bring it back to the table because nobody is abiding to the regulation. So we as a chamber decided, well, why aren't they? So we went to the city and we said, well, we're going to go out and talk to businesses, find out why they're not complying, and see what the problem is. Can we get a copy of your brochure of your regulations to go out and educate people? We don't have them. What do you mean you don't have them? We don't have them. So the Chamber of Commerce, so we went, made a brochure, had it approved by the city, and we personally visited, I think, probably 30-some businesses now. And out of the 32, 28 didn't know of the regulation and didn't know of the rules. So before our message to government is, before you impose a more strict sign ordinance, can we just get the ones in compliance and see if that works? So we've got about 120 left to go. Any of you that just don't have anything to do on a day that would like to go on visit. But we do feel it's important for you as business to be able to do business, and signs are a part of that. So that's just that's one thing. I could give you 50, but that's not why I'm here today. But we're trying to do more of a proactive educational role as a chamber, so we're not bumping heads all the time with our local officials, because when we go in there on a tough position, we want to build the respect and that partnership, so when those tough conversations have to happen, they're maybe a little bit easier. Expertise, that's the research part of what I'm talking about. Collaboration, you heard it, it's one of our main buckets. It's something we do, but we need to just put it on the forefront of everything that we do, and working with all the organizations and working with government and working with MEP, we have to collaborate as a community because we're getting left behind. So those are big buckets. They've got little, values underneath them, and we're working and heading that way, and I'm very excited about some of the stuff that they've come up with. Leadership. One of the buckets is leadership, and that brings me right to you guys in the class in leadership. Missoula in your 28th year. The strength of a community is you guys getting involved and making a difference, and that's the whole reason for this program. I'm going to share one of many passions I have with you next on that Missoula Event Center, but I'm hoping that in all the new stuff that you're hearing, all these bright, wonderful young faces, that you guys will find a passion in something that you want to make a difference. And I would tell you, your Chamber of Commerce is a great place to put your time. You can invest, and there's a lot of great causes, and you've heard about them all year. There's a lot of great causes. But working for business so that business is healthy is, I think, a good, noble goal. And we have a lot of places within the Chamber that we would gladly take you. So I would encourage you to think about that. We have a new Economic Development Committee and a new Strengthening Governmental Affairs. And we have a Workforce Development Education Committee, which I'm going to speak to right after this. I'll speak to it now, and then we'll go by it. You heard the Missoula Economic Partners talk about workforce and the need for workforce and a strong workforce. We agree. So we have a committee that's been working very hard, and most of you don't even know, it's called Workforce Development Education, and this is what it looks like. Every level of education is sitting at the table, along with business, talking about what our needs are in the workforce and how they're teaching the kids today in K through 12 in our College of Technology and our university, and making sure that it matches the need of what's out there in the community. It's a great place, and that committee has got legs, and it's going, and I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I found out because the Big Sky principal was there. They're starting a health academy at Big Sky next year. What does that look like? What that looks like is that they're going to have a whole portion of their curriculum that's a health academy that they're going to get the 8th graders that are coming in as freshmen that want to go into a health-related field. They're going to do all their subjects, all their teaching, everything in a model that's called the Health Academy. They're even talking about teaching the kids down in grade school to be ready to come into that. The Chamber's embracing that because that's one of our biggest needs right now, as pointed out, is healthcare in the workforce, and try to create a model for that. And then that model can go to any type of industry, whether it's technology or computerization. But having business at the table, talking to education, and being that partner is where the difference is going to happen on our workforce. That's very exciting, and a lot of us don't know that or out in the business sector, but there's a lot of changes going in 21st century education and learning, and we're at the table with them. And so I think that's a very strong thing, that we're doing at the Chamber. One of the programs we're working on is Connect Missoula, because one of our big buckets is connection. I want to tell you a little bit what that looks like. With the help of one of your classmates, Sean Klaus, and students at the university, in collaboration, we came up with a project, created a software program that will notify businesses by corridor if there's a alert of any kind or an educational need. So let me tell you what it looks like. Right now, there's the Downtown Association does a great job of taking care of downtown. We got their little group. Southgate Mall has their little area and they can notify them. But as a chamber, as a regional chamber, if we need to notify a certain area or a specific area, we don't have that information. We're kind of all across the board. This new software program will allow us to just offer communication to just Reserve Street businesses, just Brooks, just Broadway, so that if you guys need to communicate with each other about Christmas decorations or routing people around about detours, that you can contact the chamber and we can send an alert out so that other sectors of town can start connecting when they need to, and instead of going door to door. That's a great tool that the chamber can provide. The other reason for this is that this software program allows us to get phone numbers or cell phone numbers from employees, so that if there is a shooter in Target and Bob and the police station calls us, they have a reverse 911 to notify you guys at home. But if we could be the support system, if they needed to notify or shut down and certain businesses or sections, that would be a strength that we could offer for our local our local police department, as well as our business community. So there's a lot of uses for it. We're excited about the Connect Missoula, and Sean's got a deadline, and he knows it. And as soon as he gets that done, some of that is going to be coming at us. But there's some great opportunities for connecting you as a community.
We're going to strike that from the recording.
He'll get it done. So innovation, and this is where I'm going to move over to my talk real quick about the Missoula Event Center, but and I also hit on the Missoula Economic Partnership. The Economic Development Committee of the Chamber that we're forming, and we need people to be involved in that. It's not a duplication. It's not something that's going to compete with MEP. You heard what they're saying. The Chamber is the first place a business calls, or they're stopping in a lot of times to move a business here. We have to have our act together about how we capture that information, what we say to them, what MEP wants, so that we can hand that information off to them and be a strong partner, because I can do things like if they need a warehouse or they need building. I've got all the realtors in town as a member. I can send an email out. I can be a resource. That new executive CEO that they're hiring is going to be brand new to town. I've got the connections that it's a needed partnership, and we will play a big role. But we got to make sure that we're ready. And why aren't we? You're probably sitting there going, why isn't the Chamber of Commerce doing economic development? My God, we thought you were. Well, remember when I said that MADC left? There was an agreement, a formal agreement between the Chamber and MADC. We won't tromp on your territory. You go do economic development. You go do tourism. We're going to focus on just the business of business. That's changing. You heard it. We have to get in the game to play our role to support and be a part of the conversation. That's what we're doing. So we're looking for new people there. So I'm going to go, because I don't think I have anything after this. No, that's my questions, but we're not there yet. I'm going to show you a real quick video on the Missoula Event Center, and then I'm going to end with that and see if you guys have any questions, kind of share where we are today. Thanks for doing that, Amanda.
What is a multi-purpose year-round facility? It's an idea, perhaps even a wish, that has been tossed around in these 5 valleys for more than 35 years. An idea that is about all of us as a community, as families, as businesses, as individuals. This idea, this wish, is an opportunity to bring an enhanced quality of life to the community we call home. Instead of asking, what should we do tonight? People will be asking, what's going on at the event center? Picture our youth having the ability to pursue their future in athletics and academics by providing them with an indoor year-round facility. Indoor training for soccer, tennis, batting cages, theater, speech and debate. A place to grow as an individual and to build pride in their hometown. Picture a venue large enough to bring events never before held in the area to Missoula. Trade shows, consumer shows, exhibits, receptions, banquets, meetings, and conventions. Imagine the opportunity to share the influence the West has had on our heritage at any time during the year. A rodeo in February, or an equestrian event in December. Picture a place where our children and grandchildren can gather for their special occasions. Weddings, graduations, celebrations, youth events. Or the ability to meet the demand of current events, like the Chamber's annual banquet, where a local national champion quarterback had the opportunity to meet NFL champion quarterback Joe
That'd be my
Theismann.
son. You can tell I'm heavily into this video.
Generations looking forward to the future of special opportunities and events that can be attended by mom, dad, grandma, and grandpa, a place that is accessible to all. This year-round, state-of-the-art facility is a space that can be divided into variable sizes and dimensions to accommodate multiple events simultaneously. A facility that lets mild-mannered meetings at blockbuster events strut their stuff side by side. A facility that literally transforms to meet the needs of its users. To give you an idea of the potential economic impact, let's look at several examples. Keeping in mind, space limitations currently cap the total number of attendees to any one event in Missoula at 800. First, the U.S. Forest Service reunion, an event scheduled for the fall of 2009 in Missoula. It will bring 1,000 delegates, 98% of which are out-of-town guests, to our city. Over the course of 5 days, it's estimated that this group will spend $525,000 on lodging, $314,000 on food and beverage, $32,000 on entertainment and recreation, and $121,000 in retail. This, combined with the $378,000 the U.S. Forest Service will spend to host the event, is well over $1 million in incremental revenue for Missoula. Now, imagine if we were able to attract 10, 20, or even 50 of these same types of groups each year. We mentioned the Chamber's annual banquet earlier. In 2008, the event was a sellout with 750 attendees. We estimate the demand to be approximately 1,200. Or, put into dollars, an additional $28,000 in host and delegate spending that could be spent in Missoula. Looking beyond the economic impact, this facility provides the space our local organizations need to grow. The annual Community Health Fair, an event that provides free screenings to local residents at no cost. Another event in which the demand far exceeds the supply. This is just one of many events in our community that has the potential to grow, but unfortunately, not the space in which to do it. Not to mention the chance for local residents to experience events never before held in Missoula due to limited floor space, like state wrestling tournaments, regional dog shows, enhanced performing arts and cultural events, just to name a few. The opportunities are endless. The requests for indoor exhibit space to host events like antique car shows, RV shows, boat shows, trade shows, home and garden shows are nearly limitless. But because of our lack of indoor space, dollars that this community so desperately needs are going elsewhere. Missoula has the desire to share a vision and a wish that would bring so many new opportunities to this community, all the while striving to play an important role in preserving our legacy and embracing our agricultural heritage. We believe the most wonderful gift to be given is the ability to grant a wish, a community wish that would grow jobs, diversify our economy, and provide a healthy, productive community. To envision not only what a multi-purpose year-round facility would mean to the community today, but what it will mean tomorrow and for generations to come.
So as you could see, that video, I think it's been 3 years ago that we created that video. But that's nothing, because I've been trying to get one built for 28 years. So this will be my last attempt at this, because I'm getting old. But I do, and the land is disappearing. But I believe with all of my heart that Missoula deserves to have an event center to bring events here. It is economic development. It'll bring dollars in here. The stuff that Raquel talked about with her tourism BID, I would tell you they're getting money, and that's great, and all the hotels should be supporting that. But they are not going to have a venue. They're going to run into the same thing I ran into when I had everything that started here I've been a part of or led it. The Sports Commission, for 20 years, I raised the money, bid sporting events, and brought stuff to town. Slung burgers out at the new stadium that I helped build out behind Big Sky to raise the money to bring more events here. When you're dealing with the University of Montana, who is a great economic driver in this community, their facility is built for their kids and their students and their athletic sports. They can't commit to a basketball tournament 2 years out in case the Lady Grizz win and they have to use it for their own purposes. That's been the challenge for Missoula, and we don't have another place that's big enough. We don't have a backup. So people want to come to Missoula. We have some of the best motels, shopping, bars, beer, all the stuff that go with it, but we don't have a venue. It's stopping us, I believe, from moving ahead. When they first heard of us wanting to build this event center, I got calls from all over. A chicken poultry convention in California that were hundreds and hundreds of people, but they won't let them bring chickens into the Hilton, but they knew that they could bring them into an event center. And they wanted to come to Missoula, and I'm thinking, oh my God, how many more events are there like that out there? So that's money turned over several times into this community. The example I wanted to share with you is I went up to Medicine Hat, because when you guys said Jehovah Witness Convention, I had to laugh, because I went up to Canada to look at their event center up there. It's one similar to the one we would like to build with 110,000 square foot or bigger. When I got there, I walked in and this is what I saw. In the middle of it, because they had big doors that would shut down. They could all open so that actually there was track and soccer and stuff that all week long went. But when an event came in, they had big doors that they could close between. In the middle section, they had something similar like a PRCA circuit final rodeo. Bucky bulls, horses, big stands, people enjoying rodeo. On the left-hand side, there was an elegantly set dining room, white linen, auction, band. For when the rodeo got out, they went right into this auction dinner dance thing that was happening right next door. In the third section of it was the annual Jehovah Witness Convention, all at the same time, all at the same weekend. So that brings us to today, and where are we? And that's what you guys are wondering. It's all about timing. I've learned that. 28 years, tried this a lot of times. This is the baby that you got to hold till the time is right. The time will be right when that new Missoula Economic Partnership CEO is hired. 2 of the founding fathers of MEP are on the group of mine to build the event center. That's good. That's good. And big believers in it, and big financial contributors. The fairgrounds has just appointed their new advisory board for the future of the fair. Now, I know our study, if those of you have followed it, said that they've kind of prioritized where this event center should be. And they base it on 20 metrics of things that if you were going to build an event center, just free and clear, where would you build it would be the best. It was visibility, it was access, it was site. It was off the interstate. There was 2 locations that they kind of identified would be great off the interstate. The truth of the matter is that land isn't free. And when you're trying to build a building that's anywhere from 25 million, that was the last numbers, to 30 million, you add land on that, it almost takes it off the table. So that leaves the fairgrounds. And we as a group have been very careful not to point to one area of town that we want this, just to keep it alive. Anytime you say you're going to put it somewhere, you have everybody coming out town and you're not. So we have 48 acres out at the fairgrounds. To build an event center the size I'm talking about, you only need 21, and that includes parking. That means that some things have to go away, like horse racing, and that's not something, I'm one of the biggest fans sitting out there betting in the horse racing and love it, but when you're only racing a few horses 1 or 2 times a year compared to bringing events all year long, you've got to start looking at, it might be a time to change this economy, or the fairgrounds and what we do there. So, the timing for this is starting to line up, in that the fairgrounds has a master plan that includes in it a building. Not as big as we think it should be, but it's a start. But getting the reason that was so important for me to talk to you is that when this hits the road and it becomes real, and we're not that far off, thank goodness, it's going to take all of you, if you believe in it, to help get behind this, to talk to your neighbors, to talk to people that are already looking at, we're probably going to have to bond this. There'll be a lot of money from business because it's going to directly impact them. But the amount of money that an event center, I believe, could bring to this town would help all of us in business, because just like Racine was talking about the trickle down, there's a trickle up. I mean, if everybody's healthy in this town and we can get money off from visitors, then we're that much further ahead. So I see this as I'm not done yet. We raised $55,000. I raised it in less than a month to do the feasibility study. It says Missoula can handle one, support one, and there's enough traffic that would come here. But we're going to need help from, we're going to need help to build it. It's not going to be just the private sector. It's going to take all of us. So I think we got one more go at this, and I don't feel like I've completed what I started out to do until I at least get it to you and the public to either vote yes or vote no. And then I can let it go. But I believe the one legacy I could leave after my 38 years, if I could play a role in bringing something that brought all of you money, is my way of saying thank you for years and years and years of letting me work at the chamber. That'd be a pretty neat gift for me to leave. So that's why I'm passionate. I believe in it, and I hope that maybe we'll see something happen at the fairground. So I guess I covered a lot today, but I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you guys may have. That's a lot of stuff all over the place.
Do these event centers typically operate at a deficit or at a positive?
If you could get them at break even, you're lucky. But I will tell you, this one's
isn't that
break
going to be
even.
another hurdle?
Yep.
The one in Yellowstone County, for instance, is subsidized by the taxpayers on an operating basis, not only a capital basis.
Well, you're exactly right. What's killing us is that we don't have that taxing ability to grab the money off from them, when they're here. This one looked like a break-even scenario. But I will tell you how they do it in Butte and other areas, because theirs don't make money either. Their business community makes enough money that they shovel in money from the backside because it's worth it. The millions they make from an event that comes in is well worth if they've got to help out at a 20 or 30,000 deficit that facility may bring. So absolutely, that is something that you have to be very careful about. Our county commissioners have made it very clear they don't want to run an event center, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to make it very clear I don't want to. You need somebody that knows how to run an event center, how to have 3 or 4 events at one time, and how to market that thing. It can't be just, well, we hope you come. It's got to be full all the time. If it is, it'll carry itself. The University of Montana was stepped right up and said, we could potentially be one of your biggest renters. Why? We need indoor running for our track, tennis. Now I know they're out at the peak, I want to say, but to have a facility where they could have training for some of their athletes all year long. Up in Medicine Hat, what I didn't tell you is they have a partnership with the city Parks and Recreation. So during the week, when there's not a big event going on, they have turf that rolls out and nets that come down, and they're playing soccer. They have batting cages, and they have stuff going on all week long for the kids, and it's a partnership with the city. And then when they get that call for that event on Friday or whatever, Thursday, it takes less than 6 hours to turn that soccer field into just cement and open span building to do a huge trade show, RV, or I saw this one where they actually have live animals, and it was an archery thing, and they were shooting them inside this big building. So there's like, oh my gosh, there's all these events that we can bring here into town that we don't even know about. So yeah, just think about that. Yeah. And any other questions anybody has? I just wanted to thank you guys, and I guess the last thing I'll leave you with is get involved, make a difference. Thanks for going through this class. I'll see you at graduation. It'll be one of the best times you've had. I guarantee you it'll be the funnest graduation you have ever gone to. Promise you. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Kim. So now is the portion of the day where you actually get to stand up and do a little stretching. We are going to take a tour over the GLR building. So the tour is going to start up on the 6th floor, if you will all make your way over there and get some further instructions. Thank you.
One quick announcement.
Sure.
Any of you guys with your water bottle, I put a little container over there, so when you're done with your water bottles, you can throw them in there because we do recycle here.
Great. Thank you.
Hold up the sacks, please. We want to clarify some stuff.
We're walking to Garlington, right?
Yep.
Okay. And we're starting on the 6th floor?
On the 6th floor.
Okay.
And then we're going to break up into 2 tour groups.
Got it.
Everybody know where Garlington is? Follow the group.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. I stare at it from the camera all the time.
So you and I'll go. This is on your turn. Are you guys staying? Yeah.
There's a group going, right?
I think so. Well,
From your group.
we've got Corey, me, I'm going to go.
I'm staying.
You're staying?
Yep.
We just have the 2 guys, I guess. And me. Are you going to go, John?
No,
Oh, you're not?
I certainly can.
Would you go?
Yeah.
Would you mind? Just because we're short on. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
You can put those in the bag.
Oh, is there a bag?
Oh, the bag will be. Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
these are my favorite things.
And is it 11? Our lunch is at 12:15. No,
We're right on time. This is so good.
I'm actually going to shut this off because it's going to be
Yeah.
like a couple hours.
We kind of go around and clean up their
It's
Tables
water
and-
bottles and all this stuff. I'm not sure who all these belong to, but I put them up there because I didn't want to throw away. Okay.
And Jeff is the CEO of St. Patrick Hospital and Health Center. So we've cut into their time a little bit, and we'll try to leave time for questions. So without further ado, here's Jeff and James. Please welcome.
So before I actually get into the Best Place project, I want to talk a little bit about why we've been involved really since day one with the overall initiative. And I'm going to show you a couple of slides that are internal to St. Pat's have to do with our community benefit. It's really a tale of what's going on in our community right now. In 2009, we are required, though we're proud to do it, we're required to put together our community benefit report every year, as required by the AG, to really compares what the services that we're providing are compared to what we would be paying in taxes if we were for-profit. And this really justifies our existence as a not-for-profit. You can see here taxes paid, what we would have paid in taxes is 6.7 compared to an overall community benefit of 16.8. So we're certainly doing more than we're required to by law, but it's certainly reflective of who we believe we are at St. Pat's. But the number here I want you to draw your attention to is 16.8 million, and this was in 2009. Last year, that number jumped to 28.7 million. And the majority of the increase was really in this line item here, free and discounted care for those in need. We had a 42% increase in that line item number just in 1 year. And this really is reflective of the fact that we have fewer people that are carrying insurance for a variety of reasons. Certainly the Smurfit closure had a significant impact as those COVID benefits start to run out. But people are often, fewer businesses are offering commercial insurance, and certainly the kind of insurance that are being provided today, you're starting to see a lot of high deductible, and people are putting off elective procedures. So it's having a significant impact, certainly on the healthcare industry. And I want to make a couple of editorial comments here as well. Larry did talk about the large sectors of our economy, and healthcare being one of them. And we are of the strong opinion that in 10 years from now, if healthcare still is a dominant force in this economy, that we've missed the boat in our economic development initiatives, because healthcare really shouldn't be the driving force of our economy, because in reality, when that's the case, we're just eating ourselves from the inside out. And we have really, as an industry, have got to figure out a way to make healthcare more affordable. And one of the things that we strongly believe, and I'm trying to get off on a tangent and call it related to healthcare reform, but you can't reform healthcare until you reform the way that we get paid. Because we get paid based upon the quantity of care, not the quality of care. They're starting to switch that a little bit, but the more sick patients I have in my hospital, the more MRIs, the more CTs, the more labs that I do, the better off we're doing. And there's economic incentives for us to do more. And that's fundamentally what I believe is one of the most broken aspects of our system. And until you change that dynamic, you're not going to see a bending of the cost curve. And if we're going to have affordable health care, you have to fundamentally realign the incentives so that we're incentivized to drive down costs and improve quality. So that's my editorial comment on healthcare, because I'm not up here justifying the current healthcare system. In fact, one of the reasons I fought getting into healthcare at the very beginning was because it's an incredibly broken system, and it's incredibly illogical the way that we work. When I got my first hospital as a chief executive, if you think about this from a pure business perspective, and I used to work in for-profit healthcare, I was with HCA for 16 years. We were sitting around the table, and I found out that we were doing flu shots. I said, why the hell are we doing flu shots? It's like a tavern owner having an AA meeting at the bar during happy hour. It doesn't make any sense. Well, logically, it doesn't make sense, but we do it anyway because we're part of the provider community, and it's the right thing to do. But economically, and I'm just trying to highlight some of the fundamental disconnects in healthcare. Fundamentally, who benefits economically from the hospital giving flu shots? The patients and the insurance companies. Why would we do anything to benefit the insurance companies? Now, I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek, but when you think about it, there's a tremendous tension between the providers and the insurance companies. And in a logical system, in our current system, why aren't the insurance companies giving flu shots? Because we're freaking sissies. On the provider side, we enable bad behavior on a variety of fronts. And again, just another example of just how broken the current system is. We are very fortunate here in Missoula to have, and I'm not saying this to be self-serving by any stretch of the imagination, but some of the aspects of the economy, and certainly the quality of life that Missoula has to offer, has enabled us to recruit positions that communities this size typically don't have. And we have a healthcare infrastructure in western Montana that really is as good as you can get anywhere in the nation from a quality perspective. And a lot of that has to do with the quality of life, and a lot of it has to do with the university and the connections that we have with the university. And so Larry's comment about the importance of the university, I firmly believe really is part of the fundamental reason why we have such strong health care in western Montana. But as you can imagine, this kind of trend in charity care is unsustainable. And when you think about it from a pure business perspective, why are we involved in economic development? Because it's good business sense. We need people working. We need people back until the reform process and what that looks like and whether or not it's going to take off, or it remains to be seen. Until healthcare is reformed, we need people working in jobs with good insurance. It's that simple. It's a good, solid business decision. This is the third economic development initiative I've been involved in. And if you don't think that it makes a difference, I'm going to give you one success story. I was in Chattanooga before I came out here. And I ran a track meet in Chattanooga when I was a freshman in high school. And at that time, Chattanooga was controlled by 6 families. So there were 6 billionaires in Chattanooga. It had the highest number of billionaires per capita of any city in the U.S. And they moved a ton. They were very heavy into manufacturing and bottling, Coca-Cola bottling and carpets and chemicals. They moved a lot of manufacturing jobs overseas, and the economy of Chattanooga tanked. And certainly they started turning that around. If you've ever been there, part of the national championship, Chattanooga is a really clean, nice town. But when I was there, As a high schooler, it was filthy. It was dirty, it was run down, and it really took a concerted effort on the part of the community to get their act in and together and really get themselves back on the map. While I was there, I was involved in the Economic Development Initiative, and because they were in the game, and they had put themselves in a deliberate position to be able to take care of opportunities that presented themselves. Chattanooga landed a Volkswagen manufacturing plant when Detroit was shutting down. And that's because they were in the game. One of the problems that we've had here in western Montana, specifically Missoula, is that we've been in parts of the game where we've had a variety of different organizations doing a variety of different things. And actually doing those variety of different things in a lot of respects very well. But I think, well, we've talked about this, and Dave, we've talked about this very much, and if you want to disagree or retort or debate, certainly jump in. But what was missing was a comprehensive economic development initiative that had all the players that had a part of the economic development functions pulling in the same direction. So a unified approach to economic development really was, and a comprehensive was what was missing. A lot of the parts, but not comprehensive, and certainly people were kind of going in their own direction. So we started the conversation about a year and a half, 2 years ago. A small group of us got together and were really talking about the need for us to do something. And I think my observation was when I got here, again coming from the South, in a couple of environments where we were much more hungry at the time in terms of economic development, this was my own personal observation, is when you talked about economic development in this community, it was almost a bad word. And again, I'm not trying to talk about whether you agree with the McClay ski resort or not, but I'm sitting here looking at it as a complete, new person going, why are we fighting this? I mean, I understand the environmental concerns, certainly, but the economic impact that would have on this community would be freaking huge. And it's just getting all this negative press. And, I started thinking, is this Missoula? Is Missoula run by a vocal minority? And so all of a sudden, when Smurfit happened, it became apropos for us to be able to talk about economic development in a much more aggressive way. Having worked with NCDS in the past, they basically come in and they do an assessment as to whether or not we've got the capacity and the interest. We have the capacity, whether or not we had the interest to raise the money to be able to put a comprehensive economic development initiative together. And so when they originally came in, they did their original assessment. How many people did you interview? About 80 people, 80 private and primarily private business sector people. The answer was not just yes, but yes with an exclamation point. We've got a great opportunity here. We also didn't want to make any preconceived notions. I had seen Larry's presentation on a couple pieces, but what we did was we ended up hiring an individual that is a site selector, Jay Garner with Garner Economics, to come in and give us a purely objective perspective. And probably his perspective was a little harsh in the terms of the way that he delivered it. We asked him to be intentionally harsh. We probably didn't sanitize it enough before it rolled out and it created some ripples in the community. That certainly wasn't intended. But what we wanted was a site selector's opinion on how ready we were. And that report is available on the city's website if you want to look at it. And his report was that you're not ready, you don't have an economic development initiative underway. The first thing that you have when you have an economic development initiative, you have a website. Because site selectors aren't site selectors, they're site eliminators. The fewer sites that they have to present to a company, the easier their job is. So if they go to Missoula and they can't get information on a website, bam, 15 seconds and we're done. We're done. And so that was one example of you saying that we're really not in the economic development game. And at that time we're not. And I would submit to you today we're getting there, but we're still not in the game at this point. He came back and outside of saying that we were not in the game, he also talked about 4 areas which I think are largely consistent with Larry's presentation, although one's called out probably a little bit more specifically in terms of what we have to offer. He highlighted something that Larry affirmed earlier, which is we actually, in fact, in the absence of workforce development infrastructure, we actually have one of our best assets in Missoula, other than quality of life, is a tremendous workforce. In fact, it's nothing to brag about. We're a tremendously underemployed workforce in this town. So that's a good thing, because a lot of communities, they have to start with workforce development because their workforce isn't where it needs to be. We've got good workforce. He identified 4 different sectors of areas that would be conducive and probability for high success for us to go after. One was mobile entrepreneurs, those that are lifestyle driven, that if we had the infrastructure in Missoula, we could attract. Professional and technical services, which are leading the economy, was an area. Pharma, we had the 6th largest pharmaceutical pharmacy school in the nation in terms of NIH dollars. And why don't we have any type of pharmacy, wholesaling, pharmacy business outside of that? I mean, there's a tremendous amount of resources here that we could build off of if we went out and really put a concerted effort. And the 4th, drawing a blank, I said that first. Creative industries, which Larry also talked about. So those are the 4 initially that we're going to really focus on from the Best Place Project's perspective. In business, you have to be metric driven. And so one of the things we felt early on, and this is not, James facilitated a lot of this, but that's all he did was facilitate. He didn't put the plan together. We, the business leaders in this community, coupled with our public partners, put this plan together. And the Best Place goals are to create 2,500 new primary jobs, resulting in 4,800 to 75 total jobs, paying a sustainable wage rate of $37,000 annually. Now, why did we pick $37,000? Well, when we started looking at the national averages, James, how much was it going to take for us? How many jobs at what level was it going to take for us to get Missoula to the national average in terms of average wage?
7,000 new jobs paying $130,000.
7,000 new jobs paying $107,000 a year. Well, we want lofty goals, but we also want realistic goals. And we recognized that just wasn't going to happen. And so we started looking at the region, and we kind of narrowed it down and said, what would it take for us just to get to Billings? And it's 2,500 new jobs paying above $37,000 a year. Now, $37,000 a year, given the cost of living in Missoula, you know, that's on the bubble. But the point is that we're intentionally not going after $8 and $10 an hour jobs. We're going after those jobs in those sectors that will get us above the national average and hopefully bring our average wage up to Billings or certainly beyond. Our intention is to go beyond. Generate direct payroll of roughly $173 million. Increase new capital investments over the next 5 years by $150 million. Encourage 25 new business startups with innovation or technically related concepts to get up and running. Recruit 25 best fit companies, again, targeting those 4 different sectors into the area, and conduct 4 to 6 annual business prospect missions and trade events to educate and attract national, statewide, and regional selection consultants. So at a very high level, and then I'm going to get to the tactics. Funding the Best Place Project, we have a goal of raising about $3.2 million. And James, I'm going to have you interject at this point in time and talk to you a little bit about the fundraising aspects of this and where we currently are today.
Well, as Jeff said, we have a goal over 5 years of $3.2 million to fund this initiative. I mean, the way we do it is first we figure out what the plan is and then try to figure out how much it costs, and that sets what our fundraising goal. We looked at this as, you know, private sector, economic development needs to be led by the private sector. So about 1/3 of the funding is coming from the public sector and 2/3 is coming from the private sector. We're close to raising $3 million so far as of today.
Yes, come on up front.
I liked it back there. We have, so out of the public sector, that represents the University of Montana, the city and the county and the airport are the public sector funders. And just to interject, I mean, we also agree that there's a huge role for the university to play in economic development that has largely not taken place over past years. We had Royce Ingstrom, who's now the president, then provost, help us write the plan because they're in charge of delivery for the education and the workforce development. And so it was very critical. And Royce was one of the easiest people we've ever got involved in an economic development strategy. He got it, he said, yes, the university's in, and let's move forward. And that's a great asset for us. So the remaining money is coming from the private sector. And as I said, we're nearing $3 million total. The campaign is continuing. That's what I'm here to run. We should go through the end of May. Hopefully we'll exceed our goal by somewhat, and we can get to the business of implementing this strategy. We've been talking for a year about what we're going to do, and everybody's tired of talking and they want to see action, and so that's really the next steps.
Right.
So,
very good.
yes.
So I'm going to come back and talk to you, give you an update about exactly where we are as soon as I get to the strategy. Yes, go ahead.
One really short mention at the university is Joe Fungi. He's the leader of technology transfer. It was an absolutely monumental hire to get him into the position he's in. He's fantastically talented and a really, really great milestone hire for the university. That can, his hire alone can help really shift how the university and the public or the private sector community and this whole ecosystem of the economy can work. So I just thought I'd throw Joe's name in there real quick.
Absolutely agree.
We agree. And his name has been talked about on multiple occasions in this very venue. So what are our strategies to do this, and how are we going to spend the $3.2 million? So roughly a third of the budget over the next 5 years is going to be spent on supporting the growth of existing business. James, why did we choose this as our number one strategy?
Well, when we went out and talked to the business community and said, what should your economic development strategy be for Missoula, loud and clear, the first issue people felt that we should address is how are we taking care of those businesses that are here now to grow and expand. And that's why this is the first initiative. And you can see that's in fact, almost 2/3 of the budget is just towards taking care of existing businesses or startups here. But that's why. That's why Missoulians said this should be priority number one.
Right.
And frankly, if you took the job creation number of 2,500 and you just kind of divvied it up, you should think that about 1,250, about half should just come out of business expansion of existing companies. About 400 would be out of the strategy 2, and then the balance coming out of recruitment. And that's the way we kind of view that.
Right. Strategy number 2 was to increase innovation, entrepreneurship, and small business support, and we're planning on spending $800,000 there.
Again, when we were over at the School of Pharmacy, Jeff and I, several weeks ago, talking about and learning how can we help do some of the tech transfer that Joe Fungi's in charge of, and create those opportunities. And Missoulians also felt very strongly that not only do we want to pay attention to startups, but they want to have a goal of those 2,500 jobs, 400 of them just come out of startups alone. And what we're looking at, primarily building, is an entrepreneurship culture that can be supported. One of the things that's lacking in Intermountain West, Western Montana, Missoula, primarily is an access to equity capital. You have good friends and family and fool money at the start, and you have good debt money at the end, and the missing piece is equity capital, whether it be angel investment, whether it be venture capital funds. You know, there's a venture fund out of Boise, Idaho called Highway 12 Ventures that receives state of Montana retirement dollars with the charge of doing investment of venture capital in Montana. And they've made their very first investment is in Missoula. But they're still looking for opportunities. The Carlyle Group, which is buying Muir Water Company, is one of the 4 largest equity funds in the world. So there should be opportunities to build that. So when we're talking about startups, it's the entrepreneurship culture and the access to capital. If you're an entrepreneur, how do I really find capital? If I'm a high net worth individual, how am I really looking at deal flow? I mean, how do I really pitch a VC? What do you do? And that's the kind of infrastructure we're trying to build.
Right. So that's going to be, sorry, so when we're going to talk about the executive selection process that we're going through right now, but when the executive director gets on board, establishing that capital network is going to be one of the goals that is really going to be put front and center for all the right reasons and all the reasons you just highlighted. Strategy number 3 is to attract new business to enhance and diversify the local economic base. We're spending a little bit more money here because it requires travel. It requires us, having promotional materials, really putting ourselves out there and going after specific industries in those 4 segments. But the interesting thing about economic development is just like anything, is that when you are prepared, opportunities present themselves that oftentimes you never really expected. The fact that Chattanooga landed a Volkswagen manufacturing plant when the auto industry was circling the drain is a testimony of that very notion that when you're in the game, things happen in a lot of respects that are very unexpected. So we're not tied to those 4. I think that the sentiment in Missoula is we don't want a bunch of smokestacks. That's a very significant, widespread sentiment. We want to maintain air quality and quality of life. So we're not going to be going out and recruiting smokestacks per se, but certainly being very deliberate in going after and putting ourselves in the game. This is anecdotal, granted. But when Jay was out here, we were having dinner with him one night, and he said, you know, you probably wouldn't have got it, but you would have been in the game if you'd have had your act together. Facebook had a 900-job project that landed in Austin, Texas because of the university and the social network that was inherent in and around Austin. And if you look at the attributes of what we have in Missoula, we could have been in the hunt on a project like that. And you know, you landing a project like that with 900 jobs, that's huge. And so those are the opportunities that we're really hoping are going to come out. And again, I'm paid to be optimistic in my job. I mean, if you can't be optimistic in healthcare, I mean, you're going to be overdosing on antidepressants on a daily basis. But it really is just getting in the game, putting ourselves in the game. We really believe that opportunities are going to come out because, as Larry said, we have so much to offer. I took my first trip to Montana in 1990. My family goes back into Middle Tennessee in the late 1700s, and only a handful of us left. And when I stepped off the plane and saw the mountains, I knew I was home. And I can tell you, after living here for almost 5 years now, I have no intention of going anywhere. I love it here. The quality of life here, the people here is fantastic, and we have really so much to offer that it is, as Larry said earlier, it's a shame that we haven't really put this together before now. And 4 is really investor relations and communications. We have to communicate to our investor community that we're actually doing what we said we're going to do. And because this really is a 5-year project that sunsets after 5 years. If it doesn't get renewed, we will have failed. So we're intending on providing so much, enough of a return to the investor community that when we come to re-up our initiative in 5 years from now, that it's a relatively easy sale. But again, we initially put it on a 5-year plan because it's the heat's on for us to collectively deliver on the metrics that we're talking about. So I was given 45 minutes, but I'm not sure I'm going to need all of it. So this is basically how it breaks down. Again, support existing businesses, increasing innovation and entrepreneurship, mainly really associated with developing that capital network that's currently missing in and around western Montana and certainly in the Pacific Northwest. Attract new businesses and investor and community relations. Where we are today, I'm going to go past that slide real quick. Where we are today is we ended up hiring an executive selection firm. The reason is, and this isn't to sound crass, but in this kind of economy, you have a lot of people out there looking for jobs. And oftentimes, the best people aren't looking for jobs. And the executive selection committee really provides us a resource to be able to tap into those individuals that are already in high performance, they're doing a really good job in their existing function, that aren't necessarily looking. And we ended up, the executive selection firm interviewed 43 candidates. They screened out over 80 or 90. They interviewed 43. They presented us with 9 or 10, and we narrowed it down to 5. Next week, we have 3 of them that are going to be on the ground, that are going to get tours. We have a group taking them to dinner, and then we have a panel interview back-to-back next Friday, and then we have 2 coming in the following week, and then we'll hopefully be making a decision shortly thereafter. We're hoping to have an executive director on the ground, up and running by the 1st of July. Yes?
Awesome. That's a great timeline. Is there a public forum for meeting into the candidates?
You know, I think that once we get past the initial screening interviews, expanding that would probably be a good idea. So, yes, we can certainly.
Are they from out of the area, close to them?
Yes, they're all from out of the area.
Okay.
They're all from out of the area. We had some internal to Missoula, and in fact, the mayor and I did a radio show the other day, and one of the ladies who called in chastised us for looking outside of Missoula. And the fact of the matter is economic development is a highly niche market. It is a very unique industry, and you really want to be plugged in with somebody that knows what they're doing. The learning curve on economic development is steep. My first foray into economic development was when I was in Nashville, and just going through that process, you know, you get exposed to many things in my line of work, You know, I know just enough about pharmacy to know I don't know jack shit about pharmacy. And so it's the same thing when it comes to economic development. It really is a discipline and a trade that requires professionals, and that's one of the reasons why we ended up hiring Jorgensen, because they specialize in economic development recruitment. So all of them, we have one coming from Maine, one coming from Georgia, one coming from Colorado, one coming from Illinois, and where's the last one coming from?
Montana.
Montana, that's right, we do have a Montana person. Yes?
You've got a room full of different leaders from different industries. How can they get involved in the Missoula Economic Partnership?
Stroke a check.
Don't say a word and write a check.
Yeah, right. Well, no, it's the more people we have involved that have economic skin in the game, that are pulling in the same direction. My experience has been, in anything in life, when you get good people around a good cause and you get people moving in the same directions, things happen. And if you look at the panel of people that have been involved, myself excluded certainly, we've got a really, really strong group of people that really have been. James, just real quick, talk about this campaign compared to other campaigns that you've done in your career.
Well, Missoula's been so easy that they wouldn't even need a professional fundraiser, just because the appetite has been so robust for a strategy like this. I've had companies I've gone in and asked to make an investment consideration, and they want to give more than I'm asking, and I have to negotiate them down, which is not normally or my role. Really.
Who are you talking to? We need to talk.
They would surprise you. There was one entity that I went to and I asked for them to consider $5,000 a year for 5 years for a total of $25,000, and they were insulted that the community thought so little of them that that's all they could do, and said, no, we're doing $20,000 a year for 5 years for a total of $100,000. And that's just not normal fundraising. And it's not me, it's because there's the appetite, there's a direction, people appreciate that there's clearly articulated goals and you have the right leadership. You know, how do people get involved? Jeff is right, it is as simple as writing a check, but mainly, we want to always communicate to almost anybody who will listen what the goals are, what our benchmarks are, and what we're trying to accomplish. And truly, this effort wants to be held accountable for delivering the results. And that is the responsibility of the community, whether you're an investor or not, to make sure that the goals that are articulated are being met. And that's how we really expect the leadership of the community. Are you doing what you said?
That's right. And I think that, it really is. We intend on, the hospital intends on getting a return on investment on its investment. That we don't approach these discussions as we'd like for you to contribute to the Missoula Economic Partnership. We say we would like for you to invest in Missoula's future. Because really, if you look at Missoula, we're kind of and I forget who gave me this analogy, so I don't own this. But I was talking to somebody, and it was, and it may have been Betsy Cohen, but she says, we're kind of an adolescent when it comes to a community. We don't necessarily want to go back to the days of the timber and the lumber industry. So we're kind of on this bridge between where we came from and where we want to go. The problem is we haven't really clearly defined what's on the other side of the bridge. And that's really what we're trying to do as a community, is to find what we want Missoula to look like, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road. And unless, there's an old saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. That's kind of where we've been, is really not necessarily knowing which road we're on. And so we're very clearly saying this is a road we're going down, and hopefully, and again, this isn't stuff that's been driven by a small group of people. This has been based upon widespread interviews with a number of people throughout the community. Yes?
First, I just want to say I think it's an awesome project, but one of the things, just for an example, like if a Volvo says we're going to move there, would we be handicapped? Because I know Montana in the past hasn't been very against offering like tax credits or any other incentives to get that business in. I know that's something that it seems like at the state level and even at the local level, they're anti that. Are we going to be able to get past that hurdle, or?
I'll let James speak to this as well, but that is one of the disadvantages that we have. We don't have a tax structure that really is today that is nimble enough and oriented enough to be able to do the things in a lot of other states that they can certainly do. Can we get past that? You know, I think a lot of it has to do with what evolves in the legislature. I had lunch with an upcoming gubernatorial candidate that one of the first things they talked about was configuring the tax structure to be able to encourage economic development. I'm going to another one tonight to hear what this other potential candidate's thoughts are. I think that the other thing that's come out of this, and this is something that Mayor and the county understand, and it's something that we're going to have, and clearly Kim understands this probably more than anybody, is that even at the local level, that oftentimes the processes and the hurdles in just dealing with city and county government can sometimes be an impediment to economic growth. And having them at the table was important because they're part of the problem and they need to be part of the solution. They understand that, but again, as anything with the legislative process, it takes time. But I do think that at least with the county leaders and certainly with John, they understand the need to fix that. From a business person's perspective, it's not going to be fast enough. So we're just going to keep the pressure on and ensure that we keep them at the table and help them understand that they've got to fix their processes if we're really going to be effective in this endeavor.
And I would say that the answer really is it depends. I wish I had a better answer. But if you took the top 10 reasons why companies are looking to expand, it changes where it is in that top 10 based on the economy. In a bad time, they're looking for more incentives. In a good time, they're looking for other advantages. But cost of doing business is more important. Access to workforce is more important. I mean, companies make their decision, can I really find the workforce to do that? Some communities don't do business recruitment, they do only workforce recruitment. Your tax structure in Montana is somewhat out of balance as a disincentive on some industries. But on some, it's favorable. So it really, I mean, I wish I was better than it depends, but it depends.
I agree with Andy. I think that this should have probably been done 20 years ago instead of just now with trying to develop Missoula's economy. And it's been culturally inherent in Missoula that, I mean, as you probably maybe found out, it's always been a city of no when it wants to come to promote businesses and so forth. And are you in your structure going out to promote this to the common person? So I mean, business has always been kind of a bad word in Missoula for a lot of people, that for some reason they don't want to see the growth, that you're going to try to, you know, not just going to the business community, but going out to the community as a whole and say, this is why we need to do this for this community, and show the benefits so people will quit trying to stop good things that are trying to be promoted.
You know, I would imagine that will be on the work plan for the new executive director. I mean, the people that are running the Missoula Economic Partnership right now are all fully employed people that have other jobs. But I do think that that's incredibly important. However, I do think that it's important to note that one of the things that we are asking the investors is that they communicate to their respective workforces the importance of their workforce getting behind it. I know that there's not a time that goes by when I do quarterly employee forums where I'm not talking about the economic development process. And I think my workforce understands that when, you know, retail and hospitals are the canaries in the coal mine when it comes to the economic health of the communities we serve. You saw it on the slide in terms of free and discounted care. That is an unsustainable trend. And unless we can get people back working in good working jobs, and that's not just because self-serving. I mean, that's how people really develop their own dignity. It's getting themselves into a position where they can make good choices about the life that they live, and they're not having to work 3 jobs just to be able to keep the lights on. That's what we're really trying to do, is create wealth for this community for the right reasons. And I think that one of the things that we're trying to do, and one of the things that I've observed, and again, that's a theory that I have, is that oftentimes Missoula seems to be crowded out by the vocal minority. What we're saying is use your existing workforce, talk to your workforce about how this is important to them, and get them out there talking about this in a positive fashion. When it comes time to elect people that are representing us, make sure that we're electing people that have got their heads screwed on straight, that have Missoula's best interest in mind.
Question for James real quick?
Yeah.
James, just off the record, free-form thinking, if you were hired as executive director of MEP, what would your first 6 months look like, knowing what you know now about the Missoula economy and the state of affairs with the region and the national economy?
Did you write
My first effort would be, and thankfully I don't do that hard work anymore, I do fundraising. My first effort would be business retention and expansion. And I can tell you, I have talked to hundreds of businesses over the last 12 months in this town. And there's a tremendous amount of opportunity if people just knew how to go about doing it. And the first way you do business retention, it sounds trite, but you have to go talk to people. You know, people get an office and they have an expectation that they're supposed to be in it. And you can't do business retention from an office. And there's such tremendous opportunity, I think, in the next 18 months to meet half these job goals with existing companies just by going out and talking to them. The other thing that the community doesn't do particularly well, or most communities, there's a company here that just made an expansion decision of their business, this headquartered in Missoula, and they're expanding to another state. And I talked to that CEO a year ago. He told me that they were looking at another community, but they didn't even know who to talk to in Missoula to make a comparable project. But even today, while I know that the company is expanding elsewhere, and it may be completely logical as a business decision why it made sense for their business to expand, today that would be conjecture because we've never even gone out to understand why. Why was your decision made? I mean, when a company closes, do we conduct an exit interview like a valuable employee? So I'm giving you a very long answer, but I'm telling you, we want to go out and cut a big ribbon for a major new company we recruited, but really you've got to go out first and take care of who you're there. One of the examples I use is the Smurfit Stone closure. There was perhaps an opportunity to exploit, and I mean that in the best of sense, the valuable workforce there. Nobody said, manufacturers of the world, we have skilled manufacturing employees here in Missoula. Why does it make sense for you to come here? Contrary to popular belief, there's just not hundreds of skilled manufacturer people lying around the country. To me, that was an opportunity, a potential. I don't know that you would have landed a manufacturer, but who went out and said, why does it make sense for your company to come here and take advantage of this manufacturing workforce? Because when they're gone from this economy, they're gone, and you're not getting them back. And so those are the efforts that I would see to take place the first 6 months.
Just a quick question. Is there a public list of investors for this project? Or will there be? I mean,
there will be.
For us to see at some point in time who's involved?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there'll be probably about 120 total. I've told you that the public sector is easy.
Right.
And the private sector.
The original campaign candidate was 20, 25?
Yeah. And we're up to probably 70 now, and hoping to get to about 120 of all size.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I work at the university, so it's nice to hear you say that our new president was on board with this project. And I think he's an awesome president for our institution because we need somebody with vision. In economic development, there's a lot of folks that have skin in the game. How is MEP going to bring all those different folks that are out working with economic development? What's the vision for bringing those folks into this group?
You want to take a stab at
I will answer easy questions.
Well,
go ahead. There's been a lot of conversation with the various entities doing economic development. The Chamber, MCDC, Downtown Association, BRED, which is the Bitterroot Economic Development District. I mean, there's a whole alphabet. The Convention Visitors Bureau. How do we work collectively? There's some thought of even just co-locating all the entities so that they're working as a one-stop shop. There's some interest in that. But you're right, you have to be, the way we see it is the economic partnership may be the entry point, but the service provider may be somebody else. It may be MCDC or the Chamber. And we want to be the conduit to that. And so everybody has to work collectively. I mean, Kim and I have had many conversations about that. We could brand the partnership as that's the place you got to go to for economic development, and the chamber is still going to be the first place that's called. You know, I'm coming to town, so you have to have those relationships. So, and then you can go, or Dave can add to it as well.
I'd be happy to answer. You know, we work with communities across the state. I'm really excited about this because there are other communities, Billings, Butte, Great Falls, that do this a whole lot better than Missoula. And those other communities, man, they, just like they're doing now in Missoula, are working as a team to get things done. And that team approach is essential. And, you know, from our organization's perspective, the very first day, the Missoula Economic Partnership, it was called something different back then, called us and said, all right, let's sit down and figure out how we're going to get it done. So it's been really good.
Did that answer your question?
Well, you can answer too. That'd be cool.
What they said. I will say the one entity that hasn't been named was MADC. And we have been working, we have a monthly meeting with their executive committee because it was it was noted very early on, and I think they kind of got the brunt of the negative press early on because they have economic development associated with their name, but when you really look at their core function, they do some economic development, but the majority is they manage Montech and they run a loan fund. And so what we're really doing on that particular front is that the notion within at least the executive committee of the board is that whatever MAEDC looks like, it has to be working in conjunction with, underneath, one of the existing institutions, whether it's DC, whether it's Missoula Economic Partnership, whether it stands alone as a loan fund with an executive director. Those are all being discussed right now. But the point of the matter is that we have a tremendous amount of cohesion, more so than we've ever had, around this effort. When the wheels come off, you have an opportunity to rebuild it. And that's exactly, and I think I'm using your analogy, Dave, is when we're rebuilding this, and I think it's going to be bigger, faster, and stronger than it's ever been.
And you know, one other thing that fascinates me, we're watching this exact same thing happen in Bozeman. The wheels came off in Bozeman 6 months or a year ahead of Missoula's wheels coming off. And they are remaking themselves, and they're 6 months ahead of us. And they have a one-stop shop now. You know, we have an office in that one-stop shop, and it'll be fascinating to watch how it progresses. It's been more organic over there than it is here. This is far more organized, but this is not an isolated event in this state where economic development in general says, "Oh my God, what are we doing wrong?" and remakes itself.
And you said this, but who has their act better than anybody else?
Butte. And you know, if you look at Butte, I mean, the fact that they only have 1.8% population loss, you know, that Larry was saying this morning, is incredible to me. I mean, they get out there and they chase us down when they see opportunities, and they pin us down to the ground and they say, "Bring that here." So they're really organized. They have one person who then steers all of the economic development inquiries to the resources in the community. That's Butte Local Development. That's what it's called there.
Yes. Last question. Sorry.
Oh.
Sure.
You've mentioned press a couple times. Do you have somebody kind of running PR interference for you, or is that a skill that you're going to be looking for in your new executive director?
The latter.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the PR we have, the Missoulian has gotten on board with this very early on, and they've been they have to be balanced. But I can tell you philosophically at the highest levels, and even amongst a lot of their reporting staff, are supportive of this effort. And so the PR really hasn't been, other than kind of stepping on some feet inadvertently from the very beginning and ruffling some feathers. I think it's been pretty smooth sailing now. That's not to say that we're not going to have issues coming up. We certainly will, but that will also be a key function of the office. All right.
Very exciting stuff. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Hopefully Jeff and James
will be concentrated. It's where it has been concentrated. So if we turn our back on where the growth potential already resides, it will be the biggest mistake we make as a community. Here's the fastest growing industries, and you can look at what they are. Missoula is positioned to take advantage of much of this with what we already have. We're not out of the game. This is the most new jobs over the next 10 years. So, management, scientific, technical consulting, physicians' offices, computer system design, general merchandise stores excluding department stores, employment services, local government, home health care, services for the elderly, etc., etc. Most job losses. I see all of the blue ones are in somewhere in manufacturing. We've got just a couple more slides here. Here's what really counts. That's why Missoula has been as vibrant as it has. The quality of your community, in spite of ourselves, we've had a lot working for us. The quality of your workforce, even though our workforce development system is not properly articulated to take advantage of where we're going. The quality of your surrounding environment, we've got it in spades, we know that. This is what we have to do to take the community forward. A lot of it has to do with devising side-by-side strategies for business development and workforce development. What do I mean by that? You don't do these two things separately. A lot of economic development tends to be on businesses, while education focuses on workforce, and they almost don't talk to each other. They have to do it hand in glove, okay? So the candidates for Missoula's key clusters are really what we already have: professional technical business services, healthcare, adult education, wholesale, retail, a broader, more developed trade, assorted manufacturing. That's about all you can count on in that. We have a conservation cluster, an arts and culture cluster, an entertainment cluster, and I'm going to be done here. So here's the three things I would do. Now these aren't simple and easy, but we need workforce development and enhancement of education. Now what are we going to do for the next 10 years? Probably cut funding. Here's infrastructure. You can't go forward into the future with the type of infrastructure planning that we do in a city like this. And then we really need to have accelerated development of the arts, because it'll make Missoula a bigger magnet than what it is, but it'll also attract talented people, which is the key for a talented workforce. You go hand. So well done. Sorry, it takes a long time to get through all the pieces. Just a couple of quick questions, because I know we got to move on, but yeah, right here.
Do you know if the University of Montana is participating in Missoula Economic Partnership?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Parts of it are.
2 minutes.
Oh.
Have you made this presentation to the city council?
And the MDA?
We did some business forums, and we would get 200 people at that. We would invite council. I think I saw one of them show up. It's hard to get people engaged in a conversation, but this is not rocket science, and in some ways, we've got so much to work with. It's kind of pathetic that we haven't put it together better than we have.
What's the reception at the legislature for this general topic?
It's not what's the reception, it's where's the audience. Look at what their economic development discussion is in Helena. See, they're just not, they don't get it. So they don't know, you've got to know where to invest, and we've got limited investment capital. And they simply, what they're doing is actually pulling back on the critical areas where you need to invest.
Are you partnering with the Best Place Project?
I haven't talked to any of those guys. I've been in town, but I haven't talked to them.
Great segue.
Very well done.
Just while they're getting ready, I just want to tell you, one of the things is just the way we left that conversation off. It's one of the reasons what makes what you're doing here so important. So you guys coming together, what is there, 40 of you? I mean, that's kind of a critical mass of some very capable people. You could probably figure this out in 2 days.
It's been interesting 3 years, yeah.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Business Economy Day. We're so excited to share this day with you guys. Kind of our primary focus when we were planning this day was what drives our economy here in Missoula? You know, what does it take for a business that wants to start out here, you know, to get it going, be successful? And what is the growth potential in Missoula with our economy? So that's kind of what we focused on. We looked in past years and picked things that we liked and kind of changed a few things up. And I've had a great committee to work with, so I'd like to have them introduce themselves.
Dave.
Where do you work?
I work at the Montana Community Development Corporation.
Corey Rass, I work at Merrill Lynch.
Alyssa Sheffrin, and I work at Blackfoot Telecommunications Group. Julie Kickbush-Jones, and I'm at the American Red Cross.
Suzanne Elstrom, and I'm at Partners Creative.
In our honorary, we have a couple more chair members that weren't able to make it. Stan Dugdale couldn't be here with us today, but he contributed a lot too. And then Stan Solberg will be joining us in the latter part of the day. And then Steve Rosinka wasn't able to make it too due to his job. So, but I've had a great committee. I think we've done an awesome job, and thank you guys for all your hard work. Thank you, Amanda, Kari, and John, too. We appreciate all the help you guys give us, too. So have a great day. We're excited to see how this all goes out. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing Mike Hickey, who is the current president of First Interstate Bank. He's been in banking in the Montana community for the past 30-plus years. He was a former president of U.S. Bank, and so he's just going to do a short welcome and welcome Mike Hickey.
Well, good morning. Welcome to First Interstate, and we're just delighted to see such a crowd, to participate, to get together with our business colleagues around the community. And as a frustrated former economist, I think it may be more exciting than to start out with Larry Swanson first thing in the morning. But truly, what a time in our country, in our community, to think about the topics of leadership and how that's enmeshed in the economy, which of course is, when you bring it right down to our individual level, we're feeling it. We're feeling macroeconomic activity like no other generation. And it's certainly a time for new ideas and thoughts and leadership at just almost every level. So I'll let you get on with your day, but welcome on behalf of First Interstate. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next, I'm pleased to introduce you to Larry Swanson. Got you up and going right off the bat.
That's good.
Larry is a PhD economist and director of the O'Connor Center for the Rocky Mountain West at the University of Montana. The center is a regional studies and public education program at the university. Larry's been with the university since 1988, just out of high school, and has done hundreds of studies of the economy in the state and region area here. So, welcome, Larry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to talk pretty fast, just to get through some charts. One of the things about the economy, and particularly as we kind of look forward to where we're going, you can't completely remake your economy out of whole cloth. Sometimes we approach economic development as something that we've got a lot of control over, when the reality is that there's some things we can influence and a lot of things that we can't. It was like Mike was saying, the macroeconomic economy is kind of bearing down on a lot of things that are happening here locally, we were doing pretty well for quite an extended period of time prior to this slowdown. And probably on the other side of this, we're going to do pretty well as well. We just got to get through it, and it's a matter of how long it's going to last. I guess do we have a clicker on this?
We're grabbing one right now.
Oh, okay. I'm going to advance it. I'll trip over some cords in the process, but just to start out with, and we could probably drop those lights maybe in just a tad more, just a tad more. When you look at the economy, you sort of start with the labor force and employment. So we got one? Great, great. And this looks at labor force and employment in Montana, statewide Montana, going back to 1990 up through, you're going to have to bear with my cough. I'm on the tail end of a cold here, but I'm having a hard time kicking the last part of it. Up through December here. And the gap between those two, labor force on the top and employment on the bottom, is unemployment. So this is what unemployment has looked like statewide in Montana. This is the slowdown that we're going through right now. The ups and downs in this economy are seasonal changes. Over the course of the year, you have the months with the highest employment are ordinarily August, September. The highest employment, so the lowest unemployment. The highest unemployment usually occurs in January, February. So we're moving into spring. Unemployment levels should come down. But this is kind of the picture, the history of what's been going on in the state and how it's been working for us. This is the unemployment rate in Montana. If you go back to the early 90s, we were at 8%, 5 to 8% unemployment. That was pretty normal. Coming out of the 80s, which was a very difficult time. When I moved to Missoula in 1988, this town was just dead. And most of the 80s were very difficult for Montana. And as you drove around Montana, it was just a very stagnant economy. And so this was kind of what it was. We didn't call it a recession back then. We just called it sort of a slow economy. Here, this has basically been caused by a national recession that started all the way back in December of '07. If you can imagine that, it's been that long since the beginning of it. And you can see here that we had worked our way to 2.4% unemployment prior to this slowdown. Full employment is about 4% unemployment. So when we got to 2.4, if we would have continued, we would have stayed at 2% or less unemployment right now. At 2% or less unemployment, you can't fill all the jobs that are open. So in Boise, for example, right around this time, we started to see some companies offering $5,000 if a qualified applicant would simply answer a want ad and come and interview. So the reality is, I'm looking around the room here, most of you folks in here, late 20s, up somewhere in there, up through late 30s in most cases.
50s.
Early 40s. See, you just don't look at it. That was your chance and you blew it.
I started at the university in high school, too.
You're going to be into a very tight labor market pretty soon. That's just the way it's going to be working. And a lot of this is demographics, and I'll kind of show you what I mean by that. Excuse me. Here is Missoula, and you can see we started out the 90s at over 10% unemployment. That was true throughout most of western Montana, very, very high unemployment. Mike, were you around here at that time?
1984.
I mean, it was tough. We just thought that was the way Montana worked. And then we saw an awful lot of income expansion in Montana and throughout the Rocky Mountain region. The Rocky Mountain region as a whole, through the 90s and through the first part of this current decade, fastest growing income base in the United States. Fastest growing economy. And probably if you look over the next 15 years, we'll be right back in that same situation. And I'll kind of give you a picture of why I think that's the case. Here's how unemployment kind of settled in as we went from '07 through 2010. These are just July of each year. And the darkest areas in this map are where we have the highest unemployment. Black areas, the real dark ones, are 10% or higher. The yellow one and white ones are the lowest unemployment. So when we started out, we had fairly low unemployment all throughout what we could call the interior western United States. You go in from the Pacific coast, you come in from the Midwest, and you hit the plains and the Rocky Mountain region, very low unemployment rates. You can see Missoula up in there, very low. Here's 08, and you can see the spread. Again, it started in December of 07. There's July of 08. Now here's July of 09, and then July of 2010. So what is happening is that the sagging, slow economy actually intensifies where it's already deepest. It becomes worse in places where it's bad before it becomes bad in places that it's good. So we sat out maybe the first 10 months of the recession, held in there with fairly high unemployment rates, and then slowly got pulled into it over time. The area right down the center of the country is held in there mainly because it's an area that doesn't see a lot of population growth, so they're not adding to their labor force, and they didn't see the boom, so they didn't see the bust. And so it kind of holds in there. Plus it's very agricultural, very kind of stable. This is November of 2010. Here's February. This is the latest map that I have. But so you can see this is still deepening. We're not out of this yet. And as we cut state budgets, cut federal budgets, the thing that carried us into whatever recovery we had up through this point, we had a lot of stimulus spending that everybody, a lot of people are upset about, but that's how you have to bring an economy back. Absent that, we would just be sinking. So what you try to do is you try to replace private spending and private investment with increased government spending, only for a time, in order to turn the momentum in the economy back in a positive direction. But you can see that this is still pretty bad. We could very easily slip into a double dip. And it's just because nobody's talking about it, because it's not politically possible to think about stimulating the economy again. So this then looks at Montana versus the U.S. over time. These are seasonally adjusted unemployment rates. So the red one's Montana, the blue one's the U.S. All of those high points over time are recessions. The early 80s, the early 90s. You can see the 03 dot-com slowdown. And then there's the Great Recession that we're in now. But we had a pretty great recession back in the early 80s, too. But you can see how quickly it turned around. In the latter case, it's lingering. It's kind of hanging on. This is looking at Montana and other surrounding states, just to show how we're all kind of in this together. No place is an island, and so eventually you sort of get pulled in, whether you want to or not, and you can see that happened all through our region. That's all that's meant to indicate. This then looks at the latest data that we have, monthly employment change nationally and monthly employment change in Montana. So if we go back here to 2000, all the way out here, here's when the recession began. And the depth of the recession is basically, can't see the month there, but it was January of 09. That's when it hit bottom. And so then it's been working its way back. A little bit here, then this is troublesome. A little bit here, and you can see the same thing nationally. Would you want to bank on a recovery looking at charts like that? Probably not. So that's why it's a delicate period. And if anything, economists would argue for more stimulus. But it's not going to happen. This is quarter-to-quarter personal income change, Montana versus the U.S. Montana are the dark bars, the U.S. are the light ones. And we can just look at this. This goes back to the late 90s up through the very latest data we have, which is the fourth quarter of 2010. And you can see that we went into negative territory there in first quarter of '09, and then we started our recovery, but see how weak that recovery is. The other thing to note about this is how many years Montana's income growth exceeded the national growth rate. A lot of years there. So we've actually made a lot of progress in terms of income growth. And that's something to work with. And when you look at the labor force, that very first chart I showed you, Montana's labor force going up, 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 up over time. These look at labor force growth or decline in the 90s, 2000 to 08, and then 08 to 2010. Every gray county up there has had a decrease in its labor force. So never take any of those things for granted. I mean, sometimes we think growth, oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Probably going forward over the next 20 years, in most years there will not be a growth in the labor force, because we're going to be losing more people from the labor force than we're adding for about a pretty good period of time. When you look at this, many areas have already been in that situation. So look at Montana during the 90s. Just those orange counties are where the labor force expansion occurred that was associated with this big burst of activity we had for about a decade. It's all in western Montana over to Billings. Look at the rest of the state. The white areas are virtually no change, okay? Here's then since 2000, and then this is more recently. So look at that picture. What that tells you is you know, we're pretty fortunate. We're pretty lucky. You know, when I hear people here talking about how bad it is because of what they see on television, that starts to translate into how businesses react and operate here, how consumers spend and operate, and the decisions they have. But we really haven't seen anywhere close to the worst of what's been going on in this country. And we've been seeing, in most of these periods, growth in our labor force. Look at most of the rest of the country there. That's just simply not the case. When you focus down on Montana and the surrounding area, all this does then, I mean, if you look at something like this, if all of our growth is kind of focusing over here, well, it's pretty easy to understand that's where our cities are. And if you look later on, as I'm going to show you, what kind of economic change are we experiencing, most of it is urban-based. Now, we don't think of Missoula as a big city, but most of our expansion that's went on for the last 2 decades, and that will follow as we go forward, is urban in character. In other words, it would not occur absent some kind of population center and a surrounding population that's tied into that population center. And all of these red dots, every dot is 30 people, and that just shows you the distribution of people. So you can see Boise, the Spokane area, Twin Falls, Pocatello. When you get into Montana, we have fairly concentrated population nodes or centers. And those little nodes create hubs of activity. You start pulling those population centers apart, and we're in trouble. Most of the economy is going to pass right over the top of us. So what has been working for us is most of those 7 cities, not only are where this new kind of economy is centering, but they're also growing in Montana. They're growing and concentrating. If you look on across, you can see eastern Montana really doesn't have much population. A lot of that population also tends to concentrate where we've got all these public lands. One of the things is, if you study migration patterns during the 90s when a lot of this happened, and they interviewed people, one of the biggest factors for why people move where they moved to, 80% of the respondents would basically say the attractiveness of the area and the quality of life. So absent that, you're not going to be in the game most of the time. That's worked extremely well for the Rockies. And then when you pull down on a place like Montana and you sort of color code it, all of the dark colored counties are these urban centers of differing sizes. And I've got just kind of a legend there, but Billings being the biggest one, Yellowstone, and the green ones, Missoula and Great Falls next, and then the yellow ones are a little bit smaller down. The surrounding lighter colored counties are closely tied to those centers, and then all of those gray counties are the more rural, isolated areas of the state. When you look at Montana's population, and again, all we're trying to do is represent it here, you draw a 50-mile circle around Missoula, and then using GIS software, you just say count the dots. Within 50 miles of Missoula, there's about 140,000, 141,000 people at the time of the 2000 census. A 50-mile circle around Billings, about 141,000. Very comparable. The main reason for that is Missoula's got much more people in the surrounding area, more people in the surrounding area than what you have in Billings. And you can see what the other areas are. You get over to Spokane, you get 500,000 and up. All of our places are relatively small here. Whoops. Uh-oh, there we go. When you look at then labor force, now all I'm going to do here, this is the western part of the state, the central front from Billings down to Great Falls, and then the eastern part of the state. This is where the labor force of Montana resides, west to east and from urban to rural. And this is how it's growing. Now you can't have a growing economy absent a growing labor force. You can, I mean you can grow income without more people working, and we do some of that, but ordinarily a growing economy is kind of measured by growing employment, and you can't grow employment unless you're expanding your workforce. And you can see here, this is kind of what the performance of the state has been since 2000 in terms of where that workforce is expanding. What that tells you is you've got to have these cities to have most, I mean, the cities have got about 95% of the labor expansion that's going on. I'm leading up to why it's important to where we are as an economy, in some ways is where we are as a city, in very meaningful ways. This is then population, as it was in 2009 from west to east, and then this is population change. You see that? See, it's even more striking than the labor force change. It's very concentrated, but in this case, your population growth is highest in Gallatin County, the Bozeman area. Yellowstone being the biggest is close behind, but you've got Flathead, Missoula, Lewis and Clark, and then Ravalli. Now, why is this going south? That's Butte Silverbow. What's leading to growth? Growth is basically being centered around amenities, quality of life, quality cities, and Butte has not seen any population growth for about 20 years. You just can't be that stigmatized environmentally and be in the game competitively. So part of the need to think about the future is think about, well, how do we make this place a desirable place to live? What all do we have to work with to begin with? And we've got it in spades, obviously. But you can see how, again, the numbers don't lie. They tell us what's happening. This then tells us, well, what kinds of population change are we seeing? This is natural population change, just births minus deaths. Now, every county that's going down has more deaths than births. Now, keep in mind, when we go forward the next 20 years, that's going to accelerate, because we're going to have an acceleration in the growth of the population 65 and older. So death rates are going to shoot up in the parts of the state that aren't growing. You can see in other parts of the state we have a lot more births than deaths, but it's pretty concentrated. Then this is net migration. So in other words, that just looks at, well, people moving to and from, they're only going to about 10 places. That's probably the picture going forward as well. Then when we put all of this on a chart from 1970 out to 2009, That's the western part of the state in the green, the central front in purple, and then the eastern plains in orange, and it will simply continue like that. These are the changes over time that you see in these. This is reshaping the state politically. We're becoming a more urban-based state, but the sort of reapportionment that you see in the legislature is about 2 decades behind reality. You know what I mean? So we're still, one cow, one vote in a lot of situations. I grew up on a farm, so. But we're a little behind, and by being behind politically, you fall behind in terms of leadership and decision making, because you have to stay up with change. You can't stick yourself in time and pretend that nothing is changing. This is population for Missoula and Ravalli over time. And again, you look at it over an extended period of time, you can see how flat it was in the 80s. It took off in the 90s, but this then shows, well, we're not seeing the bottom of this, but this then shows by 5-year period how this growth is slowing. Now, what do you think is going to happen going forward? I wonder if this will come down a little more without me shooting it up. What do you think is going to happen? Now, this is the early 90s, latter 90s, early this part of the decade, and about the last 4 years. What do you expect going forward in Missoula and Ravalli? Ravalli County last year in 2009 was the first time on record they had a decrease in population. Does anybody live in Ravalli County? So that kind of hit them, struck them. What I expect is we could very well see another burst here. Why? This burst back here was associated with a slowdown in the California economy. California so impacts migration patterns that whenever their economy slows, it just starts creating a whole different pattern. That's what happened in the late 80s and early 90s. And then as California recovered, that changed. California economically is going to be kind of in a bad place for at least the next 5 years. So I expect possibly a little burst there. This thing looks at, again, over time, pictures of growth. All of the red areas are where growth is concentrated. There's the 80s. If you look at Montana, only a few places growing. Here's the 90s. This was the burst. You can see California cooled. Can you see that? And then you can see over here, 2000, this has cooled down from what it was. And the reason for that is population is becoming more selective in terms of where it goes. So in other words, if it went to 10 places in the 90s, it now goes to 5 places. It's a picking and choosing process. Migrants go through, and the picking and choosing process, once they started sweeping into the interior west, it started to become more focused. And that's what this pattern is here. This is population among states, just so you get a picture. Basically, of the last 10 years, all of the purple bars are in the Rockies. So you can see there's 3 of those at the top, Wyoming and Montana, right in the middle of this. So we haven't seen spectacular statewide population growth, and the reason for that is that all the growth in the West, half of it's being canceled out by what's happening in the other part, say 2/3 of the state. So this thing looks at Montana's population by age. We're just counting the number of people from under 1 to 84 at the time of the 90 census, at the time of the 2000 census. Now, what that then allows us to do is we subtract one from the other. This shows where the population grew by age from 90 to 2000. Are you following me? This is where most of our growth was, and it's people from 40 to 60. People from 40 to 60 during the 90s. Most of those are boomers. What's this? They're kids. So it's boom echo, but look at the valleys in between. And so we have to understand this kind of a demographic is going to affect us going forward. Here's 90 to 2000, here's 2000 to 2010, and here's 2010 to 2020, as projected. So what that means is, as we go to 2020, the front end of the boomer group was born in 1947, which means today they're 64, 65, which means that over the next 8 years, we're going to have a whole bunch of folks move past 65. Now that doesn't mean they're going to retire, but it means a lot of them are. And that means who's behind them? Well, immediately behind them is this. A lot fewer people than the folks immediately older than them. And then this is you guys, most of you, many of you. Now, on each side of you is what? Less folks. This is why we are not going to be able to expand our labor force going forward for the next 20 years. We'll have years in which labor force will expand, but we're going to have a lot of years in which it's just plain flat or declining. And if you take this into the eastern part of the state, you're going to have a plummeting labor force because they're older than the West is. Follow me? And see, this is going to shape a lot of this. It doesn't matter what we think is going to happen in terms of industries and all this. Demographics are going to shape a lot of what goes on here. This thing just shows Montana's population. The 65 and older is this orange line. And the other age groups are up above there. And you can see that when these next 2 decades, most of our growth is 65 and older. Here's Missoula, though. So here's Montana, here's Missoula. I did these for the school district, but the school district's trying to figure out what's going to happen to the school-age population. So the school-age population is that blue line, which shows that it will be slowly growing. Now, why is the population growing in Missoula faster than it is statewide? Because we've actually been adding to our young adult population in Missoula while the rest of the state, or most of it, hasn't been, which means we're adding to the under 20 population as they form families, have kids, etc., etc. However, this is still the 65 and older group. You can see what's going to happen there. And then this shows you the last 10 years and then the next through 2025 where the population growth will be concentrated by age. That last group is 65 and older, and you can't see the bottom of the chart, but take my word for it. So in other words, as you get older, growth is still concentrating even on a university town like Missoula that's adding to its young population. Then we look at the 65 and older population as a percent of the total. Here's 1980. All of those black and gray counties have relatively old populations. The green one, 10% or less, is 65 and older. Here's 90, there's 2006. See how fast that's changing? See, this has been happening, and in some ways we don't pay a lot of attention to it because we kind of can't do a whole lot about it. But for many businesses, organizations, etc., it's hugely important. And you're going to see that when we look at where the economy is going to be growing over the next 10 years, how it plays out. This then tells us, well, how many places in the midst of this aging population are adding at all to their 25 to 39 population, which is most of you. Every gray county in these two maps, this is the 90s and this is since 2000, has a declining 25 to 39 population. Every green county has added at least one. And you can see in Montana we had 1, 2, 3, 4 counties in the 90s. Through all of that growth in the 90s, we only had 4 counties that had more people 25 to 39 after the decade. And then here we have about 6. The Flathead down to Ravalli is one of the areas. Young people are where we get school-age kids. It's where we replenish our workforce. It's at the core of where your economic future is. So if that's the case, look at us. We're pretty well positioned. We've got that to work with. This pulls down on those green numbers, and the dark green are where we had, relatively large increases in the young adult population the 90s, and then over here since 2000. And again, we're in that picture. So one of the most important things for Missoula to think about is how this place works for people like you. Not people like me, people like you. It's people 25 to 39. It's people that are educated. It's people that can go other places. And you can see basically that bottom chart, that's where young people are going. And most places are not adding to their young people. Then we look at income expansion. This is personal income growth in Montana over time. Total personal income is the green one. And then the blue one is how much of that income comes out of employment earnings. We get about 65–70% of all of our income from what people get from work. And look at how that took off. That's adjusted for inflation. So anybody operating under the illusion that we haven't had a lot of income growth in Montana for the last, since 90, you don't know the numbers. That's mythology. We've had quite a bit of income growth, and then this is year-by-year income expansion over time in Montana. You can see what that looks like. You can see how that built, but then you can also see that very recent year there, how it plunged in the current slowdown. So, all of these things are trends, they reflect conditions, they're shaping, they're contextual. What kind of place is this? We have to know what these numbers are as we try to think about, and really after you look at these kind of charts where you're kind of looking retrospectively up to the latest data that you have, what you really want to do is take a bunch of people like you and spend 4 or 5 hours basically saying, what's this going to be in 10 years? And what can it be? And where do we expect most of that expansion to occur?
What does the age look like when you look at the legislature, Montana legislature?
Pretty old. It's kind of scary. I go there occasionally, and I've never left that building feeling good. But it's a nice long drive back to Missoula. You can kind of let it go. Here's something to note about this. This is, and I wish we could see the bottom here, but this is how income growth has been decelerating. I see we had it take off. Now it decelerated. Now one of the things we want to think about is what do we think is going to happen going forward? I kind of think we may get a little burst out of population and we may get a little burst out of income growth. Does Missoula know what to do with it? Yeah.
Can you overlay the income growth by demographics age?
You can, but you almost have to go to periodic census data to get that fine of a breakdown. So in other words, you could do a 2000 and 2010, but not the year-to-year-to-year type stuff. And most of the 2010 data is not out yet at the local level. It will be very soon. And actually, people in business where you can kind of see your business in these numbers, you need to jump all over that 2010 census. Now, most people, you go into the census like, God, what is this? But the more time you spend with it, think about it, you chart it, you kind of relate it to your business, kind of look at the last 10 years, you can start seeing where are we, why are things changing, where can we reposition ourselves, that kind of thing. And for me, that's what economic development is, that's what business development is, positioning. You sort of position yourself within these things that you don't really control. This is personal income growth by period in Missoula and Ravalli County. You can see the same sort of thing, but you can see percentage change over time is slowing. I think income growth is going to be tough, it's going to be focused, and you just want to be in one of those areas where it's happening if you want to be in an area with a growing economy. Many areas aren't going to see income growth. If you look at these, all the green areas are where income growth in the United States was concentrated. All of the gray areas actually had decreases in their income over those periods, and all of the white areas, almost no change. So look at the 80s and then look at the 90s. See, what a nice place to be in the interior West. with all of this income growth. If you're in business, great, more dollars every year, get a bigger piece of the pie. So you can see what that looked like, and then this is since 2000, and see how it's concentrated and focused a little bit, it's slowed down. So you have to keep following these things, and when we look at income growth statewide over this recent period, all of the purple counties, again, are Rocky Mountain ones. You can see they're right up there at the top of the chart with Arizona and Nevada. Now what's at the bottom of the chart? Ohio, Michigan, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. Old industrial economy, New West. Old industrial economy, New West. It's almost that simple. If we then pull down at and look at places again and not states, what I did was just kind of go into the computer and say grab places on each side of Missoula in size. And I grabbed about 50 of them. And there they are on this map. And we don't have to dwell on them, but when we do some side-by-side comparisons of Missoula, here's what we see is total personal income growth in Missoula. The green ones are the high performers, the dark gray ones are the low performers, the white ones are in the middle, and you can see where Missoula is. So,
where is it?
Missoula's the red one. So this is recent income growth. Now, a lot of people, a few years ago thought Missoula was some fast growth area. Now, we've slowed down quite a bit. And the reality is you see Bozeman on top, St. George, Bend, Oregon, Kalispell, Casper, Idaho Falls, Coeur d'Alene, all around us, Cheyenne, but Missoula is down here. We're still above the middle range, but we're not that fast growth income that sometimes that we think we are, at least was in this recent period. But again, we're primarily looking across the West, and if you remember that map I showed you of the U.S., income growth is concentrated in the West. These are Western cities, and all this is doing is showing contrast. This is, yeah? Yeah.
Are you going to talk about what factors are making those other places grow differently?
We'll keep thinking. What I want to do is just keep thinking. At the very end of this, if you look at this thing, who's at the top? Why do people move to Bozeman and St. George? And here's population growth. St. George, Bend, Bozeman, Coeur d'Alene, Logan, Grand Junction. It's not a mystery. And then if you look at the bottom, Gallup, New Mexico, Minot, North Dakota, Lawton, Oklahoma.
You're going to have to solve the mystery. What is it?
What?
When you said it's not a mystery, we don't get it.
Well, hopefully at the end of it, we'll keep working at it. I always start with the numbers, and then we try to walk through it. Here's employment growth. So if you look at Missoula's population growth, we're up there, but it's not crazy fast growth. Here's employment growth, we're up there. You can see St. George is sort of off the chart there. Has anybody been to Bend, Oregon lately? Yeah. Pretty fabulous looking area, but they're really hurting right now because they had a huge real estate bubble that burst on them. Just like Bozeman has got a bubble that's come down. Here's per capita income growth. All we're doing here is taking all of the income, dividing it by the number of people. Now, here you got Corvallis, Oregon. That's where Oregon State is. Lawrence, Kansas. That's where University of Kansas is. Flagstaff, Arizona. That's where Northern Arizona is. So Iowa City, University of Iowa. Bozeman, Mankato, Minnesota. That's Minnesota State. Ames, Iowa is Iowa State. Then you see we're on down here, Missoula with the University of Montana, Grand Forks, North Dakota, whatever. Universities are hugely important. How much is the university actively engaged in community development in terms of a lot of the processes? Not a whole lot. There's some separation. The university kind of does its thing. The community does its thing over here. But universities are hugely important in terms of what you see in terms of economic well-being and increases in that. And that needs to be better understood, actually, if you want to take more advantage of it. I don't think it's translated well enough. This is per capita income growth since 2000. Missoula is kind of sliding. So this is the 90s. Here's since 2000. Something is going on in Missoula over about the last 6 or 7 years whereby poverty is increasing rapidly and per capita income growth, while still occurring, is slowing. And it's slowing relative to a lot of other places, so that when you look at per capita income levels in 2007, Missoula is below Great Falls, Kalispell, Bozeman, Helena, Billings, all those in the state. You can see the ones that are at the top there. So we have more assets to work with in this community than are reflected in our personal income performance, probably. That would be something you'd have to work through. But here's still our per capita income growth over time is still positive. That's adjusted for inflation. But you can see, do you see this? So it's slowing. So we have to think about that. We don't want that to slow down to nothing. I mean, you want to always be adding to income at a faster rate than your population growth. And right now, we don't know that's going to happen in front of us. Here's household income. Now, per capita is just all income divided by the number of people. Household income is median household. As we line up households from poorest to richest, go to the middle, and here's where Missoula is. So when you go to the middle of households, Missoula is actually moving down into the low performers. So we're high, just keep thinking, processing it through. We've got, once you start sort of looking out across the population, our economic well-being is not as good as what we might think it is if, say, we look at per capita income. And then this is poverty rates. Now that Missoula poverty rate of 16% in 07, what do you think it is now? It's pushing 20%. See, this is sort of outrageous. There's something really wrong here. Something really wrong. There's a disconnect between the assets of this community that we have to work with economically and the conditions that we see in terms of the economic well-being of the population.
What does it take? I mean, these cities are relatively small in size.
Yeah.
What does it take to push the needle? I mean, when you look at private employers by size in Missoula, and it's all grocery stores, let's say, and then you look at like Bozeman has right now technology.
Well, we need to look at the numbers.
I mean, how does that push the needle?
The way you ask the question is not supported by the numbers. So we got to go to the numbers. You said it's grocery stores. Let's look at what makes up the Missoula economy. We've got to look at the numbers. One of the things we want to avoid is really missing the picture by oversimplifying it. Now, I only say that. We always have, you only have 10 seconds to ask a question, so you have to do it. But we miss that bigger picture. And if we're going to do this, we got to have it all in our heads. We got to know it all.
I looked at the county's website, on the state's website, and like I think Albertsons and a lot of the grocery stores.
There's some big employers.
Private.
Big employers.
You know, and then you have a company like Right Now Technologies in Bozeman, and how much does, in a city of this size, how much does that actually push the needle on per capita income?
I think it's a big factor in Bozeman, it is. And Bozeman used to have a very high poverty rate. They still have quite a bit of poverty there. Some of that stuff that's niche, it's kind of a niche area where right now is kind of, it's a fit, it works there, it's not going to work everywhere type thing.
What
It does make,
it's not going to work everywhere?
huh? What
do you mean it's not
Well,
going
we
to work
don't need Right Now everywhere.
Why couldn't you have software?
Well, you might, but it's not going to work everywhere. Just like the economy picks and chooses, Bozeman fit for that for a variety of reasons. Well, let's work through the numbers here on what we're actually working with here, not just one company, okay? Here's then when we look at the adult, well, we can spend 20 minutes on that, but we'll be out of time. Here's the adult college-educated population. If that's what it's about, we got a lot to work with. But then why is our poverty rate so high? See, that's a disconnect. And look at all the places at the top in terms of the educational attainment. We know, study after study after study, educational attainment is the single most important indicator of where people get from an economic well-being standpoint during their careers. But look at us. We're way up there, but yet our income performance is not that high. This is without high school diplomas. So in other words, we're high in both of these. This is then Montana's personal income growth, labor income, investment income, transfer payments. And what I want to do is then just focus on labor income since it's the biggest part of this. Here's where we need to look at the numbers. The economy doesn't break down into individual companies. It breaks down first into major sectors of the economy. And the way we can understand change is first looking at those are 11 or 12 big pieces of the overall economy. The first thing to grasp from this map is if we look at where our employment earnings are concentrated, what's rising off the chart at a very rapid rate there? Professional, technical, financial, and business services, without a doubt. That's in Montana. Here's then other segments that are very fast growing. Here's healthcare. Here's the part of the economy that isn't fast growing. And you get down here, it includes agriculture and mining. They're very small, increasingly small parts of our economy. We stack up the economy from biggest to smallest and fastest growth. Here's what it is. Professional, technical, financial, business services, healthcare, federal and state government. I haven't seen grocery stores yet. Construction and real estate, wholesale and retail trade.
That's the labor earnings.
That's employment earnings. So this is the biggest single source of income in our economy, and this is where the growth in that is concentrated if we go look at this recent period. Now let's break it down further into pieces. We can probably find grocery stores in here. These are the 70-plus pieces of the economy. Now, why do we need to look at that? Because to think about the future, you first need to know what you are. This is what we are as an economy. This is how we break down. And this is organized in these categories. We go from 11 to 70. At the top, that's a breakdown of what those professional and technical services are. The blue is healthcare. The yellow is some part of government, local, state, federal. This is trade. This is construction and real estate. This is manufacturing. Right now, technologies is probably a manufacturing. Right? Classified as a manufacturer? Or is it a service? You know?
I don't know how
Okay.
it's classified.
Here's the...
It's a service. It's customer service, essentially, what they do.
Transportation is white, and then as you get down here, here is farming and mining. Now, where does the legislature spend all of their time when they think about economic development? At the bottom of the chart. Here's growth. Here's the growth in our economy. If you want to know where we're going and you want to, in some ways, position yourself around growth in the economy, and in some ways you want to enhance that growth as a community in an area, you need to figure out where that's probably going to occur and what would it take in order to help that develop. That's what business development is. Workforce development has to overlay on that as well. In other words, you're training and educating people for where the jobs are going to be and not where they're not going to be. Here's the resource part of our economy, and here's what it is when you add them all up over time. They're less and less and less. So we're not capturing growth by looking at the resource economy. It's not accounting for the growth. This is the employment in the resource economy. and that's their share of the overall employment base. So the legislature, all it does year after year, or every 2 years, is focus on a declining share of the economy as if that's what's driving it. And we've had some of the fastest income growth in the United States and employment in other parts of the economy that are almost not even considered. We can't do that in Missoula. In Missoula, you can't be that stupid. You have to be on point or you're just plain off. So you've got to, here's what Missoula is. This is the Missoula economy. 70 pieces of the Missoula economy, and here's our growth. Here's where the growth in that economy is.
Can you identify some of the areas of growth?
So at the top of this, the very biggest piece and the fastest growing is professional and technical services. Now guess where the fastest growth in the U.S. economy for the next 10 years is projected? Professional and technical services. So we're in that economy. We're very fortunate to be in it. It's engineers, accountants, architects, it includes attorneys, it includes computer tech, software, etc., etc. Missoula needs to have a better strategy about how to take advantage of where its economy already wants to grow. If you're in one of those technology companies, for example, in the top of that chart, how much help do you get? We're kind of, everybody's on their own. I mean, it's just kind of a Wild West, kind of a not organized approach to how do you help parts of this economy grow that are already growing. And that's kind of the first order of business when it comes to economic development. This is all of your trade. Here's healthcare. And then you can see this is construction and real estate, the hit that was taken here recently.
Larry, is that a snapshot of the entire national economy, just like that graph?
This is just Missoula.
But is it the same trend as you see nationally?
And here's, I'm going to go back to Montana. Here's Montana. I don't have a chart of the U.S., but
you could predict that it is, though, right?
Very close to it.
Yeah.
The only, so we're trying to get who we are out of this. If you're a company and you don't know who you are, you don't know how to grow yourself. So you got to, who are we? So this is kind of what we look like. These are the major segments of the Missoula economy. This is where our growth is concentrating. Federal and state government includes the university. We can see healthcare. In many ways, we are a professional business and financial services center, a hub, a place where these companies want to grow. This is primarily a university, but it's also the federal government, Forest Service, whatever they have. This is our healthcare system. We are a hub for healthcare. We are a center for healthcare. We are a trade center. And in some respects, hotels, restaurants, arts, entertainment, we've got that here as well. The components and factors in our economy, these are kind of our pillars. That's who we are. And we have to have a workforce and infrastructure strategy to complement what we already have. How well do we do infrastructure in Missoula? It's a joke. It's a laugh. How well do we do workforce development in Missoula? Now, who works in workforce? We've got people losing jobs, and we've got them coming to colleges to take little courses in what? Carpentry or something. See, we don't have a workforce development system up to speed with where we're going economically. Can't do it. Got to be there. Got to have the infrastructure because it takes 10 and 20 and 30 years to do it. We don't even have an infrastructure strategy in place for the community. Entertainment, arts, quality of life, and amenities are supporting all of this, but we have not done the hard work and the careful work within that. So if you look at where we're going, and I've got just a couple of minutes here, we're going to have slower population growth and decreasing overall labor force participation nationally as we go forward. Employment growth will be concentrated in services. 96% of the projected increase in jobs will be somewhere in that service economy. Two industries will have the largest: professional and business services and healthcare. Over half of all new jobs in the U.S. economy over the next 10 years. 3 of the 10 detailed industries to have the largest job increases are in professional business services, including management, scientific and technical consulting, computer system design, and employment services. 4 of the top 10 are in healthcare, including physicians' offices, home health care, services for the elderly, nursing care facilities. And of the 10 detailed industries to have the largest decline, 4 are in manufacturing. The single biggest decline is in department stores. We spent $500,000 on a downtown redevelopment plan. What did we anchor downtown redevelopment around? Not only one department store, 2. So we anchored it around a non-existent anchor. You can't do that. That's not thinking forward. I don't have time to go through these. Here's where employment is concentrated on a detailed level. So if you look up and down this, where Missoula already wants to grow is where